started, and that's what built the full ecosystem. And now I would say we're the lucky ones that are quite bigly funded with the government. We don't know if it's always going to be like that, but for now we're quite lucky with this, and the government has helped this full expertise that now also brings a lot of economic revenue into the city. So now it's kind of a circular vision a little bit that we have in terms of financial and kind of policies as well.
Yeah. And I'm interested that there's the city strategy 2030 kind of builds on that foundation. So there's some continuation as well. It's sort of the policies that started years ago with the tax breaks are now being iterated on.
Exactly. So since the tax break kind of brought a whole, I would say, movement around culture, now our city of Montreal in the plan of 2030 have basically 4 key orientations that everything kind of is based around those, so actions and decision of the city. And one of them is kind of the stimulating innovation and creativity. So we do have a strong emphasis on that. And so the city of Montreal is really trying to make sure that we keep that orientation one of the main, a little bit of objective for 2030 as a city. And so giving a lot of financial help within that, but also driving some types of organization. So they're helping both the innovation and the tech side with driving financial help through projects, but also through organization, like, for example, Mila, which is an organization for artificial intelligence that was started by Yoshua Benjo in Montreal. And so the city of Montreal gives a lot of money to that. They give also to creative ecosystem a lot of money through financing project, but also financing organization, like for us, for example, in Montreal. And then also what we're talking about a little bit this morning is that the city of Montreal is also trying to be a catalyst, and I think that's the difference maybe for us, to bring also both those ecosystems, so the innovative and tech and the creative ecosystem together. And so there are also financing projects that are collaborative projects between those two sectors and stimulating that connection. And this is kind of what put us on the forefront of this whole industry, really.
So it's sort of funding for technology and for creativity, and then also for where those two meet.
Exactly.
And I found it really interesting when I was out the times I visited Montreal, there's this kind of origin myth around some real kind of anchor creative institutions that are the foundation for this, and Cirque du Soleil comes up in every conversation.
Yes.
And I was really struck whenever you talk to a new, or not even a new, but you talk to an organization who are kind of pitching their VR thing or their immersive experience, you're kind of like, where did you start? And they're like, I started Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil or Moment Factory.
Exactly.
So these kind of two significant organizations which stay in Montreal. They're still there.
Oh yeah, headquarters is there. They want to be there.
But they are also incubating.
100%. Cirque is now moving a little bit because, but they still have the heart in Montreal. And Moment as well. And it's funny that you say that because everyone in the industry that even is starting a company, we call the school of the creative industry, which is Moment and Cirque du Soleil, and everyone goes there. And they're incubators as well. And they've also have attracted a lot of talents that comes to Montreal, but also a lot of business opportunities to Montreal. And they kind of drive the ecosystem because as well, they collaborate a lot with the ecosystem. So for example, when Moment has a big gig, a big project, they will go on the next corner of the street to hire the best soundman, but from Montreal. And this is kind of think of the origin of sort of the strength of this collaborative ecosystem in Montreal, and a little bit why and how all the businesses, so we're the best in sounds, we're the best in VFX, we're the best in everything because we're working together, and the sense of identity as well, that we want to make projects 100% Quebec as much as possible. And this is one of our strengths, I think, really, of helping the others. So yes, there's Moment and Cirque du Soleil, but they're helping startups and others, and now they even have funding and research development inside of their own facilities for younger kind of new startups coming in. And so it's kind of all circle, and the city of Montreal also helps them to fund those kind of R&D projects within their own facilities as well.
Yeah. And I'm really interested in what you said there about the culture of Montreal and the identity, because you can certainly feel it. And Manchester and Salford are places that I think of as having kind of a similar kind of rich local cultural identity.
Yeah.
And in Montreal, I was really, really struck by everybody knows each other. There's lots of collaboration.
Yeah.
There doesn't feel it doesn't feel like, but I'm from the outside, I'm on the outside, doesn't feel like there's a lot of competition, friction. Maybe I got that wrong. You can tell me. But yeah, it feels like a scene.
Yeah.
And how much of that comes from the geography and the kind of just the local culture of being Quebecois? So
to go on competition, we use a word that we love in Montreal, and it's co-petition. And I think that's a great word because, we do have some competition and it's normal, and I think it's healthy, but also we all know the strengths of the others. And we've seen even at UB where there are some clients meeting some companies, sometimes they're like, well, we might not be the best for you, but we know they are the best. And I think because they want to encourage so much the Quebec ecosystem and our identity that they're really giving to the next one and working together. So co-petition is really a word that we love to use. And yeah, for the sense of identity, I mean, culturally, Quebec, in Canada, in Montreal, we have our language, our French language, and we're really keen to keep it and really trying to make an effort out of it. And Montreal being the center in Quebec as well. And there's this kind of culture that, we're the only ones in Canada that speaks French, or we're trying to stick together. And there's actually the study that I was talking to you a little bit earlier about, there's this scientist that is a professor at McGill, and that studied basically neuroscientists and studied the fact that since we're a bilingual city, that's maybe why we're more creative. Because since we're always thinking about French and English, and we're always thinking two language and trying to find reasons in that, then that's why we're kind of creative city. And I think that's really interesting because it is something that sets us apart on the market, being both the culture, I would say, of maybe more European, but having the face of North America and the American kind of side. And that's kind of our strength and the culture that we have in Montreal. And maybe just Montreal in itself, the culture there, I mean, it's amazing in a way. I'm maybe biased, but it is amazing. And we have festival, even in the snow, -30, or in the hot sun during summer. And we've always said, and I think Montreal likes to see as well, that they are the playgrounds for the creative studios. And that's something that's really important, that they've kind of understood how helping the creative studios to kind of build projects within their own city is going to enhance cities and enhance their own city, and then after help the whole R&D process of the creative studios from Montreal, while helping attract, tourists as well, or being beautiful as a city in itself.
Yeah, and there's a lot that happens out in the public realm. Yeah, like there's lots and lots of street art. There's lots and lots of installations out in places like Quartier des Spectacles. You've got actual kind of places in the city that people can gather that are designed really to be creative, cultural, immerse people in that kind of
100%. And that's kind of one of the initiative as well from the city of Montreal. They wanted to make sure that, for creators, sometimes a whole administrative structure when you go to grants or when you try to pitch a project to a city, it can be quite complicated. And so they kind of now finance some institution or organization like Quartier des Spectacles to take some of the administrative out of the whole creating process. And so Quartier des Spectacles have some grants from the city of Montreal to even co-produce some public installation with artists and studios inside of the city of Montreal, and then after export it internationally. So they're really also trying to helping different organizations kind of promote and help producing those projects, especially in public installation, because it's enhancing the whole city at the same time, but also in different, I would say, like key places like La Satte, for example, with the Dome, or 5 centers. They're really also helping those places to generate some revenues and help create projects locally.
Yeah, I was really struck by how many organizations are kind of artist-led, are creative-led, and this sense of artists becoming entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
How much is that driven by like necessity, and how much is that actively cultivated?
I think I don't know the percentage of the difference,
but
I think numbers. I know factual, but I think one thing that's special about our ecosystem is that we have a lot of artist entrepreneurs and not business or tech entrepreneurs out after bringing in artists, which is a big difference, and it's also really important then for incubators to get the right tools for artists to build companies, because some of them are just 100% creators.
Yeah.
They've never done a budget in their life. They've never done anything. So when they have after studios that are doing shows for U2 or at the Sphere and others, you do need to have the whole structure. So there's a lot of organization and incubators that are helping those artists become more entrepreneurs and see it more as really like a business kind of revenue, but without taking the artist first approach, which I think is an approach that is special also to Montreal, because we do encourage that way. So the artist sometimes after goes and go get the technology, but not so tech driven as some cities can also be more oriented.
So sort of taking the artistic idea and then wrapping the business skills and the facilities around
the tech side of things and just switching it together for sure.
Yeah. And so I feel like we've been a little bit tourist board for Montreal. So how about, going out into the world, taking Montreal out to the wider world? We've talked about sort of attracting in tourists and attracting in talent. I suppose one of the things we haven't touched on is there's a lot of interest in bringing people into the city to bring their skills in. There's a little openness to immigration, but also in terms of distribution and international partnerships.
Exactly.
How much is that sort of actively fostered by Quebec, Montreal? How much is that have to sit with the companies themselves?
A lot. So the government is really, both Quebec government and the city of Montreal, really helping to export and distribute those projects and the creatives and the expertise as well as the creative studios. So we have a lot of studios that are also more services based. So they will also help into the exportation of the service and not just the project in itself. And so the city of Montreal, in their own kind of culture sector, they have someone that is taking care of the whole international development of the projects and of the studios and of the creators and the artists. So they're helping them financially with grants, but also helping them with seeing where they could go, different types of collaborators as well, and really trying to build a network. And that's also what our Quebec government is doing with the different delegation. And we do have one also, the Quebec delegation of London right there, who are also voices for the Quebec ecosystem in different cities and different regions to really help export those projects and those expertise. And so this is also, I think, a luxury that we have from the Quebec government to really help us artists or creators and others to export, because they do see after the positive impact that it comes back to us. Because if, the big names like Moment and Cirque du Soleil had such a big visibility internationally, it brings back after some people to come to Montreal and be like, I need that expertise, but maybe Moment isn't going to be the person for them, but they're going to have a bunch of other artists or creators able to help them with their projects. So it's kind of like a circular, I would say, help, but they're really trying to push us forward and exporting. And Montreal is a little bit like we're built to help that and be a platform for that. So that's kind of our goal every time that we travel, but also all year round to really help exporting that knowledge, those projects, and also starting more and more to think about distribution network and co-production as well. Because I think that that's something that's coming more and more, because yes, we're lucky enough to have a lot of government funding, but it's not forever and it's not always the same amount every year. So I think more and more now we're seeing how can we go into co-production, and that's something that also our government has been helping us to understand and finance also a lot of more co-production.
And by co-production, you're talking about international co-production.
Exactly.
Hat tip, everybody.
So
this is about also building kind of international networks of collaboration and kind of these ecosystems. And I think it's really interesting thinking about how the funding within the city, the structures for the city and for the state in Quebec, and the culture of Montreal kind of keeps organizations rooted in the city, but also distributing far and wide and bringing things back, rather than what you see in other places where you're sort of exporting an entire company or your company is bought and taken somewhere else.
No, they want to stay in Montreal.
It's very much about this kind of circularity. And I suppose we talked a little bit about talent pipeline. coming from Cirque and Moment, where do you see, what are your hopes and dreams for where this might, for the sort of future of this? I didn't ask you this question. I'm throwing this one at you now. What do you think the future holds?
I think for our ecosystem in Montreal, we're collaboration, I think, more and more. And I think we have some amazing new companies that are starting up, and the big ones like Moment, just make sure that they can keep having the financial help to also be able to, has the place for Moment, but have this place for smaller startups that are starting now, and just having kind of always that collaborative ecosystem aspect. And I think that's really is the most important part and what's making Montreal different. And also what people are coming in for, because when you come to Montreal, you can get the best in VFX, the best in sound, the best in everything in one place, and we're also all in the same freaking neighborhood. So at the corner of the street, you can have 6 companies all in the same building. Yeah. And so I wish I would continue like that. I think also proving that we are important for the economic revenues of our little Quebec province. It's still a lot of work to prove that, and we're still, the mix of bringing innovation technologies into a cultural center. Still now, the Minister of Economy and the Minister of Cultural and Communication, they're like, we don't know where you are. We're like in the middle, so we're still trying to see where we fit. And so trying to get also some better funding to serve us well, in the sense that we're talking a little bit about that. Just about a year ago, the Minister of Culture changed the whole approach of how they were financing companies. So instead of financing projects that every time you need to have a big project to be able to keep your team, they're financing the whole business strategy now and developing IPs and making sure that throughout the years now you're going to have a business where you can have people, not just freelancers, but real people in your team and have them for a long time, and just making sure that the business in itself is going to develop. So I think finding new ways of funding also, I think, would be really interesting. And of course, just continuing going international and collaborating with everyone.
Excellent.
Of course.
So there you go. Thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you.
I hope that's given you all a flavour of the city and how it works, but also the sort of desire for Montreal to sort of build and invest and be part of an ecology and an ecosystem of international collaboration. So come and find Rachel and Olivier in the rather generous coffee break we'll be having later.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. That was good. I think I might move to Montreal after that. That was very, very good indeed. I've never been to Canada. Okay. All right, now from Montreal, yes, everyone coming. Oh, wow, there's a whole new crew of people coming in. Well done. Wow. You're not all Sri Lankan, are you, like me? Because we're always late for everything. So please come in. Come and hang out. Wow. Oh, we did literally bolt the doors. Is that what happened? And now we're just letting all these people in again. Brilliant. Okay, right. Time is of the essence. So we're moving from Montreal to Manchester now to look at cityscapes and creative minds. And we're going to bring on 2 extraordinary creative minds from Manchester, or maybe some from Manchester, others kind of creatively born in Manchester in many ways. We're going to start off with a music producer, an MC, a rapper called Superlative, aka Corey Brown. And then after that, we're going to speak to a real powerhouse of creativity in this city, Keisha Thompson. And Keisha is a multidisciplinary artist. One after another, they're going to come on. So please, firstly, put your hands together for Superlative.
Awesome, thank you. How's everyone doing? You all right? Yeah, nice to see loads of familiar faces. My mum said that would make me sound really important, but nobody waved back, so we'll just move on. My name's Corey Brown, as you can see. I'm a music producer, performing artist under the moniker Superlative. I think it's important for me to say that I'm not actually from Manchester, so when I'm speaking today, it's coming from the perspective of someone who's had a lot of experiences and opportunities and benefited from Manchester and Salford, so take that into account. A little bit about myself. I was born in Wigan. Anyone from Wigan? Oh, really? Bloody hell. Okay. I grew up in Wolverhampton, and eventually I moved into Bolton in 2009. And I kind of found that despite having a passion for music, there wasn't a lot of opportunities from the places that I was from. And eventually I knew I needed to break out into Manchester because it's a bigger city, and I knew that would be kind of the place where I would be able to flourish my music career. I vividly remember a music program called On Top of the World coming to my school in like 2010. It was hosted by an organisation called GMAS, if anyone remembers GMAS, Greater Manchester Music Action Zone, which have now gone on to be Brighter Sound, I believe. And yeah, they came to my school back in 2010, and it was the first time I was introduced to performing in a wider cohort of people, performing on a bigger stage, such as the Contact Theatre. At the time, it was like the biggest. It was like performing at Glastonbury. It was amazing. And yeah, it really was the catalyst for me to kind of take my music seriously, but also give me that first to actually come from Bolton and come over to Manchester and take my music career seriously. Fast forward 7 years though, I've only got 5 minutes, so I'm trying to keep it brief. I started to kind of release music, find my sound a little bit more, and I began looking for a way to break out into Manchester. My mate rang me and he's like, oh, there's this opportunity at Reform Radio. It's a radio production course at the time. And I was like, yeah, mate, I'm not really that interested in radio production, but I knew I needed to get into Manchester, so I took on the opportunity. For those that don't know what Reform Radio are, they're a social enterprise. They offer creative training and wellbeing support and personal development opportunities. But for me, they were an integral part of me being able to actually get to Manchester. At the time, I couldn't afford to constantly come from Bolton to Manchester, and they facilitated that. They paid for my transport and made that possible. Also, I was part of their Sound Camp program, which allowed me to collaborate with artists from Manchester, perform at Night and Day and Manchester International Festival. And most notably, I got to release a song with Mr. Scruff, the Manchester legend, if you know Mr. Scruff. We got a tune together. Come on, nice. Yeah. And I think they must have seen the potential in me because they put me forward for a Youth Music Award, Outstanding Act at the Youth Music Awards, and I went on to win that. And that to date is one of my nicest personal achievements in music. Nice one. I've actually written everybody claps here in the speech, so you really smashed that. But no, I'm trying to speak really, really fast there because I'm trying to condense a 6-year relationship with this city into like 5 minutes, and I could go on forever into detail about my first performance at the Thirsty Scholar, to performing at Band on the Wall, Blues Kitchen, and Factory International's Aviva Studios. But I think it's important for me to mention key parts of my journey that have been directly attributed to being a creative in this great city. And Factory International, one of those organisations that as of recent, they've really had my back. They've allowed me the opportunity to take on roles as a freelance artist, and they've given me the space to operate as a creative outside of my normal skill set. And in 2023, I was part of the Reframe residency, which was designed to uplift emerging black creatives within the UK. Factory International worked alongside the South Bank Centre, Apple, and the Midlands Arts Centre in Birmingham to create an exhibition by black creatives from a variety of sectors within the arts. For me, though, it was more than just the credentials of working with everyone. It was kind of, as a black British man, I've always felt a bit outside of my Jamaican culture and my British culture, and I've kind of struggled with identity in that way. And this program kind of allowed me the strength to see the unity of my peers in Manchester, but also it just made me like really proud to be black. We were walking through London, like 80 of us walking through the South Bank Centre. It was like this. It was like, yeah, man, this is my people. So it was really nice. Pressing for time. So finally, I've spoken a lot about Manchester and its importance of me coming to the city, but I think one of the most impactful organisations that have helped me get my music outside of Manchester and into the bigger world is BBC introducing in MediaCity, Salford Keys, just around the corner, and they've championed me every step of my career. I've gone on to be introducing Track of the Week. I've been played on One Extra, BBC Six Music. Done more stuff, to be fair, but I've not got time. So yeah, they've continued to show me love whenever I release, and I owe that to BBC Manchester a lot, and I thank them for that. And yeah, I think I'll finish by saying I'm not a travel guide, as you can tell, I'm not the best travel guide, but if you are a creative or an organisation thinking of coming to Manchester or Salford, hopefully my brief experience can kind of give you an insight of what as a creative from the outskirts has been able to benefit from coming to a city like Manchester and Salford. Once again, I'm Corey Brown, and thank you for listening.
Hiya, you're right. Proper Manc welcome there for you. So I'm here to talk about what it means to be an artist in Manchester, and I can only talk from my experience. So let's go, because I've only got 5 minutes. So I like to start off by going, who am I? Because I've come on stage, and I shouldn't assume that you know who I am, particularly because we're so wonderfully international today. It's very nice. So welcome to everyone who is your first time coming to Salford, Greater Manchester. Hi. So these are different things that I am or can be. But today, as I said, I'm going to talk about being an artist in Manchester. And a lot of people are like, what does that mean? Do you draw? And I'm like, yeah, sometimes, but it's more than that. So I'll try and get into that a bit for you and explain how it's kind of shaped me as a person and led me on the path that I'm on. So I'm mainly going to be focusing on the fact that I'm Mancunian, but my heritage is from Guyana and Jamaica. That's where my parents are from. But I was born here. So I grew up in South Manchester, and I'm very, very grateful that it was in the 90s. It was very well funded. Labour was in charge, and they were very supportive of the creative industries, and I got exposed to a lot. I got exposed to a lot of art, a lot of artists, a lot of cultural spaces, and I got to do loads of fun stuff like this, being a carnival princess. And I did win that year. My face was on the newspaper. It was really fun. So I was a participant as well as being an audience member. I would go to so many things. I was going to ballet, I was doing Indian music, I was doing steel pans, I was going to knitting class, I was doing it all. And I was also very sporty, but we won't get into that. But yeah, so I say to people that because I got exposed to so much art just in my everyday and through school, I didn't actually study it. So I created a solo show. I used to do a lot of workshops for people. I was shadowing when I was like 15 and then started to deliver workshops when I was like 16. And I developed as a musician as well and started to launch music and perform. But a lot of people, I always used to say, I was like, I came at it from the side. So I was also studying to be a maths teacher. I did politics and philosophy. I didn't feel like I needed to do anything formal because I had so much opportunity around me, and I'm really grateful for that. But it did come to that point where I felt like I was having to decide. People were asking me, you know, why are you doing this? What are you going to be? Are you studying politics? You're going to be a politician? And I was just like, I don't know. I just like doing what I do. And I'm glad that I was in an environment that allowed me to do that and explore and just connect with people and just keep figuring it out. A really poignant time was when I connected with Contact Theatre, which is on Oxford Road. If you get to visit, please do. It looks like a big castle. It's really fun. But I really got to flex my agency in that space. I set up a night that still runs. It's on this week. It's called One Might Stand, with this amazing poet called Reese, supporting other poets. But I ran the young company for 6 years. So that was really transformative for me, because then I was like, oh, okay, this isn't just about making art. Like, I'm having impact in the city. I've got a budget. I'm connecting to the health sector. I'm connecting with politicians. I'm having to speak to the council. So it really gave me a sense of how my culture and art fed into the ecology of the city and impacted people. And we were attracting young people to the company, but they were studying to be doctors and architects. They weren't trying to be actors. So it was really brilliant. And this show, There Is a Light, was about young people who'd been diagnosed with cancer, and it was funded by the Wellcome Trust, and we toured it to conferences, so it wasn't going to like theatre spaces. So it was really exciting for me to get a sense of, oh, I can be a leader here. So I really started to get into governance, funding, and figuring out, what does this mean? And meanwhile, I was still making shows, touring a book, won an award, got to launch an album and stuff like that. So I was still being creative, and then lockdown happened, but I was still just like, what can I do? Let's work for the Arts Council. And I really think that it's because I was an artist that I was able to go through that time and just navigate and do all of this stuff. I'm really rushing it now because I've only got 30 seconds. But I became a chair of a charity as well that gives funding to radical artists that wouldn't get normal kinds of funding. I got to go to Singapore, do a bit of creative mathematics stuff as a researcher, and I was the artistic director of Contacts for 2 years. And I really felt like I got to make my mark there and make some work that I'm very proud of. But I'm just continuing on in my journey. I feel boundless. That's what being in this city does. It gives you a sense of yourself, and you know that there's a strong history here. People like Arthur Lewis, who was the first black lecturer ever in the UK, came here to the University of Manchester, and he was the first black person to win a Nobel Prize in a science discipline. And being in a city with that kind of heritage just emboldens you and makes you know that you've got something that you need to continue. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Now, another thing that Keisha's going to be doing is throughout the day making observations of what's going on and creating a poem based on the creativity, innovation and imagination that she witnesses in this room. Now, talking about all of those things, I have to say, and you know, look, I'm a BBC employee, so I've got to be impartial, but I love Andy Burnham. I think what Andy Burnham brings to this city, because of course, look, there's bottom-up and top-down approaches, and as anyone who's worked in big organisations will understand, is quite often, you know, the CEO and the chair, they very much shape the kind of atmosphere that runs through a business and an organisation. And with Andy, you've got someone who believes in culture, very good music taste, but also someone that gets things done and works very hard to get things done. So anyway, I'll stop waxing lyrical about him before the Daily Mail start posting about it. And just bring him on. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham.
Can I just say, I love Nihal even more, actually. Morning, everyone. How are we doing? We good? Yeah? Happy to be here? Yeah? Great. Well, we're happy to have you all. My notes, my briefing notes for this said, this is the first time that Beyond Conference has been outside a capital. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to correct the organisers here. This is the UK's creative capital, without a shadow of a doubt. So you are in a capital, and we're pleased to have you. But if nothing else, party central, of course, and you'll have a good time while you're here. We did actually lose that crown in the middle of the pandemic to 10 Downing Street, but we feel we've won it back now, and you're more than, you've got the permission of the mayor to fully go for it while you're here and enjoy everything that we've got to offer, because there's a lot, and we are still opening big cultural places. Co-op Live, it is open for those who doubt that, but no, and it is actually an outstanding location. Major purpose-built music venue, biggest in the UK, has taken up our offer to another level. Aviva Studios opened in the last year as well, which is an amazing facility, the most versatile cultural venue, I would say, in the UK, the most modern. Again, right here in the heart of our city. Last week, the English National Opera confirmed their move to Manchester and the work they're going to begin doing as of next year. So our cultural capital has just, our sort of reserves of the bank of our cultural capital have just gone up a lot. We have a family reunion next year, and that's got some people talking. I've ruled out the idea of dynamic pricing on our B network public transport system. I think That's one bit of R&D and innovation in the creative sector I definitely am not, definitely not going to be importing. We're just a creative city in every respect, and I say that, you know, without kind of feeling it's a politician's boast. It's just true. The place loves everything about the creative world. It's always been a creative place, and we see it as core to our economic mission. So our 10 councils, even in difficult times, have continued to fund culture and creativity across Greater Manchester, and they continue to do so. We don't cut it, we invest in it, because we see it as being critically important to life here in Greater Manchester. When we go on overseas trade missions, we have our cultural organisations with us side by side, actually at the centre, at the front of our offer. We had New Order with us at South by Southwest in 2023. We had the Halle Orchestra with us in Osaka, Japan in 2024. And we'll be back in Osaka for the World Expo next year with all of those players because we believe in the power of culture to bring people together. And actually it just does not get talked about enough, in my view, by Westminster. I speak as a former UK Culture Secretary. You know, in these times, difficult times, dark times, our creative industries are the thing that still, I think, puts the best face of Britain to the world. You know, they show Britain is still a place that is full of ingenuity, warmth, humour, and I think they promote an image of Britain that certainly the politicians aren't promoting at the moment. And that's why, to me, they are so important. You know, we should have been grabbing the hand of the European Union when they offered visa-free access for our musicians to go around Europe. Absolutely. And let me say that again, and I hope this current government now will move that forward. You know, these are our best exports, because actually behind them so many other things come as well, because they're the things that people connect with. They get a positivity about Britain from these things. And certainly here in Greater Manchester, that's how we see it. You know, with the English National Opera, we were talking last week about how they want to bring music into every venue in our city region, into our care homes, into our schools. That is what I mean by a true creative city region. You know, where from top to bottom, you know, it's part of life, and it's everything that the place is about, and that's the place that you're in. That is Greater Manchester. That is very true to our DNA. However, the thing I wanted to say today is some change that I think is needed to make sure we don't take our creative industries for granted, and we continue to put ourselves in a position of strength. I'm thinking particularly with schools, and in recent times I really despair at the way creativity has been kind of pushed out of the curriculum and kind of a message sent to young people who have talents and passions, creative passions, that is somehow a second-class talent or passion. Well, I absolutely don't see it that way whatsoever. And I have kind of sent in last week to this new government, as part of their curriculum review, a plea to put creativity right back at the heart of the curriculum. And we see that as absolutely essential going forward. In a creative city region like this, you've got to send that message from the earliest days of people's school years that creativity matters, it is valued, and it can be the route to a really great career. However, there is one thing I wanted to say, which is a note of challenge. And I think we've got to do more as a creative sector to map out those strong pathways for young people into creative industries, because at the moment they're too unclear, and sometimes they're not viable for young people because of the way the industries still work, can be in quite a fragmented way, or trading on their glamour, making people work in insecure employment or even unpaid, and that's not acceptable either. We've just launched a new tool in our city region. We call it our equal alternative to the university route. It's called the Greater Manchester Baccalaureate. It's a big reform of technical education. And we have a new website called GMAX, which is kind of pointing people towards the routes into our modern economy. And one of our gateways is the cultural and creative sector. But if you look at the end of the sort of pipeline where you can explore jobs in the city region, in those areas. The jobs are not there in the same number as they are in other sectors. And I also, I'm on record as saying that the kind of placements to support T-levels from organisations are not there in the same way. The apprenticeships are not there in the same way. And the call I would want to make, with many of our own industry before me, but the creative industry across the UK, we know we've got international visitors and we want to learn from the best, is let's build strong pathways for our young people into the creative economy. Clear pathways that support them, particularly those who don't have wealthy parents or a wealthy background to fall on, because that's a risk to the creative industries. If they become the preserve of the privileged, then that doesn't do what Britain has always done, which is bring through talent from all backgrounds and all communities and gives British culture and creativity that edge. If they do become the preserve of the privileged, then I think Britain's creative industries will be on the wrong path going forward. And I want anyone who agrees with what I'm saying to really work with us to get the MBAC culture and creative pathways really strong, really clear, supported at every level, opportunities at 16, opportunities at 18, and into long-term career options that will support their way through. We're doing it as a city region. You know, we're backing our cultural and creative sector. If you think about R&D, obviously what the conference is about, we've helped invest in the School of Digital Arts at Manchester Metropolitan University, which is really bringing, you know, high-level R&D to the cultural and creative sector. If you think of what's been built here at MediaCity, one of the most exciting locations in the world when it comes to the cultural and creative economy, with everything that's going on nearby in gaming and all of the other cluster industries within the cluster that we've built. You know, we've backed it, but we now need to work with you. We need the schools to make that change and put creativity at the heart of what they do. But we also need industry to meet us halfway as well with those structured opportunities for our talent so that they can come through. And together, we need to turn back to this government, but also all governments, and say, you know, promote this industry as a major export industry. Do not take it for granted. You have to invest in it. You have to show that it's part of our industrial strategy, as I hope it will be when the government confirms that next year. And absolutely make it easier for people with talent to travel, to be successful around Europe and around the world. That's what we're all about here in Greater Manchester. It's the city you're in for this amazing conference. You've got the warmest of welcomes from the Mayor. We're proud that this conference is happening here, but in the times that we're in, difficult times around the world, dark times around the world, what is the thing that can bring people across different divides back together? It is the joy that the creative industries can bring. It's the togetherness that creative industries can bring. It's the ability to learn from all perspectives and all cultures that comes through the talent of the creative industries. We've got to rise to the moment that we're in and not let those seeking to divide us to kind of dominate the pitch. It's time for the best of British, European and other creativity to hold the pitch and bring people back together. That's the Greater Manchester perspective on things. I hope it's yours too. Thank you for listening and have a great time while you're with us. Thank you.
All right. So, thanks for that. Lovely big up.
Brilliant, Andy Burnham there. Okay, let's stay in Manchester and Salford because they bring two creative powerhouses representing Manchester and Salford. Starting with Salford, Julia Fawcett, who's the CEO of the Lowry, which you find yourselves in today. And then Christine Court, who's the co-founder of the Manchester International Festival, which is a glorious celebration of creativity and imagination. This conversation is going to be chaired by Ian Bennett, who is the Director of Creative Industries Consultancy, The Fifth Sector.
Good morning, everybody. Whilst we're going through the Greater Manchester boroughs, I just thought I'd stake the claim for Stockport. As a Stockport boy and a fan of what is currently the most successful men's football team in all 4 divisions, then I'd like to welcome you to the Northwest, to Greater Manchester, to Salford, to Lowry, to Beyond 2024, and to this session. So this session, as you can see on the screen, is called Outside In, How Cultural Beacons Emerge in Dialogue with the City, and this session is a dialogue. It's a show and tell. It's a conversation between 2 really great creative producers, one from each side of the Irwell. And this session asks how successful cultural institutions are engineered and shows us some examples of that. What roles can they play in urban and regional development? And how do they continue to capture the energy that we've seen described on the stage this morning already, and the relationships with audiences, with communities, and with the cities that they represent? So today I'm going to introduce our 2 visionaries who've shaped the cultural landscape in their respective cities now over more than 2 decades. I'm going to start by asking Juliet, who is on home territory here as the Chief Executive of Larry, to briefly talk about how that vision has emerged, and to illustrate that with some examples, and to talk a bit about your connections with the Northwest, with the city. Really, what drew you to this, and how did you shape that vision?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I don't know whether it's more terrifying when you're on home territory. It feels like, you've got all the family and invited audiences too. So I thought I'd begin by just saying a few words about me, only because I actually grew up in the city of Salford. So I'm a child of the 60s and the 70s, and Salford and Greater Manchester at that time was going through absolutely enormous changes. Most obviously, the global recession through the 70s and early 80s had completely decimated life as people knew it here in Salford. Salford lived on its history of being a proud industrial city, and most people who lived in the city had some connection to the docks here. The docks were the 3rd busiest in the whole of the country, which is particularly amazing when you think we're not by the sea. But during the 70s and the early 80s, when the docks were closed down, basically the entire economic livelihood of the city was knocked in one fell swoop. The dock gates closed, and the city of Salford was never to be the same again. At that time, I think what's key to why we're here, the Lowry, and this kind of topic of how vision comes together with opportunity, at that time the local authority had the vision to really send a signal, not just to the rest of the world, but to the residents of Salford themselves. So they had bought and taken over the derelict dock landscape with the industrial basins filled with who knows what, and they developed the vision to create Salford Quays. But what they did, which I think was absolutely amazing at that point in time, going back to the late 70s, they reserved one site, this. And they didn't actually know what they were going to do on this site. At the time, they went all over the world to see what they could learn from other locations internationally that had used culture to drive transformation and change. And as a result of that, they decided that this site was going to be reserved for a cultural project. And they kind of brought together a whole range of partners to develop the concept of what would become the Lowry Arts Centre. It was to be the home of Salford's most famous artist, perhaps Ellis Lowry, but it was also to be a place for community and a place that would act as a beacon for transformation. And when the lottery opportunity came along, they were able to take that vision and the plans and the aspirations that they had, and opportunistically they were able to take that as a ready cooked proposition to the funders, and they were granted the ability to build this phenomenal building. But the origin story is really important because we are not just an art centre. We are here as a beacon of transformation for the city of Salford. So while it is important that we attract and speak to audiences from around the UK and beyond, it is also incredibly important to us that Salford, where we're from, our home and our place, really matters to us and has to be a focal point for everything that we do, the lodestone of who we are and what we do. Easy to forget when you look around the development of MediaCity, the incredible changes and transformations over the last 20, 30 years. But when this building opened almost 25 years ago, there was almost nothing around us. We were standing in splendid isolation, and I'm so grateful and thankful that we are no longer in splendid isolation, but we're really strong partners in such a vibrant and strong ecology across the whole of Greater Manchester and beyond.
Thanks, Julia. Our second speaker is Christine Court, who co-founded the Manchester International Festival and stewarded the organisation into its new building, Viva Studios, which Andy Burnham just referred to, before leaving in 2020 to start her own independent consultancy. So, Christine, the same question to you, really. What's the vision? You've got equally strong and deep connections to the region. How do those connections to the region shape that vision and how you've carried your practice forward?
Thanks, Ian. Hello, everyone. I've got to stand up because I've got a thing in my back for sound, which is driving me bloody mad. So I'm going to stand up, I'm so sorry, and then I'll sit back down again. So I grew up in Blackburn, down the road, total working class, 2 up, 2 down, didn't know what culture was, just knew, always knew I was good at organising. So in the friendship group, I'd always be the person organising the minibus on Blackburn Boulevard coming into Pips. Minibus sat 16, I got 28 on it, etc. So I've always had this thing where I think I've done things that people enjoy. I love building communities. My first job was at a place called Riverside Studios, so I left Blackburn, went to uni, first one in my family to go to uni, went to Riverside, was immersed with incredible artists. Michael Clark was our choreographer in residence. Brian Ferry, who I was absolutely in love with when I was growing up, used to prop up the bar. Kenneth Branagh used to come. It was an amazing thing. I learned so much. I got headhunted and I moved for money. Tip, never, ever, ever move for money. And I went to work at the Design Museum with Terence Conran. It was the most miserable period in my life. My parents came to my office and they were like, oh, look at your crockery. Look at that view of the Thames. You have arrived. But in my heart, I was so sad. I hated it. It was, sorry if anybody's here from the Design Museum, it was all about surface. All of these things have helped inform my perspective when I got back. From the Design Museum, I was headhunted again to go and work at Time Out, a global publishing company. And I worked all over the world. So I worked in New York, I worked in Paris, I worked in Amsterdam, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Lisbon, learning about cities, communities, artists, starting up businesses, always on a plane. I came back after launching Time Out Dubai. I thought, I'm going to have a year off. So I gave him my notice after 13 years. Tony, you own Time Out, cried. I cried. It was so sad, but I needed to come back north, refresh, had a small child. 3 days into my year off, Alex Poots, who'd been commissioned by Manchester to do the first Manchester International Festival, which I'll talk about in a minute, started calling me. I knew him, he was the artistic director at English National Opera then, before he got the job in Manchester, and saying, please will you help me start this festival? How can you not? You're from the north, we're going to change the cultural compass from London, from Paris, from New York. Every 2 years, everyone's going to come here. Audiences, artists. I had 5 meetings with him and then I signed up. So I was there for 15 years. I gave that company my life. Everything I had, you can probably tell that's how I work. I work very immersively, very, very enthusiastically. But when the factory was on the horizon, this amazing building that has been spoken about so much already today, it just wasn't me. You know when you can feel in your soul, I didn't want, Julia is fantastic at running this incredible organisation. I would have been the reverse. I would have been so rubbish. When we were 2,000 at capacity, I'd like another 500 in. I just want, I just have that randomness about me. So I left. I finally got my year off. And then about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I started my own agency, CC & Friends, really simple, working with people I like. And if I'm too busy, if I don't like them, I just say I'm too busy. So sorry if I've said that to any of you. Really not endearing myself to this audience. On projects that inspire me. So I'm doing something in New York. I'm doing something in Blackburn, where I'm from. I've done stuff in Leeds, in Manchester. So I just go with the flow, really, where my heart takes me. And just to say about the festival, how it began. Very similar to Julia's story with the Lowry. It was born, I really believe that the best cultural organisations are born out of the fabric of the situation they're in. It was born because Manchester is the first original modern city, the birthplace of the suffragette movement, the birthplace of the computer. Graphene was invented here, etc., etc. So Peter Saville, an incredible graphic designer, got together with Alex, who'd been appointed by the city post the success after the Commonwealth Games, to devise a concept for a festival. So together, I can claim no credit for the artistic vision in the festival, was to devise the world's first original new festival of world premieres. So our strapline was 18 days of world premieres. So we made work here and we shared it with the world. Our first ever commission in 2007 was this beautiful piece called Monkey, which we co-presented with the Châtelet in Paris and the Park Avenue Armory. And it was directed by Shizheng and Damon from Gorillaz and Blur, with about 50 Chinese acrobats coming over. Nobody wanted to come. Who would want to see an opera in Mandarin with no surtitles or subtitles? But we did 7 previews and then sold out. So our work is brave, expensive, daring. The producers learn so much. And I hesitate to say, but I hope life-changing. That's me. I've got to sit down again now.
There are some things doing this role that are quite difficult to follow, and one is the mayor, and the other is a sentence that ends with the words life-changing.
Sorry.
Which is really quite a tough act to follow. But on that theme of life-changing, obviously cultural institutions are more than just buildings. They're also about the communities in which they are established and live. So, Julia, how have you managed to ensure over the course of, as you say, nearly 25 years, that your institution has remained relevant and accessible to local communities, whilst it's kept its international appeal?
Yeah. I think the absolute kind of raison d'etre for an organisation has to have community in place baked into its mission in the way that our institution did. So we opened, our opening programme was Paris Opera Ballet, not been seen in the UK at that time for more than a decade. Paris Opera Ballet, the best in the UK from the National Theatre, in this very theatre actually in our opening week. So Paris Opera Ballet next door, the National Theatre of the UK here, and a major commissioned new production called to you by our communities. So that was kind of us opening and saying this is what we're all about. And I don't think in our 25-year history we've veered from that. So whether it's working with organisations, creative organisations like Lung to commission verbatim productions based on the life experiences of young people in Salford, or whether it's talking to our communities about what they want to commission through our commissioning panels, it's absolutely baked into what we do.
And similarly, Christine, obviously Manchester's got a different set of communities and a different set of relationships. How does that work for you?
I think, I have to say, when I arrived from working all over the world in London, I struggled a bit to look, to be really focused. So my focus when we began was very much out to the world. It was very much, I cared passionately about whether people came from Australia and New York. I probably, again, sorry, overlooked local audiences. Hands up, I think in those early days, probably in 2007 and 2009 festivals, it wasn't that we overlooked, it's just our focus was global and national. I felt that there were so many fantastic festivals in Manchester doing such a good job that our job was slightly different. So initially, we made work in Manchester that was eye-wateringly expensive, that we could ill afford, but we got these commissioning houses across the world to share it. So it might have been that, yes, so here. So you can see the work originated here. We made work here in this territory and then shared it with the world. So that, and that did impact local communities, because there was this incredible pride of, oh, we saw Tree of Codes, this incredible dance piece. That's Boris Sharmat's actually in, sorry, there's Tree of Codes, in Manchester at the Palace Theatre, but now it's at the Sydney Opera House. So there was that incredible pride. And also what I loved, byproduct of the festival, was Manchester did business on the back of culture. So I took Tree of Codes to Park Avenue Armoury, one of the most beautiful places in the world to see a piece of work. And Manchester Airport Group came as well, and they invited all the chief execs from international airlines to that sold-out performance to encourage them to do more routes into Manchester, or to start routes into Manchester. So what I've always been interested in is how culture and commerce can beautifully coexist without that feeling of selling out. And then finally, I think what the festival did for the local community and the population was unearth these incredible spaces across the city. Here's Mayfield Depot, which was a disused railway station right by Piccadilly Station. We had to clear out, in this order, prostitutes, rats and bats in order to stage Massive Attack, Philip Rhino, and to take audiences on a journey to go into a space that they didn't know existed is again a beautiful thing, I think. So yeah.
Thanks,
Does that
Kristen.
answer? I feel like I didn't answer.
No, I think you really answered the international perspective and
yes.
the going out, which is what we're trying to do. Just to bring that back into what the cultural institutions of Greater Manchester can continue to do. I mean, what we're describing here is as a landscape where there have been lots of new cultural institutions, there have been lots of changes to existing cultural institutions. Julia, just looking forward to the next 25 years, what role do you see existing and new cultural institutions playing in Greater Manchester?
Well, I think that that's been the real kind of game changer. I think over the last 10 years, the cultural ecology in Greater Manchester has really worked hard to kind of evidence to policymakers, decision makers, how culture is a good thing, right? We all know that, but we always have that job of, getting others in positions of power and who have the ability to, make things happen, getting them convinced of the same thing. So I think for us, that joined up message across Manchester has been incredibly successful, So, one of the kind of examples of that is the BBC, but hopefully, Nihal, please don't repeat this, but, that was a competition. There was no surefire way in which the BBC relocation out of London was going to land in the north. It was a competition from around the country to make that happen, and I think it was the very best of what our region can do when it comes together, and the ENO, the decision to make that relationship and partnership with ENO was also a competition. ENO were being sought after, they were in discussions with cities right across the country. So the fact that Greater Manchester comes together and says, yeah, we've got this really, really successful ecology. I mean, Andy didn't tell you today, but he famously said to the ENO, if you don't want to come, don't come. We've got a bit of chutzpah about we know our value, right? We know we've got a lot to offer, and if you want to work with us, it's a great place to make things happen. And thankfully, the ENO absolutely did make that decision. But I do think these things are happening because of the power and the strength of the collective ecology that we have. I also think that the pandemic was really helpful with that, because I think those years really saw the sector coming together and working really hard to, you know, ensure survival, ensure that artists could be supported. I know it was really tough for artists and really tough for smaller organisations, but that collective coming together, I think, has really given us a new model of how we can continue to work together going forward.
Yeah, just picking up on those new models. I mean, I always describe Beyond's mix of artists, creative producers, creative technologists as being my tribe. It's the group of people that I naturally am drawn to. In that changed future, this is to both of you, what role do you think digital transformation will play?
I just see digital as I see anything else. I never think like that. I just see it as another incredible tool, a vital one, but everything we've ever done at MIF has had digital at its core, almost, if it's needed to be there, just in case. You know, if an artist has wanted to do that, then it has been there. So I don't think like that.
Does anything change from your point of view, Julia?
Yeah, it's just that we touched on it a little earlier about changing audience expectations. The lines are so blurred, aren't they, in terms of how audiences want to engage with culture. I think it's really important, particularly for organisations like mine, supporting artists, well, that are dead. You know, that Ellis Lowry is not a living artist. So how we can ensure that his work has a place in the conversations that are happening today. So looking at things like immersive technology. So next year for our 25th birthday, we will be launching our first immersive gallery as a permanent installation focused on Ellis Lowry's work here in the building. So, and I think that that's kind of our sense of direction of travel. We've got the real work, and we will have an opportunity for audiences to access that work in a different way. So I think it's kind of a natural progression that we'll see more blurring of boundaries over time.
And again, going back to the point about communities being important, one of the things that I was involved in this place was the development of MediaCity. And one of the most telling anecdotes that I ever heard during the development of MediaCity, 3 years before BBC opened its doors, was the Deputy Mayor of Salford reporting that in the year that MediaCity was announced, the GCSE maths results of boys in Salford improved by 40% in a single year because they'd suddenly seen that opportunity made physical in front of them. So thinking about that and what we're talking about in terms of the changing role of digital within this, how can the city's cultural institutions continue to evolve to present opportunities to young people in Seedley and Langworthy and Collyhurst and in all of those communities in Greater Manchester which really maybe aren't benefiting from that opportunity as much as they could at the moment?
Yeah, I think John McGrath, who's the CEO of Factory International, had a really genius idea some while back of festival in my house. So he designed this beautiful idea that different communities from all of the places you talk about could just put a very simple paper in, nothing alienating, about if they were to be given a small sum of money, what would they do with that money? And we had the most beautiful ideas. So we staged probably 20 or 30 festival in houses, and it might have been a Bhangra festival, and then all the community would come and create this extraordinary banquet. And I think most people like me when I was growing up don't know what art is, they don't know what digital is, they don't even care what it is actually. They just know in their soul that that's exciting to them. And I'm really keen, I'm really rubbish at art speak and jargon. It bores me rigid, I don't understand it, I don't expect other people to understand it. But I think we've got to a stage where we've got to go out to people as well, digitally or otherwise, as well as always expecting them to come to us, because a live experience is extraordinary. But I think helping people create that live experience and have that beautiful experience themselves is priceless.
I'm going to say, kind of return to what Andy Burnham was saying earlier about we need to be doing more to create concrete pathways. How many people have you had on the stage today, me included, who will explain how they didn't come from a family background that would have meant that a move into an arts role was going to be a natural or easy thing for them? And the big difference, the big critical difference for all of us, people like me, was just the education that we were able to access and the opportunities that that brought. I mean, growing up here, 2 streets away from this building, nobody in my family had ever worked in the arts. I doubt very much whether any of them had ever even been to the theatre at the point that I was growing up. And, you know, that isn't good enough for the young communities that we have in Greater Manchester now, particularly with the opportunities that Factory and MediaCity bring. We have to do more. So the ways in which we can kind of help build collective pathways, Factory's doing a tremendous job in promoting some of that at a collective level as individual institutions. The Lowry, for example, we bid to the Department for Education 7 or 8 years ago when MediaCity was being built to build a university technical college, not focused on the visual arts or the performing arts, but focused on creative and digital technology and skills. And that's the UTC that's based on MediaCity now. And in a very short time, as a new school from a standing start, it has recently been ranked as good by Ofsted. We were really close to an outstanding. I definitely think we'll achieve outstanding by the time of the next inspection. However, the most important thing is those young people are being upskilled and trained in the skills that the sector needs, and hopefully will be the young people that will be knocking on all of our doors in a number of years' time. Whether or not they then choose to go on to formal university, they will have had an experience here within MediaCity that will serve them well for a career in our sector, and those kids are from Salford.
That's great. Thanks, Julia. I love it when a conversation starts with a new beginning. But we've come to the end of this conversation, so I'd just like to thank Christine and Julia for their time. Thank you very much.
Could I just say one thing? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I just saw this in the FT yesterday, and I don't read it very often, but I thought it was really apposite for today. And it just said, Manchester has the highest global profile and recognition than it's had at any time in the last century. Yay. I think that that's quite telling. I think we're never going to rest on our laurels. We're going to keep pushing, but it's pretty impressive, huh?
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Okay. We're not far away from a break. We've just got one more session before that. Now we're going to head to India, more specifically Bengaluru, and the reason that we're going to do that is someone is going to come on the stage, give a short talk. Her name is Janvi Phalke, and Janvi is an author. Her book, Atomic State, Big Science in 20th Century India, also co-editor of Science of Giants, China and India in the 20th century, and the producer of the documentary film and the director of the documentary film Cyclotron. So please welcome to the stage Janvi Phalke.
Hi, good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I am to speak to the proposition that Bangalore is India's fastest growing tech city. So what I'm going to do is unpack that proposition in 3 sections. The first being why the claim that Bangalore is India's fastest growing tech city viable. What does the rising cultural sector or the cultural scene in Bangalore look like, and what a convergence of it currently looks like, and what it might look if we paid a little bit more of an attention to it. So I often like to say that, thank you, in India we have a very strong professional conversation around science. We do not have a cultural conversation around science and tech, and that's lacking. And therefore then, when you look at Bangalore as a new science city or a tech city, that has consequences. That has cultural consequences, that has social consequences. So to speak to why Bangalore is what it is today, it's been called the Garden City of India. At some point, historically, it had a range of botanical gardens, but also other kinds of gardens, so huge attention to horticulture. It changed its identity very soon to a military city with the arrival of the British cantonment, and that also fed into earlier history and the making, for example, of something called the Bangalore Torpedo. Those of you who've seen Saving Private Ryan, at some point Tom Hanks shouts, "Bring out the Bangalore, bring out the Bangalore." Those would be those. They were built off of Tipu Sultan, who was the king of Mysore, who, in collaboration with the French, had built these rockets, which were the first known use of ballistics in warfare. And those then were transformed and made more modern by the Madras sappers in the city of Bangalore, and that's how they came to be called Bangalore. So I'm doing like a potted version of the history as to why the military industrial academic complex contributes to Bangalore being what it is today. At independence, major public sector units were moved to Bangalore, the Bharat Electronics Limited, which made radios for Free India, the Hindustan Machine Tools, which made machine tools like lathes and milling machines and that kind of stuff that's required to industrialize, so the machinery for industrialization, but also watches. And then in the 80s came the tech boom, or India's own version of a sort of service sector revolution, the information technology revolution, as it's called. Revolution aside, you know, I mean, I guess in a world where we are right now, as in us here, revolution might have other meanings. So just to give you a few statistics, over 400 global R&D centers in the city alone, 4,000 startups, the largest number of India's unicorns. But then again, in this room, we might not believe in unicorns, but that's a different story altogether. There are also academic institutions that allow for this kind of coming together of science, engineering, and industry. So sort of renowned academic institutions, but also accelerators and industry accelerators that in a way build between these academic institutions and the R&D centers of global multinational corporations that sit in Bangalore. Now, adjacent to it, some of these statistics, if any one of you wants, there are two large reports that I'm happy to share with you later. So, recently, and by recently I mean the last few years, we've seen the rise of a number of cultural institutions. Cultural life, of course, has been abundant in Bangalore like it has been elsewhere. But when we talk about a professionalization around it, institutions, spaces, funding support, we've got a few museums that have opened in less than 10 years in the city. So the Indian Music Experience, the Museum of Art and Photography, a Indian Museum of Currency or Indian paper money, a Bangalore International Center that sort of convenes different kinds of cultural activities across the city and has become a major hub, the National Gallery of Modern Art and Science Gallery, which I've had the privilege of leading the establishment of. Apart from that, there are a bunch of institutions. I promise you it all comes together. Institutions that support then the cultural life that has, grown over time. So art schools, design schools, 4 of them, major ones. Again, in a city of 13 million, 4 doesn't feel that much, but and then there are public spaces for thinking about science and technology. Now, as you can see, there are a number of them, but I'll still maintain that the cultural conversation on science and engineering is missing. So again, a bunch of spaces and venues, including bookstores, that allow for interesting things to happen. Now, I've shared with you what the tech, startup, engineering ecosystem looks like. So there's R&D centers of multinational corporations, there's Indian science and engineering institutions of eminence, and there's a growing scene of theaters, museums and museum-like institutions, venues for cultural activities, hubs for cultural activities. They come together, or not, in interesting ways, because in the first instance, the rise of museums, for example, in Bangalore, or museum-like spaces, and bookstores that hold events, and cafes, and breweries, both coffee and beer, microbreweries. So I often call Bangalore the city of bros and brews. Now, I made the mistake of saying that once to a journalist, and she wrote it down as bros and booze, and that got printed. I'm still living it down, but that's what you have in the city. It's alive. It's got a sort of. If I were down there, I'd say contrived. Since I'm up here, I'll say a slightly sort of. How should I put it? A Silicon Valley vibe, or an attempt to create a Silicon Valley vibe, and so the microbreweries and the coffee kind of speaks to it. Of course, Bangalore is a coffee drinking region with lots of coffee plantations around it. So this tells you this is a real image. So now, bringing it all back together, what has happened is that because of the rise of the R&D centers and the tech ecosystem, there's disposable income and there's the attempt at leisure. Therefore, such institutions become possible, such platforms become possible, but they become possible almost in a manner such that the artists or the cultural institutions or cultural producers are the blind spots in this landscape. There is no place for the inclusion of what cultural producers, and by cultural producers, I'm not talking about, for example, the setups of places like the Mill or Technicolor, which also have a part of their offices or headquarters in Bangalore. So I'm not talking about the industry aspect of it, but actually the artists on the ground, the boots on the ground that actually make cultural life, including theater and museum work, possible. So those are literally the blind spots of this ecosystem. Now, there are efforts in the city, in international partnership, but also within the city, to bring about this convergence and to make possible a conversation that is cultural about the presence of new technology, especially ones that need a cultural, social, political conversation like artificial intelligence, new gene technologies, climate change, so on and so forth. And now the new spaces, hopefully, will allow for that conversation in a manner in which it hasn't happened until now. Science Gallery Bengaluru, where I am, is one such space, but there are others who are also equally trying to do so. It is therefore a pleasure for me to also take note of a report that we have also contributed to, which will be released today by the British Council, called Art and Technologies in India. It's an effort to map the landscape, but also suggest where this convergence is possible. This convergence is required also because we don't have in India arm's length funding and convening bodies like the Arts Council here, or for that matter, funding of the kind that the AHRC offers for humanities and social sciences to be able to think about the presence of new tech and its integration into cultural life. And so such a report is actually quite important. There's an effort on part of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry to bring together these two sides, so to speak, in a conversation. Often it stops at funding and corporate social responsibility. So there's funding here. Can we make our tech park more interesting? Or can we have more theatre on our premises? But it's not at the level of systematically nurturing the arts, the humanities, and the social sciences such that the arrival of new tech is not a UFO landing into a setting, but actually one where people are able to have conversations about the meanings of the kind of work that is happening in the R&D centers, in the academic institutions dedicated to science and engineering, and what it might mean for a good cultural life to grow out of this in the city. Thank you very much for your attention.
Brilliant, Janvi. Brilliant. That's another place I want to visit now. Bengaluru. Brilliant. Okay, now it's time for a 45-minute coffee break. Before that, though, I just want to give you a little bit of housekeeping. Go to Compass here at the Lowry for the Immersive Futures Lab and Creative R&D Showcase. Then you can go to the Pier 8 restaurant. You can get your coffee at Compass or there. Beyond Expo in the Keys Bar, go to that. People wearing Beyond t-shirts, ask them. They will direct you in the right direction. Let's have you back here at 11:45 sharp, where we'll be having a panel discussion called Skills and the City. Enjoy your coffee break. See you in 45. Brilliant. I can't walk onto a stage without a countdown, otherwise it confuses me. Wow, the coffee's good. So good, we've lost half of you. So thank you very much for those of you who now have caffeine running through your veins. I look forward to how hyperactive you're all going to be for the next couple of hours. Okay, now we're going to be turning our attention now to very, very important, the kind of building blocks of how you create a creative ecosystem, okay? And that's all about pipeline. It's about marrying talent, finding that talent, nurturing it, making sure the education institutions have the right skill sets that they're teaching young people to make them want to be in the sectors that you're all involved in. And that's really, really important. That's why we're calling this part Skills and the City. We heard earlier on from the artist Superlative and Keisha, and they're two people who have benefited from a creative ecosystem that has nurtured them and giving them the space and the time to be able to realise their own creative ambitions. Now, the next two panels I am going to be chairing, so you get to hang out with me even more than you have been. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, thank you, Mum and Dad, for that. So let's welcome on the panelists that I'm going to be talking about. How does a city work at the local scale to help build that creative workforce? Now, this panel, starting with Andy Meir, who is Chair of Science, Communication and Future Media at the University of Salford. Andy, everybody. Next up, the Programme Manager at the Factory Academy, Kiran Sethi. Ladies and gentlemen. And last but definitely not least, I love this city that Joanne is from, Marion Centre of Excellence in Belfast, Joanne Dunn. Okay, right. Okay, I always say when I kind of meet young people and they want to get into the media, I do tend to say to them, getting in this game is can be relatively straightforward. Staying in it is the really difficult part of it for a number of reasons that I think we're going to talk about now. What do you see as the purpose, Andy, starting with you, because you're in the education sector, what is the purpose of what you are doing? There you go. Big question to start with. Why are you bothering? There you go.
Well, you mentioned education institutions.
Yes.
And I think that whole concept has just expanded dramatically.
Do you like the word institution?
You know, I partly do. I think it's important to have organisations that work together collaboratively. But I think what's happened certainly in Greater Manchester over the last few years, certainly since I've been at Salford University for the last decade, is just how much collaboration has taken place. And so 10 years ago, we were on the verge of becoming the European City of Science. And that gave rise to a collaboration across the universities, schools, and the legacy of that still remains. So, and it's interesting hearing this morning's talk where you hear conversations about the importance of collaboration, but we were just saying before we came on, it's just ongoing work that doesn't end. And that's, for me, what the institution's capability really is, as its strength, is bringing people together. And that requires stepping outside of disciplines, bringing people outside of their comfort zones. And for me, that's what the education institution should be doing, allowing people to find new ideas, discover new ways of thinking, of working together, and of course, innovating. So the institutions are, one of the best education institutions for me is TikTok. I mean, it's incredible how many creators are on there sharing incredible resources for young learners. And of course, it's a place where young people go to discover things. So education, I think, is going through a repurposing that universities are part of, but doing that very much in dialogue with colleges, with schools. We have now the Greater Manchester Institute of Technology here, which is a great way to bring people together and to find, as Andy was saying earlier, that Manchester Baccalaureate, a different way of thinking about what education can be.
And Kieran, just tell us about Factory Academy, what its mission statement is, and how it's setting about achieving that.
So Factory Academy is the skills and training arm of Factory International, and its mission is to open doors to the creative industries, prioritising people from underrepresented backgrounds but not exclusive to. And it's a reality that most of us have all experienced in some way or another, whether you've seen it firsthand or experienced it firsthand. that diversity is a real issue within this industry, and to really make the most of it, you need to include as many stories as possible. So our approach is focusing on the professional aspects. We don't do the artistic development, but we do the personal and professional development which is needed to be able to access jobs, any kind of job within this sector. So it's a really important one because I think our approach is very much on the ground. We've got Factory International, which is obviously in the name, international, taking its work around the world, but Factory Academy is really based in Greater Manchester. That's what it's about. It's about having a presence by going to job centres, going to community groups, letting them know about the work we do and letting them know there is opportunities, because quite often a lot of people we connect with have never even thought this is an opportunity or a potential for them. But it's those conversations that you have and being there present and actually giving people advice. The other thing, which is obviously a real privilege to Factory Academy, is the space that we can afford. So actually having Aviva Studios, bringing a young person to that space, or even someone who's a bit older but never thought about it as an opportunity, really has that impact. And then once they're in the building, actually be able to provide education, support, well-being, and most importantly, at the end, our courses ladder into opportunities. So wherever possible, there'll be guaranteed interviews at Factory International, Manchester International Festival, but other employers in the city.
Brilliant. Joanne, I think it was tail end of last year, I visited Belfast as the charity Cinemagic, and went and spoke to young people there who wanted to get into TV and film, and I just found it utterly inspiring. And unbelievably powerful voices of young people who've had a very different experience in many ways to those here in Manchester. So what are the specific urban challenges, Joanne, facing Belfast that the Marion Centre for Excellence is seeking to address?
Okay, so the Marion Centre of Excellence came up because the mental health challenges that are facing young people who have a lack of opportunity for opportunities for really creative interests. So obviously with the history of Belfast, there was obviously a lack of foreign direct investment, the decline of the ship industry, unemployment was high, and there wasn't really many opportunities for jobs. So that sort of changed people's mindsets that they would go for the more safe traditional roles. So schools curriculum was designed around those safe traditional roles. Young people's parents were encouraging them to go into those safe traditional roles. But the young people coming, growing up now, they grew up in a different Belfast. Belfast has changed dramatically. They have a completely different mindset. Maybe the creative opportunities that their parents did have, the creative talents that their parents did have, but weren't able to access them. They don't feel like that. They feel like, yes, I want to access those opportunities. It's creativity that excites me. It really feeds my soul. That's the pathway I want to go down. But obviously there's no opportunity in schools for that. They don't have the opportunity at home or the means, so they just disconnect. They feel like there's no sense of purpose in the world, and that leads to impacting their mental health, leads to depression, anxiety, disconnection, and they just feel lost in the world. So the Marion Centre of Excellence was set up to give them a pathway into the creative industries. By starting with, they come to us, we do a bit of coaching with them, find out what they want to do, and then we facilitate that to lead them into that pathway, working with different industries. You talk about Cinemagic, we also work with film, NI Screen, and we also work with a lot of different industries in terms of entrepreneurship and enterprise to allow them to work freelance. So those barriers that were stopping them entering the career that they wanted to aren't there when they finish as well, because they can sort of work for themselves. So it's just really changing mindset of people, their parents as well, so that we're a catalyst for change, so that people actually think, I do want my child to go into the creative industries. There is a good job, there's opportunities for them, and rather than putting them off it. So I see these young people as a role model for the future. As people see they've done okay, so I'll follow that pathway too.
Yeah, there's something very powerful, and you need to see it to be it, isn't it?
Yeah,
incredibly powerful. Andy, there's this twin conversation happening simultaneously about artificial intelligence. There seems to be like a news version of it, which is largely based around fear. And then I'll do some work with Google in Dublin, and it's not about fear. It's about kind of optimism, and it's about imagination, etc. In terms of being an educator and the pace of change, technological change, how are you talking to young people about artificial intelligence and how it will impact upon their own creative journey?
Well, in very simple terms, every lecture I give, I talk about AI now, whether it's on the biomedical course, the wildlife course, the arts courses we have. And it's remarkable to me to see the different perspectives, but also different levels of knowledge about it. I mean, so many of our, I think a lot of us assume ChatGPT is out there, everyone's using it, there's a degree of familiarity about it, but it's really not
and getting
the case.
caught out when they do their essays.
Yeah, a little bit of that, certainly. But I think that there's far less competence and knowledge, especially in how to use these things in an advanced way than we might imagine. So last year at the University of Salford, we put on the map making AI part of all of our curriculum to try to encourage those sorts of conversations about what it's doing to whatever sector you're working in, but also to understand what's happening with the student population. So I think it's become something that is a topic on everybody's minds, but at very different levels. And I'm very conscious of how when our students arrive into university at the age of 17, 18 years old, we assume they've sort of gone on this digital journey where we think of them as kind of native to this world, but it's just really not the case that I have found, that there is that degree of either competence or indeed interest. So it's a massive shift for people to think about operating within this space. And I think that we're a very challenging place, certainly here in the UK, and I'm conscious we have a global audience here. But we're at a point where we're thinking about banning social media, banning mobile phones in schools, lots of people on board with these ideas, and at the same time saying, your future's in digital, and make sure you figure that out. So I think there's a huge, I mean, my son grew up with STEM after-school STEM clubs, which is very fortunate in his school to have that, but we don't have after-school digital skills clubs. And that sort of thing, I think, that informal learning, which is where I think organisations like Factory come in, because it's not just about the formal education, it's about that wider culture.
Kieran, I think one thing I'm particularly interested in is a conversation around inclusion.
Yeah.
Because, and I experienced this at the BBC, that there's no successful diversity without inclusion. So you can get a number of people of different genders, different colours, different class.
Yeah, for sure.
But if ultimately the people running it are middle class of one particular nationality or race, you end up exactly. Just seeing brown people in your building isn't enough, and if you're not talking to them, and especially if you're not listening to them, which I experienced, you're not going to get anywhere. So tell me what Factory are doing to make sure that the environment for young people coming in is not just diverse,
but it's inclusive. Yeah, it's the key thing that we do, and I'll kind of put it for an example right now. So we're running a program for 16 to 25-year-olds who are NEET, which is a phrase you'll see in the news over the next coming days because of all the youth unemployment. So we were to focus on accessibility. A lot of the issues our young people are facing are things like mental health issues, actually leaving their house and arriving at a space. There's a higher rate of diagnosis for neurodivergence as well, and a lot of young people are grappling with what does that mean. So we've implemented loads of different things. I mean, I will pay from the budget for taxis so someone can come straight from their house to the building so they can avoid triggering things potentially for them like public transport. But we'll also do things like an access rider, which is where we sit down with the young person and talk through a range of settings and try and figure out what could be a potential trigger, what could be the kind of resulting action that we can take to support them. So having a quiet space, having a buddy system. So it's really thinking about an individual level, because I think what happens with diversity and inclusion becomes blanket. It becomes, here's a category of people and here's how you expect them to act, which is very reductive. And you're smiling because I think you will have experienced that yourself. We all get categorized, but really you still need to remember there's an individual, different individual needs. So access riders are really key, speaking with them. Then from there, it's about representation, so it's still important. So thinking about the guest speakers we get in, because as we've all experienced, if you come from a background that isn't represented, there was probably a person in particular that helped you to believe. Mine was the guitarist from Sum 41 who was Asian, which led to me playing electric guitar. I saw that when I was 8 years old. I was like, no way. And then that led to me doing exactly that. So it is that simplistic. Like, we can get really complex, but seeing people who you can connect with on some basis, whether it is because of being from a working class background, refugee asylum seeker status, that can be the sort of catalyst for you to get up and do something. So whenever we deliver our courses, we'll make sure that guest speakers, tutors are from a diverse range of backgrounds to make sure there's plurality. I think the consistent thing is just training, because inclusion is constantly evolving. So being open to different ways of doing things and not getting stuck in the past, because as we've seen, certain terms get very outdated. For example, BME, BAME. At one point that was a very useful term. Now it's a bit reductive. So I think it's been open that things are changing and that you have to have, a reactive, proactive approach to inclusion.
Absolutely. And talking of bespoke ways of doing things, I think it's really interesting how the Marion Centre itself tailors courses for specific needs. I mean, how do you do that so effectively in Belfast?
Well, each student follows their own pathway, and we do that from the bottom up. Rather than going away and creating a curriculum and expecting a child to fit into a particular box that somebody else created, we find that impacts on their mental health. So we spend a lot of time at the beginning coaching with them and find out what is it you actually want to do. Deep down inside, they usually do know what they want to do, but they've sort of been talked out of it because it hasn't been a safe job. Maybe it's not something that they could actually access. We talk about accessibility, it's very important, but also it's not seen as a safe career, and maybe there's not the opportunity there. So once we, sometimes it can take 1 or 2 sessions, sometimes we get it out in the first session, but once we actually find out, then we facilitate that. But what we find is a lot of the children are following similar pathways because it's a pathway that they want to explore that isn't in the curriculum or they can't access outside school, and this is what frustrates them. So, and that's what obviously gives them no sense of purpose in the world. So doing it that way, where they tell me what they want to do and then I facilitate that, that's what makes it work best, and they're engaged then from the beginning.
Listening,
yeah, 100%
right.
Listening, yeah.
That's the big mistake that so many organisations make. They're not in listening mode.
No, definitely not. Yeah, and you're right, listening, yeah, it's just giving, actually, sometimes they say this is the first time somebody's actually listened to what I would like to do and actually give me the opportunity to follow that pathway. So yeah, 100%, yeah, listening's key.
Well, interesting as well, I think, hopefully, we've moved on from the idea that being inclusive, being diverse is some form of charity.
Yeah.
Because for the longest time, trust me, I'm old, it was that. It was like, we're doing you a jolly good favour by having more brown people around.
Yeah.
But now hopefully businesses understand that it's mission critical. Like, you've got to have a diversity of creative thought and background in order to really be creative in what you're doing. Otherwise, you're just not going to be. No. I want to talk about immersive technologies with you, Andy, and specifically the potential for immersive tech to generate new opportunities. Firstly, let's get our definitions right. What do we understand by the term immersive tech?
Well, I suspect that if you ask the audience here what immersive tech means, you'll get about 150 different definitions.
Yeah.
But I think, for me actually, just bearing what you're saying about listening, a lot of what we've done, so I work with the MediaCity Immersive Technologies Innovation Hub, which is an Innovate UK funded innovation accelerator based over the water just at the host building here in MediaCity. And what's been really interesting over this last year is listening to a lot of the industry and how they think about the dynamic transformations that are taking place within their world, part of which is framed by immersive. And I think within that, you get a sense of the breadth of definitions of immersive, because of course we know that cultural experiences, creativity has been immersive for centuries.
Yes.
And so there's an element of this discussion that's very sort of intellectual and very focused on things like VR, but actually it's a much broader set of ideas that surround that space that in fact are making it a really rich place, whether it is kind of immersive theatre with mixed reality type experiences. I think when we talk about it kind of economically, we think about new forms of audience experience which are often built upon new kind of technological platforms, but equally what's happening at Factory is incredibly immersive in a whole variety of ways. I think one of the interesting things that we've learned listening to industry over this year through the Hub is just how there's both an excitement around immersive capabilities. So how can we've got one really interesting project trying to create immersive sound experiences within gaming world. So at the moment, you have pretty much stereosonic sound within a game. How can you make it more spatial, more immersive? And those are really interesting innovations. But equally, how do you think about that broader experience of what game playing involves, not just what's taking place in the experience, but also around it, so the social element. And we found a lot of people working in gaming, especially as it gets closer towards things like esports, it is that social physical space that matters still, which is why we have such fascinating conversations about what should a future theatre look like, where you have these kind of immersive theatrical stagings. And that aspect, I think, is really exciting, but it also expands that definition beyond the kind of focus that we've seen over the last decade on just headsets.
Right, very important. Karen, look, people working in the creative industries I think about a third of them are self-employed, right? That's
Yeah.
double the rate of the kind of wider workforce. So what is it that the Factory Academy is doing to help people kind of navigate the precarious nature of choosing the creative industries?
Yeah, so like you said, there's a lot of freelancers. And the great thing about us, maybe compared to a uni, we can be a lot more agile and responsive to curriculum. So we have developed a course called Foundations in Freelance, which was a 6-week course that went from everything to doing your taxes, setting up a self-employed, to personal branding. So we will actually create...
Can I do that? I'm not really good at that.
We don't do nepotism. But these
True,
courses are very responsive to what the reality is. And we can design a course in 2 to 3 months if needed, and have the funding for it there in place and make it completely free of charge, paying for food, transport. So they will come at no cost to anybody to attend these courses. And then we've also gone a step further and thought about, well, every artist should probably be an entrepreneur as well. And there's this weird sort
often without knowing it.
Well, they are, of course.
Right? They'll say, I'm not an entrepreneur. It's like, okay, you absolutely are.
Yeah, exactly. You're having to think of your own product if you were to go into that entrepreneur sort of lingo. So currently we're delivering a course called Business X Creativity, where they will learn about intellectual property, which obviously is something that was a big problem for the Hacienda days for a lot of artists who didn't actually know about intellectual property, who maybe didn't end up with the money that they should have had. So covering all those bases that sometimes you don't associate with artists, which is the things as well like project management. A lot of artists might think, I can never fulfill my ideas. It must be me. Well, it's actually probably you haven't ever had that professional skill development of what is a brief, what is the risk assessment, what is the options appraisal, and all these things which maybe artists kind of avoid, but taking those professional angles which you would use to make a building like Factory International, like Aviva Studios, and helping artists to see that there are different methods you can apply to improve the chances of you doing what you want to do. So yeah, I think it's really important to focus on entrepreneurialism in the creative industries because there is limited opportunity as well. So we also have to say, if you can't access these big institutions, do it yourself. Start your own thing. Here's the tools to do it.
Just a follow-up question before I go to Joanne, which is one about, it's interesting because my generation are now employers, and just talking to a lot of people I know as CEOs and chairs, etc., they feel that there's a very different attitude from Gen Z to what they're willing to accept. Yeah. I came through the music industry in the 90s where you were working, you just worked. It was like 24 hours. People were calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning and wondering what they needed, right? And what's brilliant about Gen Z is they're saying, no, there's barriers to that, right? We're going to set up our own kind of, and we're not doing that anymore. Mm-hmm. How are you helping to navigate that kind of generational expectation between a generation of employers who were built in a certain way and a younger generation coming through who have very different expectations?
Yeah, I mean, I just turned 31, so even I feel I might not be the employer, but I'm now the line managers of Gen Z. I think you just have to keep yourself in check and be open to, you're not always right, and there are different ways of doing things. I think there's that classic thing that can happen to you where you stop listening to new music and you become a bit outdated slowly, and no one actually wants to become that. So I think there's just that level of self-reflection to admit that just because the way we did something was established doesn't mean it's the right way. And I have to keep myself in check with that because my approach to work is like, get it done at all costs. And I've reflected in the past few years, how has that impacted me? And actually seeing a younger generation, like you said, who put in boundaries in, there is something in that. I think it's all about balance though. And I think that, just because you're now taking this approach doesn't completely negate the past. Right. I'm sure that people above you probably have the same argument. But it's like we were doing with inclusion, it's openness and listening and making sure that when someone is heard, you can put something in place to accommodate that. And luckily, because of technology, we can actually put in place most things. Right. If you are autistic and have sensory overload in the office, you can work from home. You know what I mean? So there are actually solutions now where in the past, that there might not have been.
Yeah, pre-lockdowns, if you wanted to work from home, my God. They were like saying, you can work from home, but for another job, I think was the plan then. Skills for urban and rural futures. Let's talk about that. Surf. What are the ambitions for Surf, Joanne? And how is the Marion Centre involved?
Well, SURF has been instrumental in allowing our young people to have access to the latest software and opportunities. SURF is working with partnership with NI Screen. So they have give us the equipment, Unreal Engine, which is used in making games such as Fortnite and in the film industry. They've given us the machines and the software to allow the children to actually, who want to do those courses, who come to us and through coaching they want to be gamers, want to be animators. It's all well and good them wanting to do it, but I have to have the software to facilitate that. I have to make sure that I have the latest up-to-date technology so that they can have the opportunities that exist in Belfast, in particular in the film industry. They give us the machines, and then somebody from Ulster University would come in and they would teach the children how to obviously use Unreal Engine to make game and animation. And then they will be the future trainers, these young people. So they will train the next generation, the next set of kids. I was going to say next generation, but it'll be quicker than that. The next set of learners, and then this will just be continuing a carousel. So it means that we're building up a lot of people who are highly skilled and an area where employment is in demand, and then they can go into the film industry, and when they, as well as working freelance and doing being an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurs are very creative. So it gives them the opportunity. So I feel like we're the bridge between the children and the film industry, where there is a lot of jobs. And it also allows them to work in partnership, because there's myself is involved with other centres throughout Northern Ireland, and they're getting to mix with children, collaborating with other children. Belfast has changed, but it's still quite segregated. So they might meet people from other backgrounds and other religions and everything else. So this allows them to mix with other children from different backgrounds, without actually forcing it through like peace or these normal usual schemes they have to try and force children into it. They're not being forced naturally, they're just getting to mix with people, and it's sort of overcoming those differences through game and animation. And it's also not only in Belfast, it's also in rural areas as well. So the opportunities are for throughout Northern Ireland. So it has been instrumental for the children actually to gain not only the skills but also relevant, up-to-date technology, using that up-to-date technology skills, and where there is going to be jobs in demand. So we're very grateful for the NI Screen to be picked to be part of that project.
Brilliant. Now I've got one quick fire question for each of you, or you give me the answer to this question. What is one big change you would like to see happen in the training and skills sector? Andy, I'll start with you.
The one big change, I guess for me, it is about that integration of recognition of the value, the things that Factory are doing, what we're trying to do over at our newly formed Dream Lab in MediaCity, which is trying to bring more people into that space to understand things. I mean, your quote, there's a point in your life where you stop listening to new music, for me is such a fantastic example of what we all should not be doing.
Yes.
And I think that principle should guide everything that we do creatively.
Yes, yeah. When someone asks me what's your favourite album, I always answer, I haven't heard it yet. That's really good. Kind of the best way to do it. Kieran?
Earn as you learn. In other countries, you can actually be paid to learn, which is quite the idea, isn't it? It's one of those ones, if you are in a point where you have a job, it's too much of a risk to leave it to retrain and do something you might want to do. So after all this austerity, I think we've been led to believe that we can't have nice things, and it shouldn't be a nice thing education, so you should be able to access it, but not at a cost to your livelihood.
Absolutely. Joanne?
I would like to see a change in mindset where the careers in the creative industry are seen as valuable careers, and parents are encouraging their children to go into them rather than trying for them to go into maybe safe jobs, traditional roles, that they're actually encouraging them to go into the creative industries because they can see the value in it, and that there's opportunities for children in Belfast that NI Screen are creating those opportunities, and people can, when they see children get into them, they see this, there's opportunities, our children can stay here, they can get a job, a good job, and they don't have to leave the city.
Yeah, so, someone once, an Asian person said that Asians have two coming out options. One is sexuality, the other one is when they tell their parents they're going to be a creative. Mum, Dad, I want to work in the arts. No! Okay, that kind of happens. Yeah. But thankfully, I'm not sure that happens as much anymore, which is really good. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel there. Andy, Nia, Kieran Sethi and Joanne Dunn. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, very importantly, if you want to carry on this conversation, it is happening at 2 p.m. in the Hexagon Room, where we're going to kind of develop more of what we've just been talking about there. 2 p.m. in the Hexagon Room. Okay, now, next panel discussion. We're moving straight on, very swift indeed, and it's called Don't Mention the Hacienda. musical urbanism and its discontents, looking at Manchester's influential music legacy and how the region's music venues, media and talent can defend its future as a music city, one that is not a given. So let me welcome my expert panel on. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jay Taylor, England National Coordinator of the Music Venue Trust. Everybody, Jay. Rachel Davies, Commission Editor, BBC Pop Music Television. Rachel, welcome. And Santana Gerut, who is Chief Programming Officer at the brilliant Band on the Wall. Thank you very much to all three of you for joining us. Jay, I'm going to start with you because, look, it almost seems a weird question to start with, but what is the importance of music venues?
Well, for those who don't know, I do work for the Music Venue Trust, which is a charity that was formed in 2014. Our job is to protect, secure and improve UK grassroots music venues. My job, I'm probably closest to the actual network of venues, the Music Venues Alliance, because I work largely in the emergency response service, which is our kind of bespoke service,
right, okay,
to kind of support venues when they kind of get into one level of crisis or another. The value of those places, we could talk about that and nothing else. But let's concentrate on the value to their communities.
Yes.
So those places provide access to affordable original music for their communities. So for people who might not be able to kind of afford those arena tickets or those tickets that involve travel or something like that. They may well be the only cultural space in their neighbourhood. Maybe their only community space in the neighbourhood. You know, we've seen a decrease in community spaces and in short start spaces. These places have taken on a bigger community value. But also in terms of developing those artists of tomorrow, those artists that might end up on an arena stage, that's where the research and development happens. That's where the risks are taken and those kind of exciting first steps are taken.
And how, Rachel, does the BBC play its part in that?
I was just thinking about that. So I'm in the business of telling stories. I'm music commissioner on the BBC, so I look after all the pop music. So not the classical stuff unless they have a pop artist, and then I'm involved in that side. But yeah, I'll do Glastonbury, or later with Jules Holland, and all of our returning series, as well as documentary series. So, and in order to tell a story, there needs to be a grassroots for that story to develop. You know, the biggest music story this year, you could argue, is Oasis getting back together. Well, they came through our venues in Manchester, and the only reason we want to tell that story and we want to be there is because the groundwork was set. So without what these guys do, there are no stories to tell, and there are no nurtured artists, and there are no scenes or moments in time that we can capture in a documentary. And we're about bringing people together, and sometimes that's in a park in Preston, like we did with Radio 2, or sometimes it's about supporting the venues by taking in our curators and our music artists and being part of a scene in order to amplify that scene on our national network.
And Santana, Jay talked about community. Tell us about the importance you feel that Band on the Wall has in serving a community.
I think that's one of our main aims, really. So to serve the community within Manchester, to reflect on the vast heritage of Manchester, that kind of made the music and kind of influenced the music scene. So the community is ultimately what we're there for. We aim to do educational stuff. So ultimately, it's all about serving the community on the smaller cases, on a smaller stage that we have nowadays, or the bigger. So trying to filter through from young to old in a way. And I think that's the main aim of creating this kind of hub that we are nowadays.
Jay, how do venues adapt to disruptive technologies and changing? Because, of course, venues are battling to lure young people actually people of all different ages to come to venues when they are competing with gaming and cinema and all other attractions.
It's a really interesting question, because I think what you need to do is kind of amplify what happens in that room. That room. I mean, firstly, that energy exchange between an audience and an artist. That's only going to happen in those places, and I love it in a grassroots space because it's really compressed and it kind of crackles in the room. But also that piece of community that we talked about, yes, that can happen online, that can happen while gaming. That piece of really kind of close quarters community, that can only really happen in a space. I think you're absolutely right. I think there probably is some work to kind of re-emphasise how important those spaces are and what you can get out of it, and you can get something out of it that you probably can't get online, I hope.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. But I mean, looking at things like Boiler Room and DB All Stars, and those really interesting things where you're enjoying a live experience, which years ago people would have said, you can't enjoy a live experience unless you're there. Why are you going to watch it on your phone? But now if you look at the numbers of Boiler Room, etc., people are really, really focusing on that. And how is Band on the Wall adapting to disruptive technologies and making sure that actually sometimes the venue, it's not about everyone that's in the room, it's about how that, as Jay pointed out using that word, is amplified to other people?
Yeah, it is. I think how we approach it is it's about experiencing. I keep on calling it, it's the FOMO. It's like experiencing, trying to approach the younger audience to tell them this is like, it's great that you're watching this online. It's great that you're being part of this, but being part of it there and then. So creating that kind of narrative of wanting to be there. I think one of the things is education or music education from the get-go, getting people into venues from the get-go, from as young as toddlers really, kind of creating that narrative that you can be part of this. And
Well, I host Ultimate Seminar at Band on the Wall, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely, I mean, Warner Musica is involved in it. They bring lots of A&R up from London, and both ADX, for instance, and that crew based in Manchester. And that's a really brilliant hub, community hub.
Absolutely.
To do that and amplify the fact that you can work in the music industry and not be in London, which is what it was for years. For you, Rachel, I think the challenge is, I mean, I used to be a music plugger in the 90s, and even then we were complaining about the lack of music TV, right?
Yeah.
That it was shrinking, right? And we'd constantly hear, it doesn't rate, right? That's what we'd always hear. But the BBC is in a different space. It doesn't always have to do that. It's not to the same commercial pressures that ITV are at, for instance. So how are you finding the climate now, especially in a climate where I speak to a lot of television documentary makers who are saying it is the worst it's ever been?
It's tough out there. You know, my job spans two industries, the TV industry, and that is struggling, and the music industry. And, you know, we've talked about how venues are struggling. So finding new opportunities is something that we think about every day and that we try and create. But at the same time, creating something that sits over here that no one watches is not going to help. It's about amplifying the opportunities that we've got, making sure the pipeline into, I don't know, a spot on Later with Jules Holland, by the way, is clear, that we're working with BBC Introducing in these venues to find the right artists, to bring them right through. It's not a Manchester artist, but who's won the Mercury Prize? Why has it gone out of my head? English teacher from Leeds. So the Mercury Prize is one that I look after, and they came right through all the venues in Leeds, right up to winning that big prize, and they will have seen a spike in sales after that. But it wasn't a case of us finding them a spot on television, it was them working through the ranks to get up there. We're all fighting for viewers, and you know, some of the sessions that you talked about, that they're online, kind of get, the people are in that space anyway looking for music. They're not necessarily sitting waiting on BBC One for a music show to come on. So we have to adapt to the way that the audience is using the technology in a way, and amplify the opportunities that we've got, and finding music moments within the titles that we've got, like the One Show, or huge like coverage on BBC Breakfast this week around the Country Music Awards and the sort of spike in country music sales in the UK. All of that, using the infrastructure we have, is what I work at, rather than constantly finding new commissions, which is another part of my job, of course, but it's not just about the new, it's amplifying what we've got.
Yeah. Jay, what are the big challenges that you are seeing out there for venues when we're constantly being told, of course, that venues are closing at a record rate? I mean, night and day, of course. Day and night?
Night and day.
Night and day, yeah. Night and day. In Manchester, I remember having a conversation with Guy Garvey about that.
Yes.
And how vocal he was about trying to defend that venue.
I mean, we're coming at it quite late. When I knew that you were doing this, my mind went to Collapsed Lung and the Square in Harlow.
Yeah, Square in Harlow,
you know, which was an extraordinary venue, which we lost.
Good knowledge, Joe. Thank you.
Well, you know, prepped.
Thank you.
But also a great venue, which I played.
Yeah.
Great band.
Yeah.
And Ant was our promoter, you know, when we played there. So So our emergency response service and our annual report and the data for that essentially kind of talks about 3 pillars in terms of the big challenges facing grassroots music venues. There are other ones, but the 3 big ones that we see coming into the service, they are plainly financial challenges. You know, that's the big one that venues are tackling now, that their operational costs have risen, but their ability to kind of meet those costs has dropped down. You know, we see the live provision of those venues is largely a loss-making exercise. Last year, the sector funded itself to the tune of 161 million quid to do that work. So that's a big, big problem. Second one, noise complaints. That's where Night and Day comes in. Yes. That's people kind of moving next to a grassroots music venue and perhaps, you know...
It's cool.
Buyer's remorse. Let's say
wow, but it's noisy.
Yeah.
I don't want to live here now.
Let's say buyer's remorse. And, and then the third one is the danger of badly policed developments next to music venues. You know, now we've got, in amongst that, obviously leaning back into the financial thing, we've got a sector where their profit margin is 0.5%. So there's no give there. That's largely a fluke of maths. If you have a landlord, and in 2023 rents went up on average 38%, that's going to make a real difference to somebody with that narrow profit margin where they're dancing on the cusp of sustainability. If we look what might happen with business rates in April, that's going to devastate those venues because it's just going to push them right over the edge.
And the rise in minimum wage?
That's going to have an impact as well.
Interesting.
I think those venues, they want to do right by the people who work there.
Of course they do.
But I think what we'll probably see, and this is kind of a bit of anecdotal detail from the conversations I'm having with venues, you won't see those people meet that. You'll see them reduce their staffing levels and do the work themselves and add to an already overworked diary.
Santella, the incredible live music ecosystem in Manchester, whether it be Co-op Live on a huge scale, or Deaf Institute, Band on the Wall, Factory International, which I think is probably my favourite venue in the UK now. I think it's an extraordinary place. Second to Band on the Wall, obviously. Don't want to make that awkward. Don't want to make that slightly awkward there. How do you think the big venues feel that they are part of a family of venues, or do you think they exist on their own and don't perhaps look to their smaller cousins in their family?
Oh wow, okay.
Feel free to be honest. Yeah, we'll go with Chatham House rules here, okay?
Yeah, I think the honest truth is that don't necessarily are part of the family on the grassroots level. It is unfortunately, there's just so much money that can go around in a city. So, and there is impact on smaller shows and smaller grassroots venues simply because we now have 2 arenas in the city, so that will have a hole somewhere. And I think there is not necessarily, I mean, I'm a true believer there is space for everybody. However, I do believe that there is not necessarily 100% consideration that we will make sure that this is not going to impact the wider economy within Manchester, the wider Manchester scene. It's definitely will impact, and therefore I don't think there will be a huge consideration.
I was talking to someone quite high up in government I was on a table with them last week, and they were saying that they are going to insist at this point that there is a £1 donation for every ticket sold with these big venues. And I said to this person, I said, okay, but what if they ignore that? Because you're not compelling them to do that, you're asking them to do that. And they said, well, we'll give them 2 years and then we'll see. And then we'll have to we'll make it clear that this is something, it's not a request.
I can talk a little bit about that.
Please
we led on that piece of work.
Brilliant.
So to everybody in the room, the CMS Select Committee published a report. This has been slightly complicated by the fact that we had a change of government in the middle of it. CMS Select Committee wrote a report about the state of grassroots music venues and grassroots music in the UK. That report was largely informed by interviews and calls for evidence with groups of venue operators and industry bodies. So there was a meeting here in Manchester at Night and Day, there was a meeting at Portcullis House opposite Parliament, and then there was another meeting in Parliament with industry operators. some of the recommendations in that report are really strong. We feel quite passionately about those recommendations. Recommendations about agent of change, and that would impact on planning and neighbour noise. VAT on tickets. We have the highest VAT, cultural VAT on tickets in Europe. Business rates, a whole bunch of other things. But certainly the idea that arena, those arena levels and those stadium level shows should be feeding back into the grassroots. Yeah. They're currently not. They currently really don't want. They love money. They literally have had no connection with those grassroots artists. Right. There's no connection.
Well, they're big, expensive businesses. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but they also made more money last year and this year in the entire history of their existence. You know, right. these. You know, they're not strapped for cash. These are making gigantic sums. Yeah. And those directors are making huge sums of money. So the idea that there should be a £1 levy, what we're asking for is a £150 ticket to be £151. You know, I mean, people are already paying £2.50 for print at home fees where they're not printing at home. You know, they're already paying £25 to park. They're already paying £9 for a pint of Guinness. That, you know, what we're asking for is a little contribution so that those venues can still serve their communities and still do that cultural research and development that will put the artists on those stages in years to come. So, yes, where we are now is the industry's been given an opportunity to essentially voluntarily put that together. Right. If they don't get to it by May, government said that it will step in with something more, with a government-led piece of legislation, which they have in France. In France, it's 3.5% on a ticket.
Right, okay. And tangibly, you know in France that model helps, keeps them open.
Yeah. Well, the FA do it as well.
Yes, of course.
I mean, I was speaking to somebody before who'd been to see Blur at Wembley. The maddest thing about that is that ticket included a little piece that went to support grassroots football.
But not grassroots
But not grassroots music. Right. That's insane.
And Coldplay have committed to this, have they?
Yes, a bunch of artists.
Sadly, a deafening silence from Oasis at the moment on this.
Well,
but
yeah, quite. Some sort of progressive and you know, amazing artists with a bit of kind of cultural heart of they've stepped forward ahead of any legitimate piece of work and have done it voluntarily. So Coldplay have, Katy Perry has, Enter Shikari did.
Wow, amazing. Yeah. Rachel, again, like go back to 90s, TV plugger, everyone I needed to see was in London.
Yeah.
Everyone. There was no one outside of London that you needed to. What is the importance for you, do you think, of there being a hub for BBC and music in the north?
It's so important. And I think one of the positive things to come out of COVID, I know there weren't a lot, but one of them was that nobody kind of noticed that I wasn't in London. I just got on with it because I was in the room, and I'm in the room every day on Zoom or whatever platform it is, you know. I'm up and down on the train a lot, but I am making the decisions in Manchester, working with the local TV companies who, as I say, are themselves struggling. I'm telling the right stories. And that's not just because we want to entertain you with the stories of Manchester, which we all know are the best. It's about people in Manchester looking at a screen and seeing themselves reflected back. That's my job. That, you know, we need to be telling the right stories about the right people in the right places. So having me sat in London is no good to anyone. So I fought very hard to stay here, and it was a good time. It was a time when the BBC were also making the decision to take that decision-making outside of London, which they're doing. You know, they're doing a great job in Birmingham now, but we sort of paved the way here in Manchester for that. So, yeah, me and my team are going nowhere.
Good. Good to hear, good to hear. Santana, one thing that I was interested in, why I love the title of this, Don't Mention the Hacienda, was I moved from London to here, to Stockport 8 years ago, and every meeting I was in with people of a certain age, all they bloody talked about was the Hacienda, right? And a problem with that was it seemed to completely erase black, LGBT experiences in the black and Asian in the music scene, that essentially Manchester's music scene was white and straight and male largely. Do you see that as changed? Oof, look at that sigh. Wow. Okay.
Yes
wow.
and no. I'm definitely, so that's what we do, or that's what I as a programmer do at Band on the Wall. We reflect on the heritage that came through to Manchester. There's a massive influx of migration to Manchester. That
guy called Gerald from
that made that, you know, that amazing diverse music that comes out of Manchester, which is not just the Hacienda, which is not just the names we all know. So at first it was interesting. I'm not from Manchester, so I came to the city and kind of went, oh wow, love this. This is all DIY. This is all, you can make something here happen. The scene is interesting. Yeah. But it wasn't the Oasis and it wasn't the Stone Roses that interested me. It was the current scene that was happening. You could go in a club and find a new band that is totally mixed and diverse, and they're playing, don't know, punk, and there's like loads of different colours in that band. So that's what makes Manchester so interesting. And whilst I think there's definitely a change happening, because I mean, there's great bands coming out of Manchester that do reflect the vast diversity of Manchester, but we still kind of get hooked up on our previous story in a way, and we need to absolutely cherish our heritage, but it's so much bigger than the hacienda, than this, than that. We really need to keep on pushing forward with that and change the narrative a little bit, and therefore move a bit away from it.
Yeah. It's interesting though, even just using the word bands, I mean, you're ignoring then people like H and Bugsy Malone and artists like that, because they're not in bands, they're not bands, right? They're artists, they're rappers, they're MCs, they're dance producers, that kind of thing. And I think Warehouse Project, for me personally, in terms of a grand scale, is probably the greatest clubbing experience in Europe now, in its programmings, from Black Coffee to, you know, I was saying to you earlier, when Black Coffee DJ'd at Warehouse Project last year, I've never seen a more kind of black audience at Warehouse Project. It was extraordinary. So the thing is when people say, oh, people won't come, no, give them a reason to come here. Make it, the programming, diverse enough to make people come. Are you optimistic?
By nature, I'm an optimist. I believe,
okay.
You know,
and how much has that been eroded by
the weight of the world?
Yeah, by being at the Music Venue Trust.
It's a really good question. I mean, I think the day to day, I sit on Zoom and I speak to venue operators, and I adore them.
Yes.
They're
it's
in
like
it for
counselling.
They're in it. Well, we could get into that. They're in it for the right reason. These are works of heart and cultural ambition. They're amazing. They're not in it for the money. They're in it to do really great work and to put together amazing programmes of diverse, interesting, exciting and kind of progressive programming. Those people are suffering. I mean, Music Venue Trust, we partner with 2 wellbeing mental health charities to actually tend to take on some of that work legitimately. It's not, legitimately. I'm trained as a mental health first aider to kind of bridge that gap. But certainly that's an issue. So we partner with Music Minds Matter and Tonic Rider, because those people are absolutely suffering by the challenges we just talked about. And so it's actually that's the truth of it, really.
Rachel, when I started at Radio 1, there was still the gatekeepers age, with Radio 1 DJs, and then it transferred, and actually we were just filters. We just kind of, because there was so much other, we were no longer gatekeepers.
Yeah.
How has the role, do you think, of BBC Music changed in that respect? Because the BBC and certainly, brands like Radio 1 are no longer the biggest gatekeepers there. Most music is on YouTube and Spotify.
That's true, but in a world where everything's an algorithm, to have the curators that you know and trust, that are there every day in your ears, with things like Six Music and Radio 1, I think is more important than ever. Because it's just a bit noisy out there, right? And how do you know what? And you really are, curating, and as well as I do. These people are so passionate about what they do. If they've been off the air for a few weeks, they're like, I've got to play this, I've got to play that.
Jack Saunders, Jack Saunders.
Oh my
is
God,
amazing.
I don't know where he gets his energy from, but it's there, and he's at those gigs every night, and he wants to tell everybody about them, and that's why we bring them in, because that beats the algorithm for me.
Yes, it does. And long may that continue.
Yes.
Long may that continue. In terms of programming, Santana, I mean, Rachel just mentioned that word curating. That balance between curating what you want and what you love and also it being commercially viable. Tell us about the difficulties with that.
So it's a tricky one. So we're an NPO, a National Portfolio Organisation. So we are funded.
The Arts Council?
Yeah, we are funded by the Arts Council. But with us being as big as we are nowadays, I mean, not every show can be funded. So it is a balance act. And there's passion projects, there's new things you want to try. So you need to absolutely curate and find your ways. and it is very much a mixture of both. So you do go for the, for the curated stuff that's really interesting, that's qualitatively amazing, that is artistically exactly the remit you want to bring out there. We do a lot of jazz, for example, so that is kind of the curated stuff, and then you do commercial stuff for sure, absolutely, as well, in order to, then again, the funding doesn't reach every single time, so you kind of, it's a balance act in a way that you do take on certain commercial shows or certain things in order to deliver still the artistic quality that you want to. So yeah, it is definitely a curation that I do. But always in mind, we still have an ethos in a way, so I wouldn't take on absolutely everything. It still needs to be reflective of what we think our values are.
What about that point about being entrepreneurial for music venues? Tell me about education around that. I mean, Kiran Sethi was saying about Factory Academy earlier on, and how they're teaching these 6-week courses for young people to understand that as creatives they also have to be entrepreneurial and are entrepreneurial.
I mean, I think venues were doing that work without realising for many years. They were training sound engineers, they were kind of, poster designers were doing their first pieces of graphics work. The tour managers were coming through on their very first tour, plainly artists. There was some research and development with regards to artists. I think now that we've seen a bigger acceptance of that sector with regards to funding, we're seeing more legitimate pieces of work. So I think 2014, pre-pandemic, I think that the industry, the grassroots industry had like less than 5% interaction with kind of public funding. And then obviously because they had to go for Culture Recovery Fund and some of those kind of life-saving pieces of funding over the pandemic, they've become a bit more literate and more understanding of it. And so what we are seeing is some of those kind of pieces of educational work and those things being a bit more legitimised by the fact that they're now able to get funding to kind of underwrite it. But I think they were doing that all along.
What's the future, Rachel, of BBC Music, do you think, from your perspective, in terms of how it morphs? I mean, it's got, there's brilliant brands like Jules Holland, but that will come to an end eventually.
Not on my watch.
Good. Long may it continue. But I think, look, it needs to adapt.
Yes.
It needs to constantly adapt. How do you see it?
We made huge changes to that particular strand. It's in a beautiful venue, Alexandra Palace, and
yeah, it looks incredible, yeah.
And we took it out of the studio, and it feels warmer. It feels like a gig. If you ever come to one of the shows, it feels like you're at a gig. We did that consciously. So yeah, always adapting is the first thing I should say. Working with my colleagues to find places to amplify what we're doing in BBC Music. We work really closely with the Strictly team, and that Blackpool show, which is only up the road from us, is the biggest show. I mean, I think it's the biggest performer so far this season. And making sure there's spots for artists in the right place, making sure we're telling those stories in the right way and working together to do it. We're telling the Band-Aid story at the minute with the One Show, and just my job is to piece those pieces together, as well as find those new shiny commissions. I've just done a 3-part series on boy bands, which is very much about lads from the north, and telling that story. Finding the right moment to tell the right stories, as well as bringing my colleagues in to amplify what we do, I think is what I will continue to do.
What's BBC Television's role in amplifying new artists? I mean, you mentioned Glastonbury, etc., but most of the other shows you've mentioned, these are big artists that are going to go on them, right? These are huge artists.
That's true. Not necessarily for later, but that is true. I think finding the opportunities for grassroots artists to come on the BBC is getting tougher, but what we need to do is what we are doing is work closely with introducing to spot the right artists that are coming through the venues that are already in place. Our curators, that, as we've said, our DJs are out there watching these gigs. They're seeing these artists. They're saying there's something special here, and that's because these venues are putting them on. Yeah. And then we see them on a lineup at Glastonbury, and we go, cameras on those, or we curate our own lineup for a Radio 2 in the Park or a One Big Weekend, and then we bring them in that way. And so it's festival stages as well as TV programmes, because I film the stages. I'm the kind of icing on the cake, if you like. It's my colleagues in live events that are building the moments for me to go and reflect. So it's just bringing it together. And, I would say we're doing a good job. There's always more we can do, and just making sure that we're finding the right opportunities and really supporting those artists and telling their story. Because if we're with them from the start, when they are at the lofty heights of Oasis, they'll come back to us and they'll want us to tell their story.
Yeah, no.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I've not had a call yet.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Have you got Oasis tickets?
No, not yet. Guys, no.
But interestingly, there's also different ways of doing it. I think Rap Game UK is a brilliant example.
Yes.
DJ Target's Rap Game UK of bringing through new artists.
Amazing.
And, and doing great shit.
That didn't come through my team, but when something lands and everybody was like, this is exactly what we need, and it's done better and better, series on series, and so we work a little bit, again, my job, work a little bit closer with them.
Do you think, interestingly, I was talking to someone at Sony Music last week, and they were saying now that 18 months to break an artist has now changed to 3 to 5 years, which was music to my ears, pun intended, because now they know that you're not going to get an artist. Sabrina Carpenter on 6th album before she broke. The chap that just performed at the EMAs, Benson Boone, 3 years to get to where he is now. Now it's gone back to artist development again. Similarly with that, do you see the BBC as still playing a role in, if that's what the music industry are doing, that the BBC have a part in that, in incubating artists over a longer period of time?
I think that's what we're doing. We very much rely on the music industry to tell us who they've got coming through, to come and champion those artists, pluggers out there. If they're telling me somebody's good and I haven't had the chance to go to the venue, I need to hear it from them. So it's about the ecosystem being safe underneath, which is why I'm here on this panel to talk about the venues where these artists start. And then it filters back to me, So everybody's got a part to play in that, and we certainly do in the BBC, particularly through introducing actually, which is growing year on year. Artists can upload in every region of the country, and that then gets a sort of fast-tracked to their local radio station, who will then play them if they're good enough. And then there's a national voice, there's stages that are built. We keep an eye on those stages. I film those stages. Everybody's kind of there, and we're working really closely with the record label that might have had their eye on them for a similar amount of time. Right. And then it comes together at the end. That's the idea. You don't tend to miss any. Whether we can create enough opportunities that way, I don't know, but we just keep trying.
Brilliant. Our time is up, but just Santana, very lastly from you, I'd like to know, because I asked Jay the question about optimism, for Band on the Wall in 2025, how optimistic are you?
I'm quite optimistic, yeah. There is loads of good things coming through. I think there is always a way to improve and expand, so I think that's the aim. Improve at any given time, look back, analyse and try to do your best and represent the city and, the community in a way.
Brilliant, brilliant. What a great panel, ladies and gentlemen, talking about music venues. Thank you to Jay Taylor, Music Venue Trust, Rachel Davies, Commission Editor, BBC Pop Music Television, and Santana Geru, Chief Programming Officer, Band on the Wall. There you go. Jay's taking a picture of you. There you go. There you go. Either that or he was taking a picture of himself, the damn narcissist. I don't know. But thanks, Jay. Brilliant. Oh, it was them. There you go. He's just done that. Okay. Right. That was a very lively and thoughtful discussion. Now I think we are approaching lunchtime, aren't we? We are. Everyone good? Look, some people have already run off. They're so hungry to go to that. Okay, now, this afternoon when we resume, we'll be getting strategic. We'll be looking at immersive tech in Nairobi. That's going to be a great discussion. MediaCity's mega events. We'll even have a little Eurovision glitter sprinkled over us all. I'm looking forward to that. Before that, we're giving you 90 minutes to eat and get your lunch. And then, of course, make the most of the Immersive Futures Lab, Creative R&D Showcase. Over lunch, you can visit the IDA Network meetup for women, non-binary and trans people, presented by IDA XR Studio. That's in Pier 8, Riverside. At 2 p.m, you get a preview of a main stage session taking place this afternoon from Valhalla to Winchester, which is crafting a city-scale AR experience. Whew, there is so much going on. And after lunch, you can join us back here, join a session on City Changemakers. And that's happening over actually in the Aldridge studio, presented by the British Council. So that's good. And check on the boards for the team outside wearing the Beyond t-shirts of all the other amazing things you can do. Now, the break ends at 1:55, so join us back here at 2 p.m. for Brian Afande's Spotlight Talk on Nairobi's pioneering studio, Black Rhino XR. Have a great lunch, everyone. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Did you have a good lunch? Yes. Did you venture out, or did you stay here and have the rice and something? What did you do? You stayed for the rice. Okay. And now you're having a kind of carb stoner kind of moment here with carbohydrates. Okay, right. So please stay awake. Don't let those carbohydrates take over this afternoon, because we've got some extraordinary people to come to speak to you. Thank you. Welcome. Come in. Come and hang out. Brilliant. Come and take a seat. Sit anywhere. It's fine. It's not pre-booked, is it? Seating. You can sit anywhere you want. There you go. Yeah, exactly. It's chill. We're creatives. We'll sit where we want. Okay. Now, we saw some incredible things in the morning, and now I really want to introduce someone who I think is going to really, really inspire you. And one of the reasons for that is that I think there are just not enough stories coming out of Africa about technology and innovation and creativity. And we have, as our next speaker, the co-founder and CEO of Black Rhino VR, a creative tech company. And it's based in Nairobi in Kenya, a place I've been to, DJ'd at, and absolutely loved as a city. And also the great thing about this next guest, he's a passionate advocate for building the future of Africa through young people understanding the power of technology and connecting them to it to empower them and to be, the innovators of tomorrow. Now, my next guest focuses on equipping young people with those skills and the knowledge needed to develop cutting-edge ideas and new business models. So rather than me just keep talking about him, let us hear what he has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a very warm Salford welcome to Brian Afande from Black Rhino.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, guys. Did you just have lunch? In Kenya, after lunch, you're supposed to be the loudest. So let's take it from the top. Good afternoon, guys. That's more like it. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I feel honored to be speaking here. I'm a bit nervous because it's such a beautiful venue and beautiful people. They say in the book of Proverbs that your talent will bring you before great men and women. So thank you for the greatness and for your time and for joining me after lunch. On the screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is really first things first. I want to make a disclaimer. I stand here because I stand on the shoulders of other young Africans who are not able to have this conversation with you. I consider myself a bridge, and the idea behind it is I'm communicating on behalf of an ecosystem and a community. And there's one message that is extremely clear, that the media hasn't been communicating the real stories about Africans. And before you is an African who's going to speak for more than 1,000 voices. And I'm going to tell you that we imagine a future where Africans are not just consumers of technology. Now, there's a bad joke that goes around that the only thing Africans understand is consumption. Yes, if someone laughed, I'd say you have dark humor. But in this case, we talk about that Africans want to change that asymmetry with technology. We want to be not just consumers, producers, innovators, and inventors of technology itself. Now, I represent a beautiful city called Nairobi. How many of you have been Nairobi? Oh, beautiful. Fun fact about Nairobi, Nairobi is the only city in the world that you can actually have this sort of juxtaposition. That you can have giraffes. This is called a tower of giraffes. When they are moving, they're called a journey of giraffes, right? So it's the only city in the world, arguably, don't hold me to that, but arguably it's the only city in the world that you can be able to see this. But what's so special about Nairobi, I am a byproduct of this beautiful city. But what's so special about it is something called the Silicon Savannah. And I want to talk about not just my company as Black Rhino, and I'm going to introduce myself, but I want to talk about why I'm a byproduct of this beautiful city. Now, back in 2000, the government, at least was working then, FYI, the government made a conscious decision that they are going to partner with the public sector and the private sector to have some form of internet penetration in the year 2000. So the government made a conscious mandate to have internet distribution within the East African region. And what happened was, when the internet became democratized, they realized that those two things that were happening in Nairobi. Number one, in 2000, there was a spirit of young people that wanted to learn. And the internet was a gateway to information. It democratized access to information. And then the second thing was that apart from accessing this information, they had the energy and the zeal to be able to forge a destiny with them. So when I say Nairobi and the people who are from here, by the way, I don't live in a tree house, just FYI, this is really our city. And what happened is in 2010, there was a mushrooming of different institutions that were building communities of practice around supporting. So what happened, for instance, was an organization called iHub that started in about 2015. And what iHub presented, it presented an opportunity for young people to come into a space and start building communities of practice around technology itself. Then all of a sudden, we started exporting technology. So because of that, and we have over, the industry right now has over 200 startups with huge funding getting into Nairobi. And this is simply because we didn't call ourselves the Silicon Savannah. It's because of all the innovative work that's happening there. I am a byproduct of the Silicon Savannah, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Afande, but you can call me Mr. French because I do not have any business running a business. And I want to be very clear. My background is in music as a DJ and marketing as a brand manager. And one day, I walked into a shopping mall and I survived a terrorist attack where 70 people died. And I walked out of there without a scratch. And I realized that one thing was absolutely clear for me in my life is that I need to start something that would live beyond me. So I co-founded a company called Black Rhino VR. We see ourselves as agents of change, accelerating the adoption of extended reality technologies. And by the way, just because I graduated from a very, very prestigious school called the School of YouTube Premium, minus the ads. This is important for a black person because, listen, our ads are different. We are bombarded by these ads. I actually paid for a service minus the ads, and I taught myself extended reality technology in 2010. So I'm an OG. And because of that, we were lucky enough to win a couple of awards that didn't just represent my organization, that actually put Africa on the map. And this is some of the work that we do. These are some of the action that we've always been able to have. Now, I have a short video for you, ladies and gentlemen. And the short video, thanks to British Council and the European Union, my organization was funded with 180,000 euros. And the reason why my organization was funded was simply because of one thing, that we wanted to empower the next African youth to be the XR innovators and inventors. The biggest barrier of entry to technology you have in Africa is that the educational system is underprepared. The skills that are acquired in institutions of higher learning are not the skills that are required in the market, and you would attest to that. But more so, what happens is certain barriers to entry. We have psychological barriers, technology anxiety. The first time I put a VR headset on my grandmother's face, you know what she thought? This is white man's juju. She was dumbfounded. She could not understand that technology itself. So what we did is, our mission and vision is really galvanized around the 4 Ds, which is to demystify immersive technology, to democratize, to deploy, and to build it using our design principles of human-centered design. So we built a platform that allows young people to access and build augmented reality without code.
Welcome to the Silicon Savannah, where real and virtual life is constantly being blurred. A revolution is happening. It's time for young Africans to arise. Welcome to the era of augmented reality, where innovation knows no bounds. Introducing MediaCity.
I'll leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are discerning, you can see what we did there with the AR, Arise, right? Okay. Okay, you got that, some of you? So the idea here is for us to leverage. For us, digital technology is just not a tool for creativity. It's a tool for liberation. And if the mobile phone has led to social progress and economic empowerment, we decided to actually give young people the skills to build for the future. But I want to introduce you to a new reality that borrows from the past, delves in the present, and has a promise for the future. And this is what we call the phygital era, that is actually changing the landscape in the Silicon Savannah. So, for instance, I have about 2.5 minutes to talk about this, and I want to articulate it as much as I can because it really delves deep into my heart. Artivism is one of the different components that is changing the landscape, where artists are actually leveraging on augmented reality for advocacy, where they're creating a digital sort of canvas print, and they're using it for murals, they're using it for printed media to be able to leverage on the technology itself and communicate. And the idea behind it is for us to be able to lower the barrier to entry so that artists they're able to leverage on this technology to create differentiated experiences, but also create a digital footprint and a digital community just by scanning a mural, and there's all this information that happens. So what has happened, there are media labs that have started mushrooming in Nairobi. My media lab is one of the labs, but we also have other labs. And these labs are doing three things. They're creating community of practice, where individuals can come together and start creating R&D and opportunities. The second C is to co-create. They are co-creating IP together. And the third is to collaborate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because of these labs, we have one of the best things that happen in the industry right now is the ecosystem actually has a fund that originated from Kenya, but is a first fund in Africa geared towards the creative ecosystem. And it's called the HIVA Fund. You see, ladies and gentlemen, Africa right now is not just ready to consume. We want to export our culture. We want to open up our industry. We want to open up value chains so that you can be able to see the value that Africans have. And as an African right now, and I speak on behalf of very many Africans, that we want to have partnerships all over the world. Young Africans are ready and they are eager to be able to do this. But we have to do this through partnerships. We have to do this through, and our governments don't have a single clue and idea on what happens. I mean, for the past 10 years, I've been bootstrapping my business. When I talk about extended reality back in 2015, I'm talking about using an Oculus DK2 for you guys who understand. I mean, when we started extended reality technology, we had to build our own machines because they did not exist in the ecosystem. Using screwdrivers, chipsets that we've brought in from China and different places to build. So I represent a generation of young Africans who are here to change that narrative and reframe it. And we're here to say that the narrative of the Silicon Savannah is extremely strong. And the narrative of the Silicon Savannah is a narrative that is based on the fact that extended reality for us and digital technology is a tool that can liberate, is a tool that can be able to create social progress, and it's a tool that can be able to create different dimensions within the creative economy. And you have to believe in this because half of the world's youth population by 2030 is actually going to be in Africa. So this is either going to be a delight to see or a disaster. So ladies and gentlemen, I had about 10 minutes to condense this conversation, and I hope we can be able to have a discourse after around how we can be able to constructively come together and build value in the continent. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. So good. Brian Afunde, everyone, again. I mean, that was just utterly inspiring, incredible. I need to go. I need to go to Nairobi tomorrow. Okay, now, let's go back from Kenya to here, MediaCity. So we're going to have a conversation now about media cities around the world, but also here, but also the mechanics of building a creative environment such as this, the logistics in order to do it, and also as well how media cities play a part in our creative futures. So here to lead that discussion is Dr. Marlon Komorowski, who is Senior Research Fellow for the Media Cymru program at Cardiff University, whose work focuses on media clusters, hubs and cities. Joining Dr. Marlon Komorowski is Martin Evans, who I met last night, who's the Creative Director of Landsec, and Ketil Moland Olsen, who is Senior Project Manager, Media Cluster Norway. Round of applause for all three of them, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you
coming with you?
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello everyone, very nice to be here on stage with you. I've been asked to lead this discussion as an expert, as an academic. So of course as an academic you always have lots of slides with lots of text, so I hope you're not gonna get too distracted of all of my text, but let me go one back. I thought we kick this whole discussion off with a little bit of like definitions, because what is a media city, what is a media hub, what is a media cluster, everyone might have here completely different ideas in their head before we go into the discussion with our two leaders of different media cities we have here. And one question I have right now is, we have a very diverse audience here. How many of you would consider themselves being located with your activities, with your business in a media cluster or a media city? I'd say that's maybe 40% of you. That's great, perfect. So what is a media cluster? As you see on the slides, there's a very well-known definition that is being used. It's a geographically proximate group of interconnected companies and associated institutions in a particular field, linked by commonalities and complementarities. That's lots of big words. So in short, a media industry activities that agglomerate or are located in a certain place to create advantages. And what we see in scientific discourse and what is being discussed a lot is at the moment that we have almost like two sides of the coin. There's on the one hand the people who say we now live in a digitized society, the network society. It has been coined that the world is now flat, there's the death of distance, all because of technological developments, of digitization of how media works, and especially in the context of a media industry, activities where you have content which is very easy to digitize, it should be even more true. Also the idea that you might want not to locate next to your competitor. So if you have an ice cream shop, you don't open your ice cream shop next to the other ice cream shop, right? But why are we doing this in the media sector? You might ask yourself, why would I locate quite literally next to my competitor? And then we have the people, and I'm one of the scientists who make the argument, and we see it also in real life, that it's actually happening that we don't have this. We have actually a lot of different places become much more meaningful if it comes to Silicon Savannah, all of the different examples we heard here today from different places. We are in a media city that has become very important for the different businesses that locate here. We have this in Bergen as well, we're going to talk about it. So my argument is that we don't move necessarily from a digitized global world, but into a local world. So these different hubs being internationally connected become much more important for the media industry in the last 10 years and are going to become even more important in the future. And in theory, and that's one of these academic slides, as you can see, you don't have to read it all, but there are two main drivers that we can identify. One of them is the direct network effects. So just being located close to similar businesses creates a critical mass of companies being located in a place together, and something I call myself indirect network effects. That means the more companies are located in a place, that creates maybe more infrastructure or more customers being located there, more suppliers, that also attracts again more companies, and this creates like an upward spiral of how these different places become more and more meaning. So this was basically my starting point as a discussion starter for this panel here today. And we want to explore now as the biggest question, what does the future hold for media cities? As media, our way of working and the impact of digitization shifts constantly, what does this mean for media cities and the development in the future? And I'm very happy to have here two experts with me to talk about this, who are leading on different media cities. So I'm going to kick off the discussion of asking both of you to explain a little bit your role and the media city that you work in, and already have a little bit of like an idea how this develops and what meaning does it have for the media sector. Maybe Kittel, you can start.
Well, thank you. So I work in the Norwegian media cluster, which is situated inside the media city Bergen. So that's two related but different concepts. So I'm a project manager, so my job is to facilitate the synergies across the different actors, both within the building and on a larger scale within the cluster. So the media cluster in Norway and later the MediaCity started maybe in a bit different fashion than some other media cities or clusters, because it was all happening dynamically as a result of the Norwegian government choosing to place Norway's first commercial broadcaster to Bergen. And people on Bergen are infamous for not acknowledging their own limits. So establishing a national broadcaster without the necessary competence, that's a challenge. But for these people, and also speak for myself, I guess, with the same mindset, that became an advantage, because with the beginner's mindset, people didn't realize how difficult it was to start this broadcaster back in 1992. So since they had a hard time recruit people, they also recruited from adjacent industries such as IT and newspapers. And this led to a different mindset, people creating a software solution and automation, doing broadcast with a lot less people than what had been done before. So the rumor, like a fairy tale almost, spread out from Bergen that, did you hear that this small broadcaster in Norway is doing a new show with 5 persons in the control room, rather than the 35 that the national NRK is doing at the same time? This sounds incredible. So BBC, CNN, ABC started calling to Bergen and asking if they could come and see with their own eyes that this was indeed possible. And they came and they saw, and the next question was, can we buy your solution? And they couldn't, because this was in-house, but as the good merchants, the people in Bergen are, quickly started spinning off the solution as solutions for sale. And started with one company, today the biggest player in the visualization broadcast sector, this RT, with between 2,000 and 3,000 customers, as they say themselves, in all the countries of the world except North Korea. So you can't tune in on television anywhere in the world without seeing this product. So fast forward into the 2010s, there had been this kind of dynamically created cluster appearing in Bergen. And then rumors spread about what was going on here in Britain with the establishment of MediaCity UK. And a delegation with both people from the academic institutions, one of which is in the audience today, and politicians, majors of Bergen and so on, went over here to see, and I believe it was 2011 or 12, to see with their own eyes how the MediaCity could be realized. And that's when the idea of MediaCity Bergen came about specifically.
How many people are now located in your MediaCity in Bergen?
Yeah, I actually had to check with the people running security to have the most updated number, because this tend to go up and down, but today it's between 1,500 and 1,600 people working within the MediaCity building, which is, to be honest, it is one big building with 3 towers. It's not an entire city as you have here, but still it's the same concept on a smaller scale.
And how many people work in MediaCity Salford here?
It's a very good question. Thousands.
Thousands as well. Yeah.
I'm going to say that. So MediaCity here in Salford was one of the pioneering media cities in the world and one of the best known. And I suppose the story here starts with a great deal of bravery and vision by a property company, by a man, one person, really, who acquired the docks at Salford that had closed and stopped being this great industrial part of the northwest for some time in the late 1980s. And not until the early 2000s was there a sense that this might happen. And it started with a vision about what might be created here in a very windy, cold, drafty, empty part of the northwest of England, with the BBC deciding that it needed to shift out of London. And so a political decision by a public sector broadcaster, a range of options about where to go, a series of bids, and in the end I think it came down to 2 places in Greater Manchester, to be in the city centre in Manchester or be here in Salford on the Quays, and such was the presentation from the team here at Salford that they picked this as their location. So the BBC arrived here in the mid-2000s, 2006, 2007, shortly after ITV signed on. And so a very straightforward process of very large anchor tenants, if you like, in this place, very large commissioning organisations came to locate themselves here, were very involved in the creation of this place. So because they were the first big organisations to come here, they were able to be involved in the shaping of the physical nature of the place and what was here. And so very quickly, because those organisations were here, came a large number of organisations, smaller organisations, to provide services and to co-locate and to cluster, as you described, Marlene, earlier. So a relatively straightforward process to get to establish MediaCity here, but that's only the start, of course. Then you have to keep that thing going. And so to have a group of extremely clever people working here, running this place, keeping that ecology going and fresh and running has been the driving force of what's kept this place being successful. But starting simply with big thumping public sector broadcasters with large commissioning requirements and need to collaborate with innovation and technology around it, and that's what's shaped the shape here.
What I find with both of your clusters or media cities important is that you have the broadcaster there who's probably taking up a really important role. How is the work with the broadcaster together in developing the whole place? Or is it more of like you do the work on developing the media city and the broadcaster is following? Or is there a dialogue, and how much is there involvement of the broadcaster?
Yeah, in terms of MediaCity Bergen, broadcasters have, of course, quite specific needs and infrastructural needs. So that was one of the first puzzle pieces that needed to come together to kind of place, in this case, two public broadcasters, NRK and TV2, within the same building. So that is kind of the center stone. They have they are on different floors, but that's kind of the backbone maybe of the building in terms of how it's structured around studios and also around necessary infrastructure. So that's still a key, crucial point today, and that's maybe the piece which is hardest to change, right? And it's also maybe where we see some kind of growing pains that as broadcasters they've been scaling both up and down since we moved in 2017. We see now a great surge, uptick in the number of technically oriented people working. So that has led to some challenges in expanding actually. So that's for broadcasters maybe the most challenging to scale up and down as the needs change.
So it started early here at MediaCity. We have an organisation here called Day01 that is a service provider, both to the large and small companies that operate, that are located here. They're a large part of their customer base, but also they have established a business for the entire, well, global actually, media broadcast production industry. That business was started by Peel and the owners of MediaCity, and is still part of the infrastructure of the place here. So that was about putting real hard infrastructure in place to provide services that were needed by the large and small tenants who are here and the visitors who come here. But then, of course, as property owners and landlords, you could just sit back and collect the rent and say thank you very much. But that won't get you very far. Or you can become involved and become super interested in the property that you own and the community that you're in charge of nurturing. And I think that's what we see ourselves as, nurturers, carers for this community. It is essential that we intimately understand the drivers of the business, of the people who are here and the people who come here to work and bring their services, because we have to constantly make sure that, I suppose it's about plugging the holes. So if the ecology is not naturally delivering all of the services that it requires to keep that cluster running and operational, then that's where we might need to dive in and either curate or finish painting the picture, or create a jigsaw of an ecology of a place. And so the only way we can do that is by understanding, keeping up and understanding all the time what's happening here, what's happening in the world, how the operation here at MediaCity is serving the world and its needs. We can't take our finger off that pulse for one single second.
That leads me perfectly to my next question, because like I presented in the slides as well, and a lot of people here experience as well, during COVID, we saw lots of different ways of working coming about, with lots more online working, staying at home, working from home. So that might eventually question the role of what the Media City used to be before COVID and now. So what are the opportunities? What are the biggest opportunities you want to grasp now for the place to be? What kind of role should it take up in the future? And what are the challenges that you face with that?
Yeah, in terms of opportunities, I think, I guess like someone else, the memory of what was before COVID is a bit faded on my own behalf. I know we used to maybe be a little bit of more people around.
Did you have to shut down all of the Media City during COVID times?
No, so there was a lot less people within the building, but there was exceptions for the people working within the studio. So really strict rules in terms of who were allowed to enter and exit. But it was business as usual, because even in 2024, the business, it's hard to move the full TV production to the home office, even though it will probably come sometime, I guess. So one of the big opportunities we see now is, and one of the big successes, because in MediaCity Bergen, it's the trinity of the broadcasters and newspapers, it's the media tech companies, but maybe most importantly, it's the academic institutions within the building itself. So we see that after we moved into MediaCity, and also the university moved some of their media studies into the building, they had a really big increase in kind of the necessary score the students needed to have to get into this program. And from being in real danger of being discontinued, the University of Bergen decided to bet on this journalistic and media studies program within the building, and it's turned out to be the most popular media studies program in Norway. And the reason we think is due to it being closely located, co-located with the industry in Bergen, so students can go from a lecture or from working on their own and take the elevator 2 floors up into a side job or a job as a part-time journalist to get the practice you need to get into the industry. So that's one of the big opportunity, which we think will be really strong going forward as well. In terms of maybe a challenge is that Bergen being quite a small region, it's hard to get only media and media tech companies and institutions into the building. So there has also been a little bit of watering out with other kinds of startups from different sectors, but that might be a good thing, as what people working within clusters know, that a lot of the best innovation happens in the outskirts of the Venn diagram, where spillovers. Yeah. So it is positive, but it's maybe a bit different than expected. That less of the startups in the media industry will come into the building, also due to a challenge with the rental prices being kind of on the top of the curve, not only in Bergen but also on a Norwegian scale. So that's something we see, that also trying to find ways of opening doors for the smaller startups to enter early and not living on the outside of the Media City itself.
Does this translate to your challenges here, or you face?
Very much so, yeah, very much so. I think there are three things for me. Firstly, we have to understand that, as your first question asked, we are a community of thousands of people here. People who 4 years ago came to work every day, didn't question that they came to work every day, suddenly. And so the people who run the businesses that are here are facing the same challenges as people all over the world who run large concentrations of commercial office space. My company is the largest commercial office landlord in London. We have a huge portfolio of office buildings. We hear nothing else from our tenants other than they're trying so hard to create the kind of environments where they can get people better together physically in the office. And they're asking for our help in that regard. So how are we changing the way that we're running our buildings, curating the ground floor activation, making the buildings be more pleasant to use? And so it is here. How are we creating? And here we have creative people. who are greater consumers, I would say, of those things that happen outside of work. So first off, we have to understand we have a community of people, and we have to service that community and give them a good place. Secondly, media. What does it mean? I think if we had this conversation next week, it would mean something different. We're operating in a place that was conceived 15 years ago, and it has very large companies here who were the definition of media then, still now. But I think our sense here is very much focused still on broadcast media and content production. We know that the word media is a wholly different and much bigger explanation than that these days, and that companies that would never have imagined to describe themselves as operating in the media world are now driving their business innovation through the use of media. Everything from pharmaceutical companies to automotive to fashion to house building. And so we are looking now at how are we able to offer a home to some of those companies that are truly moving themselves into the media space, even though they might have described themselves before now as more traditional industries. Somebody used to me the example of last week of a company that makes that little patch that you stick on your arm if you're a diabetic. That little device delivers a drug through medical technology, but it's operated through your phone with a mixture of tech and AI on the phone that delivers a diagnosis, and then also gives the user a portal to a much enhanced health world of
In Cardiff, we tend to use screen industries sometimes instead, and a mobile phone is a screen as well.
So this company, is it a drug company? No, because the drug that it's delivering is done and not innovated. The medical tech is not particularly new. It's this that is new. And so is that company operating more innovatively in the media space than in the drug space? Could it therefore be here because of the innovation that it needs? And then if we understand that we're redefining constantly what media means, and therefore what a place like this and yours can offer to the people who come to work there, what do we need to do? How do we need to change this place constantly in order to service that ever-changing group of people? And so for us here, 15 years ago, very large broadcast organisations were followed here by smaller service organisations. I think that you could describe that as being completely flipped on its head these days, where the innovation is happening in the small startup businesses with the very young people who are terrifying, by the way, people like me. That is where the innovation lives, and the larger organisations who are desperately in need of that innovation are following where the talent is. So we have to create a place where talent feels at home, where talent can thrive, where those companies can find the talent that it wants, to partner with the university. So Salford University is here, MediaCity, but we have to make closer relationships with those academic institutions so that the students who are leaving those institutions clever as hell stay and keep their talent and their innovation here for the use of the companies who are coming to meet them. If those young people are becoming the community here, they want very different things than I do. So how are we providing what they need in terms of homes, and affordable homes, in terms of the entertainment and the after work? And then really crucially for us, how are we creating an environment in which those people can meet and talk and exchange and thrive off of each other? And that is as much, ironically, in a digital world, it's still about face-to-face communication. So how are we able to create sort of physical environments and opportunities for people to talk and meet and do that, whatever that is.
I always say creativity needs trust and collaboration, and that's something that's really hard to achieve in a digitized way. I was wondering if there's like a competitive advantage, like something that stands out of why companies choose to come here. Is it really the broadcaster or the big companies, or do you have like an infrastructure that you're really proud of that's not everywhere accessible if you wouldn't locate in your media city?
Yeah, it's probably, I think branding is important to a lot of the companies that choose to go in, because MediaCity Bergen is a strong brand within this space due to the different spin-off from TV2 and also newer players that's been coming around for the past few years. And also due to this, there are a lot of delegations coming from all over the world to see the city, but also meet some of these companies. So it's a great way to showcase yourself. And also, it's the part of the competition that big vendors, and this might be something we in the Nordics have a big focus on, being a quite small culture and countries, that we try to collaborate where we can and compete where we must. So we also see good examples that the big players such as Visor T, such as Vimon and others, take the smaller startups with them, integrate with them technically, and sell a tightly integrated solution package to customers from all over the world. So that's also one way of, one part which is an attractor to companies who want to be both within the building or in the extended cluster, which is, as mentioned, outside of the building as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Would you have something here in MediaCity?
Yes. So creating competitive advantage in this marketplace is hard.
Yeah.
You know, if you are operating a large building in the centre of Manchester or London or Bergen or Berlin, it's a relatively straightforward set of criteria that you need to fulfil. You need to be near a good transport hub, you need to have nice lunch at ground floor, you need to have nice toilets and decent lighting and nice furniture. And tick, 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 done. If you're going to attract people to come here rather than Frankfurt or Paris or Leeds or Liverpool or London or Glasgow, wherever you see the competitive environment, you have to show them why their business will thrive if they are here. And so that has to be about understanding their business and providing them with the answer to that question. So who are you doing business with? How do you innovate? Who do you need to talk to at lunchtime and at breakfast and after work and in meetings in order to innovate? What being adjacent to what other businesses will make it more likely that your business will succeed when your business grows, because we would love to think that all of the businesses here at MediaCity are on a very steep and fast growth trajectory. If you are growing, how are you feeding the beast of your growing business with talent and young people in particular? And so that's a complicated list of things to tick down. And so that's our job. You know, our job as owners and runners of these places is to just get that great big long list and start at the top and work the way down to the bottom and try to create the best conditions in which somebody coming here cannot go anywhere else.
Yeah.
You need them to be here because there is no place else where their business will be that successful.
And also, just to add to that, one thing that we also see as a competitive advantage for this environment is the talent attraction part. So not only the business and branding part, but also the way that these companies have they are attracting young talent and people which might be, the media industry in Norway at least might not be competitive in terms of wages when competing with the fintech or the financial industry, but creating this ecosystem of interesting, attractive jobs with a short path from taking your education within the building and then taking the elevator into the office of an attractive company. That's also a big advantage in terms of attraction.
I don't think also you've got to remember fun, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, if two very clever coders meet together at lunchtime, I bet you they're not talking about coding. You know, they're talking about what their girlfriend did last night and how their mortgage isn't working and whatever. And so you have to create the kind of place where those conversations happen, because that's the stuff of life that creates the kind of relationships that are meaningful and deep and allow then the work to be done. So we are as bothered here about the fun that people have who work here and live here as we care about the technical nature of their work. And I think we mustn't forget that's very important.
So if you say you have to reinvent all of the time, is there any concrete plans you would like to create within the next 5 to 10 years for your bespoke media cities?
Wow, that's a big question.
Yeah.
I think solving the challenge with the changing needs of the actors, how can we better accommodate the changing needs? How can we make it cheaper for startups to enter this city? And how can we ensure that we keep attracting the top talent? That's maybe three of the key questions that I see when put at the spot. Yeah.
Do you already have an idea how to solve it? Like what might change?
Yeah, it's. I think in terms of, as you say, the importance of not being too struck up into the physical aspect, combining virtual and physically present in creative ways, making sure that people can not have to be in the office every day, even though that has benefits, of course.
And if I come back to Manchester in the next 5 years, will there be something different here?
Salford.
Salford.
The shape of the answer is easy, the content not so much. The shape of the answer is that we have to do what the people we serve want. So we have to understand how it works. We have to keep understanding how it works changes and therefore what's needed. And so for us, the answer is to be fast, to be nimble, to be responsive, and to always be ready to pivot. And so we have to be flexible, but it is most important that we understand what's going to happen. Because if we're going to build a new building in our place, that takes 4 years by the time we design and plan. You know, the planning process in this country, not so fast. And then 2 years to build. And in the fast-moving industry that we're all talking about today, that's a lifetime. And so we have to be flexible and be able to pivot and create the conditions where we can shift quickly and respond. But it's constantly important that once we start building, we can't be, like down building. You have to be up, out, and looking, so that you are doing, but looking and making sure that what you're doing is fit for purpose. That's
exciting. I haven't been to Bergen, so I'm looking forward to see the MediaCity there, and then hopefully come soon back here to see developments. So thank you very much for joining us for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Marlon Komorowski from Cardiff University, and thank you to Martin from Landsec and MediaCity, and Ketil Molland Olsen from Media Cluster in Norway. Okay, now I did promise you a little bit of Eurovision glitter. I don't have the glitter personally, but the person who is going to come on is going to come and talk to you about big events. Now, they are, I should say, mega events, really, from Eurovision 2023 to Cities of Culture. Now, Dr. Catherine Baker is a reader in 20th century history at the University of Hull, specialising in understanding the relationship between popular culture, media, national identity in post-Cold War Europe. So we go from the kind of, as we did the morning bricks and mortar of the mind, to the actual literal bricks and mortar of building media cities, to talking about putting on big events. Now, she has researched the Eurovision Song Contest for more than 15 years, which sounds like my kind of research gig, and is a leading specialist on its LGBTQ+ politics and its significance in Central and Eastern Europe. So please welcome to the stage Dr. Catherine Baker.
Well, here's another partnership between broadcasters and cities, Eurovision. And Eurovision 2023 in Liverpool had the largest ever host city impact in the history of this international televised song contest. 300,000 visitors, almost £55 million economic impact across the city region, plus Euro Festival, the largest ever wraparound cultural programme any host city had created to welcome Eurovision, against a background where the BBC was having to host instead of the previous year's winners Ukraine, which was and still is under Russian attack. Now, Eurovision sometimes gets compared to sports mega events like the Olympics or the World Cup, but many of the years I've spent researching this event have been in Hull, UK City of Culture 2017, and that showed me that Eurovision's footprint on host cities was looking more and more like large-scale, city-based cultural events. Indeed, Liverpool's approach harnessed cultural infrastructure and strategy they'd built up through European Capital of Culture 2008 and ever since. So what I'm going to say draws on research commissioned by the British Council in partnership with Liverpool City Council and DCMS to understand Eurovision's cultural relations and soft power impact. The full report and literature review are online. Please go and check them out. I was leading this team. Other core colleagues of ours were David Atkinson at Hull, Barbara Grabber at Brighton, Michael Howcroft now at Glasgow, and they had all researched Hull 2017 directly. What we found with Eurovision 23 was this first time 2 countries had ever cooperated so closely to deliver Eurovision. Although there was a sad underlying reason, partners didn't forget that, led to innovative new ways of reflecting what cultural relations and international partnerships mean to this event through creative engagement with the idea of place. A host broadcaster and host city had to find ways of representing 2 countries and co-produce that with Ukrainian partners. Liverpool's cultural programming drew in artists and organisations that might not otherwise have engaged with this event. And there was such large-scale community participation, it reached up to 2 million people around the city region. This was a new departure for this event's politics of place and highlights the role of international cultural relations in other city events. So our starting point for understanding place in Eurovision was this event allows every participating entry, but even more so its hosts, to communicate their narratives of identity to a huge international audience. The European Broadcasting Union, which governs the contest, found 162 million people watched Eurovision 23. Hosts become the symbolic heart of Europe for the event period. This has been particularly powerful for peripheralised places. We've seen East Mediterranean and East European broadcasters invest dramatically in Eurovision since the millennium. This is why, and in fact, Ukraine's been the most successful of those. There's a lot of research on how states and other actors try to use sports mega events for soft power purposes, or how campaigners use them for leveraging human rights awareness. That's useful for understanding Eurovision, and then this contest's long-standing LGBTQ+ significance gives that an extra twist. But in fact, this is an international competition structured around a cultural product. It demands to be understood through insights from sporting and cultural events. Our literature review very much showed this. And indeed, that points to the kinds of opportunities for sharing wider learning across sporting and cultural events that Spirit of 2012 have proposed, for instance, with their ideas for an events data observatory. Meanwhile, Eurovision host cities have been delivering more and more place-based programming, paying more and more attention to place-based visitor experience. Kyiv might have had the very first live music stage for visitors for its first Eurovision in 2005. Oslo in 2010 had the first Eurovision fan village with live performances for guests. They'd picked that up from the FIFA Men's World Cup in Germany. Every host city now delivers a fan village, it has to. And if cities have cities of culture know-how about visitor experience and place branding, they've brought it to Eurovision. 17 cities have been European Capital of Culture and Eurovision host cities, including Liverpool. So Liverpool then had about 15 years' worth of infrastructure and strategy it brought to Eurovision 23. But it couldn't just be Liverpool's story, just like it couldn't just be a UK story for the BBC. All of those opportunities to communicate strategic narratives that hosts usually get, Ukraine had lost them just when it most needed to engage audiences with Ukrainian culture and heritage and showcase Ukrainian professionals' world-class contributions. The EBU, the BBC and Ukrainian TV all agreed the event still had to showcase Ukrainian culture within the TV show's non-political rules. The worst thing a UK partner could do would be to look like it was taking all the glory. So this demanded partnership and co-production on a scale beyond the cultural relations that Eurovision involves every year. What emerged was a model of promoting the partnership of Liverpool and Ukraine, with UK PLC far in the background. And this was summed up in the United by Music branding, developed by UK and Ukrainian agencies. The narrative synergy between Liverpool and the context of Eurovision 23, that Culture Liverpool first expressed during the bid process, was important in giving this cohesion. So, Liverpool brings world-famous music heritage through the Beatles, but it wants to promote its vibrant music sector now. It's got a party reputation here, but it wants to communicate that friendliness internationally, and it wants to communicate all its logistical expertise in hosting large-scale events. And it had to deliver its share of the responsibility to redress what Ukraine had lost through not being able to host. Culture Liverpool identified this responsibility resonated with emotive themes in civic identity, solidarity against injustice, including the Hillsborough campaign, the city's history of welcome and sanctuary as an international port city, memory of the Blitz, and a lot of local lived experience of supporting Ukrainians since 2022. So we're talking about cities today. We'll focus on how Culture Liverpool managed co-production with Ukrainian partners, but there's a parallel intertwined story for the BBC. Their chief partner was the Ukrainian Institute in Kyiv, Ukraine's cultural relations organisation, their equivalent of the British Council. Now, they and the British Council Ukraine office had already been working on a UK-Ukraine season of culture for 2022. That had to be drastically reworked to address needs after Russia's full-scale invasion. The British Council's head of arts in Ukraine introduced Culture Liverpool's Eurofestival team to the Ukrainian Institute. Liverpool's team, importantly, recognised that even as well-meaning British partners, they could still have inaccurate or outdated ideas of Ukrainian culture. They opened their minds to learning what Ukrainian partners thought was most important to get across. And behind the scenes, that route through to the Ukrainian Institute through the British Council ended up creating significant value, leading to the atmosphere delegations and visitors experienced on the ground in May 23. So what was on the ground? 19 of the 24 commissions for Eurofestival ended up being UK-Ukrainian partnerships, from fun, accessible installations inspired by Ukrainian culture, like the Soloveitchio Songbird inflatables, to more introspective art, dealing with the realities of Russia's attack on Ukraine. A video installation in Liverpool Cathedral based on refugees' rail journeys across Ukraine. A self-guided audio trail at key city centre sites, which, because it was based on QR codes, it was opt-in, could present more challenging content about violence, war and colonialism. Indeed, Eurofestival ended up helping create space in the city-wide event for important narratives about Ukrainian experience during the war and why culture and heritage become targeted in wars of aggression. The TV event couldn't express that, but it was vital to Ukrainian stakeholders who felt it was existentially important to communicate these stories and make people understand there's more to Ukraine than war and suffering which had been forced on it. So Liverpool and the BBC, showing they understood this, built important trust. Liverpool created education and community programming around Eurovision on a scale no past city had attempted. Liverpool approaches the events this way. There was a mayoral commitment to social value. This brought in extra funding, made it more relevant to the National Lottery or Spirit. The community grant scheme inspired unique, unexpected ideas, sometimes even drawing out more connections between Ukraine and global majority diasporas we could maybe have seen more than the flagship programming. So cultural relations were happening right down to the grassroots level on Merseyside, and in the TV shows and the flagship programming, professionals from different countries were cooperating and sharing practice for mutual benefit. These were people-to-people cultural relations, and they were also place-based. They took their form because of Liverpool's infrastructure, its identity and heritage, and its communities. Their spontaneous, creative ways of joining in added to the event's affective atmospheres across city space. So what can other city-based events learn from this? Number one, events' cultural impact extends through local cultural infrastructure and local well-being into international partnerships. Every place has an international story, make it meaningful. Number two, long-term thinking matters. For cultural infrastructure and evaluation, we need it in the sector between sports and culture. We need it within cities as well. Number three, co-production, shared authority, learning from each other, a key to successful international creative partnerships based on trust. And four, host city communities really, really matter as people-to-people actors in your cultural relations during large-scale events. So take that away, let it inspire what place and international partnerships mean in your city to you. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Now, if you were, and why wouldn't you be super interested in what Dr. Catherine Baker just did, at 3:30 in, I believe it's called the Aldridge Studio 1, Catherine's going to be hosting a round table, which is actually looking at cultural legacy after you've had one of these big events, whether it be cultural or sporting. And that's a really important thing, as anyone who has put on a Commonwealth Games or an Olympics can attest to, is understanding what the cultural legacy looks like. So that is happening at 3:30 in the Aldridge studio. And then, of course, still we have the Immersive Futures Labs and the Creative R&D Showcase. So that's all going on as well. We're going to take a half an hour break. We'll be back, actually, no, we're going to take a break till 3:30, so no, technically just a little bit under that. Then afterwards, we're going to come back, and the British Council are going to be hosting a very important discussion, Cities Reimagined, Global Perspective. So I'll see you back here at 3:30. Enjoy your teas and coffees. Thank you. Welcome back. What? Come on, guys. You just had caffeine. Welcome back. Come on. I've had caffeine and I don't drink caffeine, so I'm going to be annoying for the next hour, guys. I'm going to be so annoying. All right. I'm super excited by this panel because it is so international. It's so global in its outlook. And one of the reasons is because it's presented by our partner, British Council. And British Council gets little or no recognition in the UK, but you travel all over the world, as I used to be a trustee on the board of the British Council, and it's such a valued organisation in so many different parts of the world. And if you don't know that much about the British Council, please go and check out the extraordinary work that it has done for over 100 years now. Okay, now, to lead this particular discussion, Katie Popplewell is going to come onto this stage, who's chair of Manchester City of Literature, and what a great city for literature it really is. And her international panel will be Hector Dibakoyane, who is a cultural curator and storyteller. And Hector, please tell me if I got that wrong. Also, we have Moki Makura, who's executive director of Africa No Filter. And Hector, actually, is cultural curator and storyteller, Makers Valley from Joburg, Johannesburg. And last but definitely not least, Natalie Palumbo, who's director of Many Studios, which is in the wonderful city of Glasgow. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel. Woo!
Thank you, Nihal. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from break. I hope you've all had lots of coffee and you're not feeling too relaxed. You've had a little stretch. Welcome to our afternoon session of Beyond. My name is Katie Popplewell, and as Nihal said, I am chair of Manchester City of Literature. Manchester City of Literature is part of the UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Some of you may know about that, some of you may not. It's a network of cities all around the world who have identified culture as a factor, a strategic factor in sustainable development. And each one of those cities can apply to get a designation in a particular art form. And in Manchester, we are a city of literature and very proud to be so. One of the first questions that people often ask me when I tell them about the UNESCO Creative Cities Network is they say, and is there any money? And I say, no, there isn't any money. And then sometimes I lose them, but then sometimes we end up having a really interesting conversation, which is, all right, well, if it's not about money, then what is it about? And that's segueing me into what we're going to be talking about today, because as creative practitioners, researchers, policymakers, all the incredible people that do all the incredible things that you all do in this room, we have to be very, very good at talking about the value of creativity and culture in terms of economic indicators, right? We have to be able to tell the story about the metrics, the hard metrics. But in telling that story, there's so much that we miss out. So if we take the example of job creation as an economic indicator, that would give us the impression, in a reductive way, that all jobs are created equal, which everyone in this room knows is not the case, and we've heard so much about today. So, with that in mind, we are going to, for the next half an hour, we're going to put those hard economic indicators to one side. And with these three incredible global creative leaders, we're going to offer an alternative to those traditional metrics of growth and think about how creativity is meaningful in our cities beyond economic measures, and how investment in creativity can get us closer to the cities that we actually want to live in, and making them people-centred rather than economy-centred. So I'm going to allow my panellists to invite my panellists even to introduce themselves to you, and with a specific focus on how their work relates to the theme of this panel. So Hector, we'll start with you.
Cool. Hi everybody. My name is Hector. I'm a culture curator, and I co-CEO an organization called Makers Valley Partnership, where we support and enable social and creative entrepreneurs and exploring inclusive approach to community building, or imagining what the community or the city of Johannesburg could look like when we all put together our creativity forward to come up with ideas. So some of the stuff that we do is we have a space called the Makers Valley Studio, where we have free access to studio space, free internet, and resources such as camera work. We have different programs throughout the whole year to support people to access information and spaces. And we do work outside of the community on the street, such as edible gardens, cleaning up or a dump site area, creating edible gardens, placemaking, art murals, and activations in the community. And I'm really pleased to be here and share more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Natalia?
Hi, everybody. My name is Natalia. I'm excuse me, director and a curator based in Glasgow, Scotland. So not from particularly far, but a little journey. I have a sort of organisational practice and a curatorial programming practice, and they really overlap, or at least I can really see that now. So over the last sort of 15 years, I've been developing creative organisations, thinking about sustainability, so how they can exist for a long period of time so that we can do really embedded community-focused work within those organisations. And as a curator, I'm particularly interested in socially engaged art practice, so that's essentially working with artists to make work together with people and to really think about how that work can exist within a social context, and that is particularly about impact. So it's about making sure that we're working where there's a real opportunity for social change and impact. And I've worked in a sort of rural and in a city context, so we're here today talking about cities and how to reimagine cities, and I think for me it's really important to take in that rural perspective. For me, working rurally has really informed, in terms of innovation, it's really informed how I can then work in a city context for lots of reasons, and I'm sure we'll go into that a little bit.
We will, and we'll come back to that social impact question a lot later as well. And finally, we're going to go to Moki, and we've got a little video which is just going to illustrate, which will come up any minute.
So I'll talk
now.
So I was wondering when they're going to turn it down. So my name is Moki, and I always start off with imagine a world, imagine Africa where we were defined by our music, our food, our fashion, our film, our arts. And that's the Africa that I know. But reality is that in a lot of ways, Africa is defined by poverty, by corruption, poor leadership, conflict. And that's exactly what Africa No Filter was set up to combat. Those stereotypical narratives about Africa that still persist about the continent. And if anybody's been listening to the news and listened to Bob Geldof, Live Aid at 40, it's all coming back again. So we were set up to fight that, Africa No Filter, and essentially in order to change a narrative, this narrative of a broken continent, we have to work with storytellers. We need to change the stories that feed that narrative. So we essentially work with storytellers, we work with creatives, and we basically do two things. We're building a community, and in that community we fund creatives. So we are one of the very few African-based arts funders. And what brings me to this conversation is the fact that we funded a study looking at 12 African cities and the creative infrastructure that supports artists and creatives. Because we fund artists to go off and tell stories. We want those stories to be seen. But then I thought, well, are there cinemas? Are there theatres? Are there museums where the art is hung? And that's where we came to this work. And it's called the Creative Vibrancy Index. You must check it out online. It's very interactive, and I'm going to talk more about it. Yeah.
We are going to talk more about it. Each of these incredible speakers that we've got with us today, as Nihal mentioned, we have co-produced this panel in collaboration with the British Council, particularly the British Council's Creative Economy team. And the British Council's Creative Economy team have a new strategy, which I think is really extraordinary when you pay attention to it. It's about putting people and their creative potential at the centre of sustainable growth, shaping an economy that works for all, where the concept of success and growth can be imagined. And really central to that new strategy is the concept of people-centeredness. And I want to start with you, Moki. What does that concept of people-centeredness and creative people-centeredness mean to you in your work?
I think first you have to look at the context in which we work, because we cover Africa. Africa has 54 countries. There's about 60 cities with populations of over 1 million people. And if everybody's heard this thing about Africa's got a very young population. I think the median age in the UK is 40, which means 40, half the population is under 40. In South Africa, it's something like 28, so half the population is under 28. In Nigeria, it's 19. Half the population is under the age of 19. In Niger, another West African country, the median age is 15. And I say that because I think that gives us the context for why I think it's really important that we need to look at the creative economy in a different way. Because first of all, it's an easy, low barrier entry employer of young people, if you look at our context. But also, I think the creative sector is something that we need to encourage young people. One of the things that we're dealing with in a lot of cities, particularly I'll talk about Nigeria because I'm from there, is this movement called Japa, which is a movement of young people trying to leave the continent because they believe there's an American dream, the European dream, there's something better elsewhere. And I think we need creators, we need storytellers to help us reimagine what Africa could be, and to talk about the progress and and the vibe, the energy. And I think that's what's missing. So when I think about, arts and culture and its role outside of the creative economy, I think about the power of the arts and culture sector to hold young people, to employ young people, but also to help them reimagine what the continent could look like. So and it's democratizing. We've always got a word in every panel. The last panel, it was what? It was instrumentalizing. Nobody could say it. This one is democratizing. It's the word I want to use because it's a young population. We're naturally more creative, but also we don't have a lot of money. Think what you were doing at 15 or 19. Certainly wasn't paying for stuff, I'm sure.
I think staying with that idea of how central democratisation is to a people-centred approach, I'd love to come to you, Natalia, because many studios that you run in Glasgow it's an artist studios, but it also has a lot of impact on the community around it. Can you talk about some of the strategies that you use to do that?
I kind of mentioned at the beginning there about the sort of conflation of organisational and curatorial practice, and I think for a lot of curators the idea is that we're kind of having to build organisations in order to do the work and maybe thinking a bit less about the sustainability or the value of that particular organisation and kind of placing that value on the creative production, which tends to be the case in sort of programming. And I think for me, or for many studios at least, the approach is really understanding the power of the organisation and how important it is that it exists in order to be contributing to the well-being of a place. So our kind of approach to organisational development is really, I guess, very similar to the approach of socially engaged art programming, where we're really thinking about how that organisation sits in that place. So I tend to work in organisations that are maybe not always in city context, but definitely always kind of on the fringe of a city or of a centre, and it's really thinking about particularly how, I mean, it often is the case that those places have really active communities because they've maybe already got a culture of self-organising if they're kind of disengaged a bit from the centre. So with many studios, we're in the East End of Glasgow, where there's a really long history of kind of community-run activity. It comes from, I suppose, being a bit outside of the sort of the attention or even the priority of council or government-led policy and practices, but it's really it's harnessed a real sense of community building in that place, and it means that as an organisation we can really work actively with people to really think about how we can exist there. And I think in the beginning, in terms of approach, in the beginning, maybe quite naively, we sort of saw ourselves as a kind of community centre or something. And as practitioners and as directors, that wasn't, I mean, I come from a background of working with artists and producing socially engaged work, not necessarily running a community centre. So it took us a little while to realise that actually, and when I say it took us a while, it took conversations with people around us to realise that the best that we could do for that area was be there. So to use our skills as best as possible to make sure the organisation can be there for a long time. And then in that sense, we're constantly contributing to the well-being of that place around us. So whether that's the 70 creatives that are working in the building who are patronising cafes, restaurants, pubs, the hundreds of artists that are coming to do work with us who are staying in local accommodation or working in schools or collaborating with the universities. I think really understanding that we're part of an ecosystem that really contributes to that place in so many ways. And like you say, it might not be quantifiable in terms of money all the time, but it really, really does contribute to the well-being of that place.
Absolutely, and it really puts me in mind of that point about listening that was made in the earlier panel around skills about, if you're taking a people-centred approach, it has to be absolutely in dialogue with that community that you're working in, and that's a really great example of that. Hector, coming to you now, Natalia mentioned well-being there, which is absolutely central to the mission of Makers Valley. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the pressing needs that you're aiming to meet in the community in Johannesburg and how you approach measuring your impact in the community?
Yeah. So measuring impact, I feel like, is one of the biggest challenges. But how we're stepping into the space is really as a mediator between community, the private sector and the city. We host consistent engagement with the community across different things, what are the community's needs, what type of levels of unemployment do we have, access to information and spaces, and we try in those engagements brainstorm different ideas that have come, hence they're coming from the community and they're going to be led by the community. One of the issues is that some of the information that the government speaks, articulates some of the stuff that they want to achieve doesn't connect with the people. So through those engagements, we now facilitate how the community can take up space. This goes across different things, but it's cultivating access to spaces, information, and opportunities, and we're just more or less the mediator, and talking on to CIDs, city improvement districts, on how our specific community is somewhat leading a community-based solution-orientated engagement. And there has been different types of, I would say, results that we see. That's people taking accountability for some of the edible gardens that we started on pavements that used to be dumping hotspots. That's now people who are taking up initiative to make the community more appealing by placemaking. So we get paint donations, and then we get people who are artists in painting the community. It's really just putting people first. But one of the things I'd also like to highlight is access to food and nutrition. And this was spotlighted during the pandemic. We started an organization called the People's Pantry, where we got different food organizations. We are working from a place called Victoria Yards, which is also some type of urban farm. So all the vegetables from the gardens get to be placed in a system where we encourage the community to recycle, and then from there they get points from recycling, and then with the points they go shopping at People's Pantry. It doesn't require any type of cash, but it's more or less a creative solution to access food for families that are struggling to provide for their families.
That's a really interesting example of a really creative take on a barter economy that actually thinks about getting people's skills involved as well. That's a really interesting initiative. Coming to you again, Moki, we heard from Laia Gasch this morning of the World Cities Culture Forum, and they recently published a piece of research that was commissioned by the British Council, the African Alternatives, the Future of Creative Cities report. And in that report really advocated for the need for proper data to inform cultural policies. And Africa No Filter has been working in a similar space, collecting data to devise the Creative Vibrancy Index, which you mentioned in your introduction. Can you tell us a bit about how that works and what sort of metrics you're using? 'Cause it's fascinating.
So I explained why we did it, because we wanted to make sure the infrastructure was there. And it was very difficult to find out what was going on the continent in terms of creative infrastructure. So it was actually, we did it with British Council, co-funded it with us, and an organisation called CC Hub in Nigeria did the actual research for us. And what we did, we looked at 12 cities, and the cities were representative across the regions of Africa, so east, west, southern, central, and whichever one I forgot. So it was 12 cities. And what we did, we looked at there were 22 indicators, but 3 very broad areas. One was the actual creative vibrancy, so how many theatres, how many cinemas, how many festivals. So for example, and the data is interactive, so you can go onto the website and look at it. So Lagos, for example, has 80 cinemas. Harare, for example, has 20. Lagos has X number of creative hubs. Harare has 0, apparently. And if anybody knows any different or any better, please go into the website and update it, because it's supposed to be a tool for people to use. So the first area was the creative vibrancy. The second was the enabling environment. And that was looking at things like, are there cultural policies? Freedom of expression, and we try to use data that was already there, because as you know, looking for data is very expensive if you're generating new data. So we looked at existing data. And the third area was the creative economy, and that was kind of looking at IP and just how much transactional sort of money is exchanging hands in the creative economy. So at the top of the index was Johannesburg, strangely enough. Second was Cairo, and third was Lagos. And the reason why we did it as an index is because, as you probably know, all the solutions to the world's problems are in a big fat report somewhere, and nobody's reading it. So we decided we weren't going to do that, because we're dealing with A, the creative sector, and B, the reason why we did it as an index is because we wanted cities to be able to rank themselves against each other in terms of what makes Johannesburg top. What does Johannesburg do right? And what can we learn from Joburg? And that was really important, because I think cities in Africa have a lot to learn. There's a lot of similarities, but they have a lot to learn from each other. And that was one of the key things, that how do we kind of convey this data in a way that's accessible and usable? And that was one of the key things. So we've done it. We did it in 2022. And the next stage of it actually is not to go back and re-look at the data, because I don't think things change that quickly. Museums aren't going up that quickly. There are a couple of new ones actually coming up in Africa. But the idea is to look at those 12 cities and figure out how we can get people to use that data, because the data was designed for decision making. It was designed for policymakers to see where the gaps are, designed for potential investors to see where the opportunities are. And I don't believe that's happening enough. And the problem is that there isn't enough data right now on the African continent, around the creative sector. But it's expensive. It's expensive to find that data. And all we're saying is this is a start. It's a small start. It's only 12 cities. Like I said, there's 60 other cities that are big enough that we could do. So we do need to do more. And we will keep on doing it, because I think creative infrastructure around cities is absolutely critical for the work that we are doing to shift narratives. Yeah.
And it's a fantastic approach, because it just cuts through in a sort of way of providing an observatory and taking the temperature of the entire creative economy across those cities in a way that is really clear. I'm really interested to see what happens with it, because like you say, I think it will take a while for people to start doing something with it, as these things do. I want that report, by the way, that has all the world's problems solved in it. Natalia, coming back to you, you mentioned in your introduction about working in rural spaces, and actually, even though we're here today, we're talking about cities, actually it's very useful to throw that into relief by thinking about the alternatives. So what are the main differences in the approaches that you take when you're working in rural as opposed to urban contexts, and how do they relate to each other?
I think I'm still figuring out the difference in approach, I would say, but I really advocate for people working in a rural context. I think in terms of thinking about innovation and imagination, my experience at least working in rural communities, but I think just in places where there is a really nurtured, active citizenship within communities, there's so much innovation to glean and to learn from that kind of context. I think there's something about the scale. So I directed an organisation in north of Scotland called Day01 Projects, which have been in this particular area for almost 30 years now. And there's definitely something about longevity. There's something about being able to understand and track impact, which we've kind of spoke in and out of kind of through this conversation in the last roundtable as well, the difficulty of having data to show impact. And I think what was really interesting for me in that particular place is that you could see it because of the scale. So that organisation working in a particularly socially engaged way, the organisation worked with the motto of the town as a venue, and that was essentially to say there is no fixed venue. So we worked with hundreds of artists from all over the world who would be working with different parts of the community depending on what the project was about, but really placing work in the way of people and making work with people, and through that sort of process could see the impact on, like I said earlier, on education, on hospitality, on health and well-being. I think there's also, in terms of that scale, like it's that the process of building partnerships is easier. I mean, than certainly than I've found in a city context where there's a lot more competition, or everything's a bit busier, and our people and institutions are a bit more rigid with how they work. Whereas in this sort of rural context, it was really easy to go right into schools and work with young people. We were playing a really particular role in terms of, I mean, there's maybe a bit of a danger as well, which you sort of alluded to in the last session, where arts organisations are playing a really particular role in social care to some extent. But there's a kind of a benefit of being able to work really closely with different sectors and with people in a really tangible way. But then, on the other hand, then kind of blurring those boundaries of what is the expectations or responsibilities of arts organisations. And I think that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out between those two spaces.
It's an ongoing, it's an ongoing piece of work, isn't it? And I think, more and more, as we heard from Laia this morning, as people are moving into cities, and I think she said 70% of the world's population are going to be living in cities. What about the other 30? We have to make sure that those initiatives are kind of cutting across. Hector, we heard a little bit about some of the initiatives that you have put together for Makers Valley. I know one of the things that you do is really focus on supporting creative careers for young people. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and the impact that it's had on the younger population in Johannesburg.
So I think my own story kind of was very instrumental in that journey. So I used to work retail, and I was very driven towards, I love creativity, I want to do creative things. And I'm very passionate about the space. But looking at my community immediately, I saw that there's a number of challenges that some of my peers couldn't overcome. So how they access space, information. And from there, I saw an opportunity rather to say, okay, I want to more or less cultivate access to these things and support my peers. And started promoting music. And then from there, there was just challenge after challenge. So from there, I just wanted to offer skills. So I love learning, so I've learned about soft skills. And then from there, in the Makers Valley capacity, we have an incubation program where we highlight the importance of social and creative entrepreneurship. And already we are based at Victoria Yards, which I would say is attracting a lot of people who can afford to buy things. Last year, or early this year actually, we partnered on a project called Sustainable Together, where we basically get the people who are starting these creative and social enterprises to access a market. So they get to showcase their products within Vic Yards, but there's a whole support and mentor process, because Victoria has a lot of artists and artisans who are running their creative businesses successfully. They're able to pay for rent. And as Makers Valley, since we're an intermediary, we more or less facilitate and communicate with the tenants to say, yo, you are doing something like this. On our database, we have X amount of people who are interested in learning this skill. Can you please hold space for them to learn from you guys, whether it's photography, whether it's fashion. And then from there, there's another organization called Lucha Lunako, which runs more or less like a incubation program where they get paid learnerships. So they get to now shadow and work with this person in a professional sense while they're getting some type of stipend. So that's one way we do it, whereby we encourage them to start something, but we also help them get the experience and to be next to somebody who's already doing it on more or less like a bigger scale. And then through different channels, there's another organization or project called the SEF, the Social Employment Fund, where the Johannesburg Inner City Partnerships facilitates a process of different initiatives in placemaking. So we encourage people to basically learn, and this is done through these continuous engagements that I spoke of earlier. So we have a thing called Makers Meets, where different makers come through and then talk about what they make, whether it's the actual change making or if it's something tangible. And then from there, from those discussions, it's more or less like a soft networking session amongst the community, but they also get to share information on what are their challenges, what are they struggling with, and where are the opportunities where they can support each other and collaborate. And we try to facilitate this outside of funding, and we do have a database of these things. It is exciting when you're engaging with people on the ground and learning about the numbers of hubs that exist. So there's Victoria Yards, there's Ellis House, there's August House, there's Transverket. So there's more hubs that are emerging that offer some type of structure and support for these creatives to run and function like an enterprise, but still be able to do art for art's sake.
And I think that's I'm afraid we are going to have to finish there, but that's a really good point to end on, the importance of interconnectivity of all these initiatives that are happening in cities around the world, continuing to learn from each other, but also make connections for young people so that we can see some of those pipelines for talent development and opportunities, pathways coming through. So we've heard about the importance of creative endeavour in perception shift, in the well-being economy, creating opportunities for young people in creative entrepreneurship, and of course for impacting initiatives around sustainability in urban communities as well. So I think we've covered some fantastic ground there. So it just remains for me to thank our brilliant panel, Hector Dibakawane, Moki Makura and Natalia Palumbo. Thank you so much.
Okay, right. Let us crack on because we've got lots to get through and we're into our final hour now. Now, if I was to ask you all what your favourite year in history is, of course you would say 878 AD. I mean, that would just roll off immediately as your favourite year. We all know that. And then if I was to say, and where would you be? You'd go, well, I'd love to be in Winchester in 878 AD. I mean, that would be a given, I think, for all of us here this afternoon. Now, the reason 878 AD is a time of importance for all of us and cultural significance is because in 2024, it is a sign of incredible collaboration. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the heritage sector, the gaming industry, and technological innovation all coming together to create an immersive place for people to go in Winchester and experiencing what it was like in 878 AD. Now, Hampshire Cultural Trust, Ubisoft, the games company, of course, that was involved in Assassin's Creed, and Sugar Creative, one of the UK's leading immersive tech innovation companies, all came together to make this extraordinary space. And it's called From Valhalla to Winchester, crafting a city-scale AR experience. So please welcome Joe Gabriel, who's Senior Developer Relations Lead at Niantic, Will Humphrey, who's Creative Director of Sugar Creative Studio, and they will be in discussion with Tasha Morehouse, Innovation Specialist for Digital at GM Business Growth Hub. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. We got our audio.
Hi everyone. I'm Tasha Morehouse. I'm a Digital Innovation Specialist at the Business Growth Hub. I'm joined today by Will and Joe to discuss their project, which is all related to augmented reality and the use in city experiences and cultural heritage. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Take it away, Joe.
Yeah, you bet. Hi everybody, I'm Joe Gabriel from the Niantic Developer Relations team. I think I had the best job at Niantic because I get to work with all the third-party developers that are using our technology to build like city-scale AR experiences and applications, like Will. So real quick before I pass it to him, I'm gonna take a picture with my glasses. Cheese, all right, great, thank you. Pass it over to you, Will.
How do I follow that? So I'm Will, I'm creative director of Sugar, and I get to use cool bits of tech to make unusual projects for everything from entertainment to education to science, using a lot of stuff that Joe makes to enable us to do it, and it's great to be able to have a bit of a chat about it today.
Yeah, sounds brilliant, thank you. So we're going to dive straight in and discuss kind of many traditional institutions can be hesitant to embrace digital transformation. How did you navigate this resistance with your project from Valhalla to Winchester? And what strategies proved most effective for you guys on this project?
Okay, so this is where I try and avoid digging a hole for myself and never being able to work with the organisations ever again, because it is difficult. Museums are complicated, cultural organisations are complicated, but the one thing they do is care. So for me, the strategy that worked, find whatever they're filled with joy about. If you find that, you can make an experience that leans into their sense of adventure, sense of joy, and then all of a sudden the challenges just drift away. They're on side. So the one thing I always cite for this is where we were in Winchester, rebuilding parts of the city that were no longer there. This is areas of the city where the historians had spent their entire life studying. So we were able to recreate buildings using assets from the game, and instead of just looking at it, full-size recreations in XR that you could walk into. All of a sudden, the historians who had been challenging were then giggling and running around the buildings that they had spent their lives studying. And that sense of joy massively carried the project forward.
Oh, brilliant. Do you have anything to add to that, Joe?
Yeah, from my side, I get to interact with mostly students and researchers from different universities and institutions that want to use the technologies and are curious about how they can kind of fold into existing curricula. For us, like my developer documentation, for example, was not specifically built for students or for faculty. So part of the challenge for us is like, how do I translate my materials for like a brand new cohort of creators or developers at the university level that want to use these? We make games, as well as non-games applications, but universities have such diverse, I would say, use cases that are including games, but also outside of games. And so the challenge for us isn't so much like institutions not being willing. Mostly it's like how well do our resources and materials help facilitate their research or their practices. So what we try to do is like better docs as well as host workshops, live kind of tutorial sessions, or sometimes hackathons and jams where we can be there with them, mentor, like whatever use case you want to. We're going to help facilitate that and make it successful. So yeah, we hope to just get more at this point.
Yep. So without revealing too much, how have these learnings kind of shaped your future projects?
Okay, I'll lead off. There's a whole bunch of projects I can't talk about, but one of the really exciting things we're doing coming up is to take City Scale XR and look at other cities. So we're recreating elements of Boston. We're looking at how the American Revolution, how understanding of place can be experienced there. We're looking also at a number of specific streets across the UK, looking at the intangible cultural heritage, very much inspired by a lot of the move towards enshrining that, how that is going to be made real, made manifest, and made permanent through digital layering and digital twins.
Yeah, nice. And yourself?
Yeah, and I prepared a video for this question, so hit it, Stephen. That's the one. So what you're seeing right now, and I'll talk kind of over this, is kind of the global map of locations that we have 3D data for. Through our tools, you can go directly in, you can download this 3D mesh of this like city location, whether that's a school or a public location, bring it directly into your creative tools. And then you can author AR content directly through our web tools. Niantic Studio, we've learned not everyone wants to download a mobile application when they want to do a brand activation or a location thing. So instead, web technologies have become so much more powerful that we can leverage these for like easily accessible, either student-driven or agency-driven creativity. So that's a really recent thing that we're like pushing forward right now. It's in beta, so kind of using the web technology as a way to push, city scale XR forward is something that Niantic is putting a lot of resources into right now.
Nice. So is this type of platform available for anyone to use?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
In fact, like Niantic right now, most people know us for Pokemon Go and making kind of global map-based community social games this way, but our internal tools have now become public, both for like games, institutions. I work with a lot of small indies or like small to medium-sized teams, but there's also large corporations and businesses not making games that they just want to take the data, the city data, and then use it for industrial use cases, for simulation trainings, for travel and tourism, or for cultural heritage. And so they're kind of like using the map data and the 3D data of locations and objects for like really diverse use cases that way.
Okay, nice. So how do you envision these city-scale AR experiences kind of evolving over the next few years?
So right now, what you saw up here in this video is something we call our visual positioning system, or VPS. And we originally started testing this using a technology called LiDAR, which is pretty good, but it's inherently kind of small in scale, narrow in scope, and so like you can kind of do accurately within like 10 or 15 feet away from you in these spaces. So you get these little snow globes, of like accuracy here. What we really want to see is much larger scale of scans that you can get reasonably well with like just mobile devices. So think like football arena scale, areas that you can rapidly scan and then have that 3D data that you can build on top of. Or here is kind of a historic part of the city or town or a public place or a park that's wide, and we want to do, we want 1,000 people to go play a tower defense game in real life, at a public park. Like it's these kinds of city scale things that we see them working well and operating nicely in kind of a small form factor, but how do we 5x that, 10x that, in the near future? That's kind of where we see things evolving. And also, every telco out there will tell you like 5G, Joe, how do you get 5G, into these experiences, and so understanding how do these technologies work well on mobile phones, and then in the not too distant future, I hope, like into AR glasses. So it's an exciting space that we all get to work in.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that?
Very much, but it's the same thing, but from the other side.
Yeah.
So with my creative director hat on, the thing that really inspires me is not just that those technologies exist, it's the fact that it no longer means that we're tethered to the limitations of technology. So Joe's blasé about the idea of VPS. This means that we can locate any content into the real world with incredible accuracy in seconds. That means that we're no longer limited in what we can make. That means that it's now into the bit where it gets really interesting, and what shall we make? And so for me, the thing that's exciting is going, okay, places filled with an infinite number of stories, able to be used for a canvas for an infinite number of imagined pieces of experience, to tell stories, to really challenge social expectations, to let us go back into the past, to let us look forward about how we're interacting with the planet, how it's going to become if we have the opportunity to tell stories like this. So that for me is where it gets really exciting, not just what we're doing, now the fact that we get to choose the kind of stories we tell.
Yeah, sounds good. So thinking about what you just mentioned with the AR glasses, who's leading the way with AR glasses?
Well, I can tell you who's spending the most money, and burning through those budgets. I feel really fortunate that people don't talk about Google Glass, that was kind of like a sore, black eye in the industry. But man, I would say even early endeavors in the hardware space are so essential for just early movers to take the punches early on to help pave the way for everybody else afterwards. So man, Meta has been really pushing the industry, and I would say funding a lot of projects, productions, and games over the last many, many years. I'm very happy to see Apple kind of finally make their way in with a dedicated hardware piece with the Apple Vision Pro, building on top of their framework with ARKit. These are very meaningful. And I know that there's going to be more headset and hardware formats that come out, and this competition can only lead to more opportunity, and developers want to go where the users are. If you're going to put your heart and soul into a creation, there needs to be an audience there to build that. So building kind of adoption is an expensive and difficult challenge, but it's the right problem to try to be figuring out right now.
Yeah. So do you think kind of people are going to start adopting AR glasses? Or do you think there's a huge barrier there to...
How stupid would you feel wearing a pair? Because that's the barrier. It's a catch-22. We need people to adopt them, but they have to feel comfortable doing so. So Joe doesn't look stupid wearing those. If we can achieve that state, I think we'll get adoption, but it's always going to be a challenge till then. But in the meantime, we'll be able to build some cool demos, which are great for location-based experiences.
Yeah.
And people have massively powerful computers in their pocket with devices. I don't think we're going to see it quickly, but I think we'll see a shift gradually.
Yeah, because you'd never be able to tell if they look like your Ray-Bans right now.
No, these are not prescriptions, so I feel a little bad sometimes wearing them in public. But they've taken the place of like earbuds for me, you know, and kind of fit in that same space as like an accessory like my smartwatch. Just having audio that I can take calls or take pictures and video when I'm at my kids' football matches. Like, I can see the behaviors that I'm kind of adopting now being, you know, meaningful in the future when we have better form factor, better technologies too.
Yeah.
It's worth also pointing out with stuff like that augmenting reality and extending reality doesn't have to be visual. Like, we all lean towards that as intrinsic, but we can do a lot with sound. So we've been experimenting with putting audio plays in locations across the city so that the actual place where it's set becomes the place that you're stood, and leaning into the idea that you can have sound. So you don't need glasses to have meaningful AR.
Yeah, so it's a full kind of sensory experience, right, that you're trying to create. Okay, so what advice would you give to other people and places looking to embark on similar AR projects?
Oh, it's a tricky one. Be brave. Like, this is still new. Find out who's experimenting, but be comfortable with the idea that you're stepping into the unknown. Like, we often have initial meetings with clients where we undo all of the expectations that they've set to say, look, this isn't going to be brilliant until you're willing to step into the unknown, and to do that, you've got to be really, really brave.
Yeah.
Maybe like two bits of wisdom. One is like, if you're in the business of, I want to make something in VR or AR, like I want you to think really hard, like why does it need to be VR or AR? What about the experience is intrinsically like immersive? Is it just going for like a shock value or the novelty of it, or what about it actually calls for the medium in order to take advantage of the senses in that unique way? And then the second thing, and I think this, like for everyone in this room, like I really believe this, each of you, you know, come with some sort of gift, talent or craft or a superpower. And oftentimes it's easy to look from the outside in to like, oh, I don't know how to step into AR because I'm just a blank. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard that or seen that, but I think like that's kind of the special part, is like whatever craft that you come with, you know. I got to meet a cool guy last night, Corey, a musician, you know, talking about his gift, you know, with lyrics and with music and with like crafting, you know, visual pieces for concerts. Like, how do you bring that background, you know, into a new medium like this? So I think the challenge is to like look deep, you know, what is it that you bring that is special and unique to you? And then like, this is a new canvas. It's a new opportunity and a fresh medium for you to express that thing with. And that's going to be different for everybody. So it takes some, you know, creative honesty to like, hey, it's a welcome space and it's still early days. So none of you are like too late to jump in now.
Yeah.
I think as we've got a few seconds just to add to that, that's really exciting because it's not the same people making the same stuff. It's intrinsically disruptive. We reach out now that we make XR experiences to theatre producers because they understand space in a way that we don't. So being able to look to poets and musicians and say, you can define how this new medium is going to work, really very cool.
Yeah, definitely. And if anyone wants to learn more about your projects, potentially collaborate with you guys,
yes.
How would they do that?
Come find me. I'll be here for a few more hours before I fly back to Seattle. And then nianticspatial.com is where you can like learn more about the technology itself.
Yeah.
Okay. And just search for Sugar, but also we're about, I think tomorrow, going to launch a new platform called WISP. So that's going to help cities transition into new XR spaces.
Amazing. I think that's our 3 seconds
There
left.
we go.
Look at that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers. Thank you. All right, now we're into our final session of the day. Wow, it's obviously a popular one. Lots of people have just suddenly turned up to see it. Great. Okay, now, interesting, isn't it? What is going to be the UK's modern industrial strategy? And of course, there is a recognition that the creative sectors are very much going to be part of that, a key growth sector, in fact. So then you have to ask the question, what role is government going to play in that? And what role does the government envision for creative cities? But then, of course, the provocation can be, what if that government support is withdrawn and that innovation funding is withdrawn? Then what? Now, the policy is still in consultation phase, so we're going to explore going forward with this, our last panel, a very, very good panel indeed, way forward as far as creative-led city growth is. A city grows through its creative industries. Where is the strategy to make sure that those cities are joined up together and that they're talking to each other? Well, this is a brilliant panel. Professor Andrew Chitty is going to be chairing it, Creative Research and Innovation Centre at Loughborough University, and Beyond Chair. And alongside Professor Chitty, Tom Ediula, who is a tech entrepreneur and Extend Ventures, and someone I know very, very well, the CEO and founder of the WOW Foundation, Women of the World, which is an extraordinary organisation, I think going into its 15th year. Jude Kelly, absolutely brilliant. And also the Chief Executive of the BOA Group, Kate Tague. So please be upstanding, but you don't have to stand. But clap your hands really hard for this panel.
Yeah, thanks, Nihal. Hi, everyone. From Winchester, once capital of England, to thinking about creative cities in this modern industrial strategy. So, before we start, I just wanted to vaguely set the scene. So for those of you who've been frequent flyers with Beyond, the very first Beyond was about the last but one industrial strategy, which is where we started with creative clusters and Audience of the Future and all these new kind of interventions in the creative industries. And now we've got a new, or at least a green paper. So it's a kind of what we would think an industrial strategy might be like when we've filled in the docs. And I bet loads of people in this audience have made their submissions to the consultation on the industrial strategy. And I'm sure they're really fantastic and putting some of the flesh on the bones. But from my point of view is, they call this industrial strategy modern. I mean, I guess one wouldn't want an unmodern industrial strategy. But it bears some of the hallmarks of common to, say, the 2017 one, in that it identifies key growth sectors of the UK economy and says each of these will receive coordinated kind of support for those sectors. And the great thing is, for the second time, and without too much prompting, the creative industries are one of the 8 sectors that everybody's nodding, good, they've done their homework. 8 sectors. It's interesting that digital technologies is one of the other sectors, and it's something we might reflect on as to whether that makes a sensible thing. But it's so it identifies one of the sectors, but it doesn't say that much at this stage. And I'm hoping that we'll get some insight from my amazing colleagues here. It mentions the creative industries. I went through and sadly counted there 17 times, but it doesn't really define a sector. It mentions cities and city regions pretty interchangeably 29 times, which is really marvellous. And it mentions clusters 40 times. So they're not necessarily creative clusters, but clusters as a concept, as a model. And I think one of the hallmarks it has that is different from the previous industrial strategy, which I hope Kate will talk to, is that skills are much more prominent and seem much more threaded through. So I've got these 3 experts from the areas of education, but located in a city. So Kate with Birmingham Ormiston Academies Group, three specialist creative schools within Birmingham. We've got Tom, tech entrepreneur, but also guide for people like Channel 4 and other investors into the space. And of course, almost everybody in the audience will probably have experienced one of or other of Jude's creative outputs, either in the centres that she's run or the many plays she's directed or the strategies that she's lived in. All wow. So Tom, let's start with you. My guess is you're probably of all of us closest to the evolution of some of these ideas. So what do you take away from it? What have we got here, and what's it mean for creative industries on the one hand and cities on the other?
So I think, obviously we now have a green paper, which is good, but as a founder and as a tech founder, in my history and my time, you start with a vision, then the strategy, and then you work out the tactics, whereas we've almost gone back to front in this scenario, where we've ended up with a budget, and we're going to have the spending review, then we're going to get the strategy. So that's the difficult bit at the moment. And I think what you would have seen with the budget, where we had 40 billion increase in taxes, 100 billion increase, more than 100 billion increase in commitments on spending, capital spending, but zero growth impact. So the focus at this moment in time, I think, is going to be very strongly on these 8 sectors that they've laid out as priority areas, and how can they deliver to a growth story that ultimately is going to basically take away the restrictions from the financial perspective on how we're thinking about public services. The doom and gloom scenario of money being withdrawn left, right and centre from the arts, from the culture and so forth. And as a consequence, if we want to do that and deliver that story, the missing piece at the moment is that strategy on what is going to deliver growth and how, and delivering the economic argument for it. And I think certainly from the creative industries perspective, the building of the economic argument has been quite weak, I think, certainly in consequence to the economic argument that has built out over the last few years on science and technology. So science and technology has rapidly taken a huge amount of focus and priority from government, and there's a very clear and fast message whenever there's new policy initiatives on this is going to lead to this many jobs in this area for this number of people, and these are the skills that are going to be needed to deliver it. And I think that's the moment where there's an opportunity right now to basically raise the game on the creative industry side, to deliver that economic argument, to feed into an industrial strategy that will make sure that the creative industries gets its due proportion. So I think currently, for the arts, you've got 3% allocation from in comparison to 6% contribution to the economy. So it's punching below its weight, and I think now's a moment, especially where you see a Trump government coming in, where there's a potential to basically really sort of sit back and think, what are our UK cultural values, and how are we going to more accurately and more clearly differentiate ourselves from a cultural standpoint against a Trump USA.
So that's I think that sets out a real challenge actually for the creative sector, because you're saying we've got to get our story straight on growth, despite a history of growing faster than the rest of the economy. And to a degree, in the last industrial strategy, what we did was we learnt to talk the language of science, and went after the science, a little tiny bit of the science budget. So that's really interesting.
There's more to play for, I think.
Yes. So that's both optimistic and interesting then. Jude, what do you take out of this? And particularly for, I didn't mention you're chair of One Creative North, which you may explain. And what do you take out of it, and what do you think is in there for?
Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to say about government, because Nihal raised this, is that governments are fickle and long-lasting, although they try to be, and that if we keep swerving and ducking and diving to try to fit in with what government agendas are, we usually come a cropper somehow. And the reality is that the creative industries and the whole cultural sector has ploughed on just being amazing despite. And one of the sad things about politics is those of you who remember the first time the creative industries was really kind of put together as a frame, which was Chris Smith, when he was the first...
25 years ago.
Yeah, 25 years ago. He was the first ever Minister for Culture, Heritage and Sport. There hadn't been a minister at government level before that. And he created the cultural consortia, which were there to raise the economic profile of the creative industries and also create the data. The next government that came in chopped all that away, and we've never found a way, sort of at structural level, of like having completely seamless data, of making a seamless argument, of building the language that we're all confident about, and so that's a pity. So I'm just saying that, in a sense, we have now a new, sausage dangling before us on a stick, and we're all very concerned to make sure that we get at it, and we have to, but we also, I think, need to remain very much in solidarity with each other about the values of why we do our work. And I say this because, you can say there's an industrial strategy. Is that the same as a strategy for creativity and wellness and positive communities? Not necessarily. And those of you who know what William Morris said in the Industrial Revolution will know that a lot of people didn't feel that in the Industrial Revolution served the majority of people. The industrial strategy that the government are putting forward is very much about growth, as Tom says. And growth means jobs and money going into the economy. It doesn't necessarily mean wellness and inclusivity, intersectional concerns. It doesn't necessarily mean any of those things. But it could do if the creative sector says it must do. And that's what I mean about like having solidarity, really. Just another bit of the history, really, is that the creative industries, do they encompass all the arts? Do we mean, contemporary dance students as well as, VC artists? Well, we hope we do. But very often, because of money, things get siphoned off into what can we invest in that will grow exponentially and clearly make money, and what do we have to keep on subsidising, God forbid, which is what government often worries about. Even though we can talk about our own ecosystem, we know that the issue is that people start wanting to invest, governments want to invest in the fast-growing monetary side of things. And that's what I think the industrial strategy wants us to do. So going back to One Creative North, I was asked about 9 weeks ago, to chair an idea, really, a strategy for how the Great North, for those of you who aren't from this country, the country is very divided psychologically into the south, which is basically London and all the rest of it, and then the north, which is the north. Speaking as a northerner, we don't punch to our weight yet. And so the idea of the Creative North, One Creative North, is to say, supposing we wrapped our arms around the whole of the north of England in its creative potential, in its potential for young people to have a skill and to move upwards and not to have a brain drain down to London. Supposing we did that, what could the potential of the north be? And so we're looking at what is the growth potential, what's the investment potential, and how can we get pan-regional creation. And that's really what I've been charged to do, to think about, and then write a report sometime in the spring, and at the same time think about where could we find the money to do key strategic investment in a way that grows the economy, grows skills, but I believe as well attends this wider agenda of what we talk about when we discuss place-based change, which is that if it isn't a value to everybody, then you might actually end up with a more destructive component than you want.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to bring in Kate. Obviously, there's lots to take out of that. Obviously, Kate's based in Birmingham. I'm a West Midlander as well, so we know we're not in One Creative North.
No.
And we're not.
I'm not
and actually, we're not in the South either.
No.
It turns out, and we're in the bloody Midlands.
We're in the Midlands. We're in the middle of the two, and we're just where HS2 stops.
Yes.
So you pass through all the way to London from Manchester. We're in the Midlands.
Or as of yesterday, often stay for quite a while as well on the way to Manchester.
Come to Birmingham. We are, of course, the second city. Oh, did I say that in
You
Manchester?
did. You knew you were going to say that. So, Kate, so there is a thing in this industrial strategy. It talks a lot more about skills than certainly the previous Conservative governments did. I think, you know, there's obviously, you know, kind of ideological commitment there. But how do you see that? So you're developing a type. Basically, the way I take it is Birmingham's strategy for all this stuff is talent pipeline. Above all, that's strategically what's happening. But does this? What do you want to see out of this change?
I think it's very interesting. You just raised a point without realising, I think, Judy, the fact it's interesting it's called the industrial strategy. Because industry, to me, means kind of engineering, manufacturing, that kind of thing, not the growth strategy. You're talking really about a growth strategy. So it's odd we're using a phrase from the 1970s and 1980s, which is the industrial strategy, because I think there are a lot of people who would look at that straight away and switch off from it. What's it got to do with me in the creative industries? It's an industry strategy, and I think it actually probably needs to change its tune. I think the thing about skills, and skills was very much part of the last industrial strategy, particularly in the Midlands, the West Midlands, we talked a lot about skills, and we have one of the highest, very sadly, we've got one of the highest growing, and it's growing, NEET rate, 19 to 25. It's huge at the moment in the Midlands and around the kind of skills area. So what I want to see is how do we build that skills pipeline and that talent coming through, and how do we then make use of it? You know, we talk a lot about unemployment, graduates, that's one of the issues that are around at the moment, but also around in the creative industry. So there's kind of a bit of a mixed message from the creative industry. So I run 3 academies. One is performance, dance, musical theatre, all that kind of stuff. One's backstage, in stage and screen, and the other one's in digital. And, you know, there's a very mixed message from the creative industries. You talk to some people, well, there's no jobs, there's massive unemployment. And then you talk to others, we can't find enough people to do stage set design, wig making, costumes. So we got a very mixed message coming out to young people about what the future is. And I think what I'd like to see for an industrial strategy is supporting some of those skills, because actually I think there's huge talent. And I think also some of the talent that comes out of creative industries, people think they're just dancers or music. They're not. They're massively resilient. They're creative. They can do all sorts of stuff in terms of how they do and run and operate. And I'd like to see a little bit more of that. And I know that Andy Burnham talked this morning about apprenticeships and how that runs and operates. And I think that we need to see a little bit more come out about skills and how we can enhance them into creative industries. But more importantly, and I know that the government have talked about this a lot, about how we can bring creativity back into the curriculum. And in the widest sense, I don't just mean about that I put more dancers on stage. I mean about how do we bring creativity thinking back into the curriculum without it being a subject which kids then have to sit and examine, because that's quite tricky to do an exam in creative thinking. They did do it once, it didn't work very well. But that kind of the skills and talents that we have, and I hope that what the industrial strategy will do is think about that pipeline coming forward and how do we use the talents of our young people and develop them to come into the creative industries, because I think there's a huge industry there. And certainly in the Midlands, our issue is around connectivity at the moment. So you will be aware that I work for one of the the local council we have is £730 million in debt. I think it's probably 740 as I speak, maybe 750 by the time we finish. And therefore they have cut all their culture funding. There is no funding supplement from Birmingham Local Authority as of 2025. And that's a massive issue. How do we ensure that the creative sector is able to continue in Birmingham, and how do we do that? And that's about that London, Manchester and Birmingham have got to come together and work with one another and support one another, because actually that's the only way that culture will survive, particularly in Birmingham.
So that takes us on to in a way, what's the delivery vehicles? What's the unit of action of this? So you've got Jude, One Creative North, you've got Birmingham acting as a kind of city. And we've got the strategy that talks about clusters, and clusters means different things to different people. So how do you see it actually, what would you advocate for being the mechanisms that roll this out? Given that, you know, Tom's saying we need to change our story, Jude's saying, we've got to think about what do we mean by growth. And you're talking about a transformed sector, I think, in some ways. So how does this roll out?
I think that's a really big and difficult question. I think that's the bit that we've got to try and understand over the next few months before the industrial strategy is rolled out fundamentally. I mean, I think if you imagine the last few years, all sort of government thinking has been around this idea of levelling up, right? So, which I think on the one side, there's the positivity of like we want places in the country to rise, but on the other, it has become a bit divisive. I've felt in terms of
lots of competition, lots of things being picked from Westminster,
levelling that down, like nothing. We don't want to do anything in London, and it's sort of worked against our core skills and where our clusters and our levels of expertise are, and it's worked against best practice. I've seen people just doing different things rather than thinking about how can we come together and actually use what we know to bring ourselves up and work on the basis of scale does matter in some things. You need to have people brought together, and you need to have that cross-fertilisation of knowledge, expertise, and the talent pools to be connected so that you can get to jobs. So when I think I was at the launch of the Northern Creative Corridor here a few weeks ago, that's talking about a corridor which in theory exists from Liverpool to Newcastle. Like that's a vast area. If that's going to be real, what are we doing about the transport between these places? Like, when it's so difficult.
Well, I'm sure
to
a
get
lot of
from
people in
Leeds
the
to
room have
Manchester.
opinions about that.
Yeah. So I mean, there are fundamentals which, in the backbone that we need to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, the workforce potential of this region is unable to be realised because they can't actually commute. So commuting from, I don't know, Hazelmere into London or Peterborough into London is okay, and that's one massive workforce. You can't get from Liverpool to Skegness, and you can't get from Manchester to Bolton easily. I mean, this is one of the major problems. I don't think I'm going to solve that. Are you going to solve that? No. So
I'd like it to be solved, though.
But I'd like it to be solved.
Yeah.
But I think that I do place some faith, having said politicians are not necessarily to be relied on. I do have more faith in the Metro Mayor model. I really do. And I mean, people this morning who saw Andy Burnham know that he does know what he's talking about, and he does believe in it. And Nihal's in love with him. And there is a reason for that. But
it seemed mutual, actually.
Sorry?
It was mutual, I think.
Yeah, bros, bro romance. But there are 7 metro mayors in the north, and then there are 3 more combined authorities. So there's going to be probably some more metro mayors. I think the combination of metro mayors who really can almost be apolitical to a degree, anyway, but they have to care for their whole public. And also they have to balance out in a way they're in charge of all the policies. It's not like they're the transport minister fighting the sustainability czar. They are all of those things collectively. So the metro mayors, I think, have across the country have a real job they could do when they write their local growth plans to also commit themselves to issues to do with mental health and good education and skills and economic growth, and to use the kind of obvious knowledge of place-based change and the creative industries as something that they want to have in their growth plans. So I think that's a good thing. And then of course you mustn't forget that the infrastructure of fantastic local government offices and combined offices, they're not all committed to the industry, but we have to, I think, be much more collaborative with what they're doing, because I think that we've always looked at local and regional government as sort of the add-on funding, when in actual fact this is going to be about all of us rising again together. So I think that, as ever, talking to people, getting to know people, and crossing sectors as well. I mean, just to finish, that if you're looking at a dance sector, you can't necessarily grow the dance sector or the literature sector, or the kind of the places that really require sustained money and are probably never just going to give it back eventually, except when they end up being Harry Potter. So those sectors need to be looked after nationally, not just regionally, because they're too small for that. Whereas you can do something like MediaCity, and it can be its own growth productivity base. So it's a mixture of looking at all of those models together.
So that's a really interesting idea that different sectors actually might need different approaches.
I think they do.
And I was just going to ask you, Kate, so you've obviously had a change in Metro Mayor.
We have indeed, yes.
Do you have faith in the same faith that Jude has in the?
I actually do, yeah, and we have just had a massive change in Metro Mayor. So ours was Andy Street, who's was previously the CEO of John Lewis, and he's just become the chair of the rep in Birmingham. So that shows his massive commitment to creative. But we've turned over to Richard Parker, who's Labour. But both Richard and Andy, I know, have worked very closely with Andy Burnham up here in Manchester, and they have that much more kind of focus. And I know that we, myself at BOA, and I'm working with another training provider, Mission Accomplished, actually have skills contracts with WMCA to deliver into the sector. And they are very clear about wanting to get creative industries in, and we've got BBC coming, Stephen Knightley, and lots of other industries coming into Digbeth particularly. But both Richard and Andy and his predecessor have very clearly wanted that creative sector, that development, that skills development. And I think your point is very true, that I think a lot more is coming their way. They're getting it, and there's been a recent announcement not long ago that there was more going to be decentralised to them, and they can work across sector. And I think that's what's different about them, that they are actually doing that, and they're thinking very much about all the sectors. But I do think, the regional mayors certainly, I know Birmingham worked with Manchester, and I won't go into the HS2 thing, but I know that Andy Squared at the time worked very closely when the government mentioned that they weren't going to move it.
I know Tracy Braben, who was from the industry, she was an actor, she's really driving a lot of this narrative as well. And then Steve Rotherham, who's become a DJ. They do get it. And I think that is the most exciting thing, actually. And they're on the ground, which is where we need to be.
Absolutely.
So this is turning into quite a positive story, which is.
Well, we have to be, don't we?
Oh no, that's true. But Tom's saying there's more to aim at. There's more to aim at, and actually there's the rollout of the combined authorities, the Metro Mayors, gives us potentially a vehicle which is city-based at the moment. Obviously, there are big parts of the country that don't have combined authorities, which is kind of slightly problematic. But it sounds good. Do you think these, to say the city region mayors, I think of them, do you think those organisations have the skills? Because again, this is relatively new. If you're talking about research innovation or devolved R&D funding, around not culture but technology.
But I think that talks to the point that Jude made about, you're segmenting, right? So there's some stuff which is done at regional level. There's some stuff where you need the skill and the scale level to do at a higher level. So, and I think those clusters will sort of ladder up and layer up in terms of size. But I think the importance of that connectivity back down to local is really important, because otherwise, if you don't have a sense of stakeholder connection to culture and the creative industries at a real local level, then that disconnect won't ever be solved in terms of how are you going to solve the 750 million deficit in Birmingham. Like the people have to come together around trying to work out the long-term solution to that problem. And therefore we all need to feel connected at different levels. And I think certainly in terms of R&D, the ability to do and allocate money often, I think, needs a scale element to it. Yeah. But the decisions on how it gets allocated needs to come from a local level. These are the things that we need. But then it sort of like waterfalls from.
I would, in my experience, and I'm fairly new to the creative sector and WMCA. I would say to you, in the West Midlands Combined Authority, they might not have the experience, but they don't have to listen. They talk to you. I'm connected into it, and that's not unusual. It is unusual actually for what I do. I'm very connected in. I should have been at something this afternoon where they were talking about the next stage, and they are listening. And I think genuinely, I've been around in the sector, around in the education for a long time. Do I think I'm heard when it comes to the Combined Authority? Yes, I do. So I think there is an opportunity to meet with them and kind of. They are connecting. I think there's a way that you can help shape what they do in the future.
I mean, in a sense, what is interesting about this for me is that we almost are learning another new language of finance. And I wanted to sort of talk about financial literacy, because people who get grants and subsidies and then apply for money from philanthropists or businesses, like a sponsorship, that's all a skill that is like hardwired now into the sort of subsidised sector, or the R&D sector, perhaps that's a better way to put it. And then there'll be businesses here who are much more, used to angel investment and raising and so on. And those two things don't meet together at the moment. We don't know how to put those two things together usually. But I think that, we have to learn from places, and this is where the international conversations are so good. Many places don't have a cultural sector funded. Everybody has to have a job, a side hustle, an enterprise. And, when Hector was talking about what was happening in South Africa in, helping young creatives to build their independence financially through how they understand how to get their hands on money, how to grow money, how to get investors. I mean, we're not very good talking about money, at least probably some of you are brilliant, but I think we haven't as a sector been famous for knowing how to argue for and get money and grow our own. And I'm really keen that we have a kind of new amount of financial literacy to us, for us, so that we can understand how we can grow and make money without feeling as if sort of we're always like small fry in relationship to people who really do this stuff. I think it would be very,
I think that's really interesting. I was talking to a Vice Chancellor of a kind of arts, creative, smaller university recently, who's come in, and her strategy is everybody going through any of those programs should come out at the end of it knowing how to run themselves as a business.
Yeah,
and I thought that was really
it's difficult because, like, quite understandably, students going into arts college are fed up with being told, listen, it's about business, it's about earning money. They think, no, let me be expressive. Can I learn my art? And they're right. But at the same time, I don't want us to be financially naive and in jeopardy, because the freelancers are distraught, quite rightly, by the complete lack of safety nets for them, which was all completely clear during COVID. So we have to own our relationship with money differently. That's what I'm saying.
And all I was going to add was that when I was working on the startup review for Rachel Reeves, one of the big things I wanted to push was pension reform and pension consolidation, which is part of her Mansion House speech just last week. And part of that was around this sense of, like, if you can get pension fund money, which in and of itself is more diverse because it's everybody's, right? So everybody's pension has gone into that money. It also ends up being often quite place-based because it's related to place and space. So off the back of trying to consolidate some of that money and into sort of more equity-based or risk-based and different financial instruments, there's the potential for more of that money to flow through into social innovation and deliver sort of the types of financial instruments that could come into more non-profit-based, place-based investing. So that's one of the things that I think could end up being an offshoot of
so both new sources and new models of finance as well. So
blended finance that we haven't really had before.
Do you think there's anything that the sector needs to do to respond to this, to change? I know, because one of the other things Andy Burnham said earlier on was, well, we as a sector, we need to create clear pathways into jobs. Does that resonate with?
Absolutely. I think that, interestingly, one of the things that the government don't do is they don't actually count freelancing. So when I kind of students leave my school, I have to class them as in education, employment or training, and if they're not in one of those, they're neat. If they're freelancers, they're neat. Neat are bad. I get slapped on my wrist for that. And it's a strange thing, considering that's what the sector creative arts is about. But it does, I think it holds a problem in the fact that there are certain sectors of society who worry about that. They don't want their children to go into a freelancing economy. They want them to have a job. They want them to have a career. They want to have them in a kind of way through. And actually, where you've got pockets of unemployment, and probably that you will a little bit more, and we haven't talked about digital, but as you get more into the digital age of creative industries, particularly around AI, that it's competing with lots of other areas, and the only way you're going to get a pipeline coming through is actually to think about how are you going to perhaps change that freelancing model, because actually there is an element of risk in that, and there are some people who take that risk, but there are a lot of sectors in the society who won't take that risk, And I do think you have to think about how you're going to change that into the way it is. And if you, compared to yourself and the industrial strategy back to other places, and Andy and I had a pre-conversation about engineering. Engineering years ago suddenly found themselves in a real problem. They hadn't got engineers, and there's still now. Engineering within the creative sector is difficult to find engineers at times. And what did? They responded by putting on huge amounts of apprenticeships all the way through to degree level, and then students could choose how they went into engineering, got into it, and they were really they went out, they went into schools. I had some schools that were engineering, recruiting, etc. So they were very clear about what they did, and it was very different. And I think perhaps the creative industries do need to look at their model and about to get that pipeline through. I'm not saying that freelance should disappear. I'm just saying that I think that you need to think about how it is to attract more sectors of society coming into your industry and making it grow as it should.
Yeah, I fundamentally agree with that. So I know that Ashram Ratchia, who has the academy here in Manchester, he talks about that story of when he was at the Hut Group and they wanted to employ 5,000 people, and he was told that those people don't exist in the Manchester area. So they built their own training platform and basically hired 4 attributes, and then off the back of that built the resource and talent pool that they needed. And he's now doing that for other businesses. And I think in terms of that point about creativity and how we teach the future generation, I don't believe my kids will need to code. So I think it's all going to be that.
That's from your background, that's really interesting.
Yeah, so I think it's all going to be about the creative thinking about how am I getting the AI agent to do the interesting things.
So we need to be proactive about that, planning for that rather than reacting to it.
I'm going to say something completely different, really. It was about gender, which is that as the creative industries become more and more about portfolio activity, women who still primarily give birth and then are automatically somehow assumed to have the primary responsibility for looking after the children. After all, we do need them. Children, I mean, we need them. Women are not being taken into account still in terms of how industries grow. I mean, because in a sense, it's still the fastest way to the success. And when you're looking at this current economic sort of freeze, then finding a way through is going to be, just grabbing what you can and putting it together in different ways. It leaves no space, actually, for marginalised situations. And so I'm really concerned that the amount of women who come into the creative industries in the last 30 years, because in a way we've been allowed, because it's been it's normalised that women can be doing what we do, actually are going to get pushed back out again, because the economic circumstances and the way that the freelance life will work means that if they carry on having the primary responsibilities for children, they just have to keep rethinking their career over and over again. And it's a major problem. So an industrial strategy could actually end up moving us back to quite a narrow demographic if we're not careful. So we have to be really doing a lot of complex thinking. And I don't think you say, what does the sector need to do? The sector needs to think more deeply about what they really mean by intersectionality, which is a phrase that everybody's come to use. But there are massive disadvantages to all the structural biases that exist. And I don't see that they are being driven out by modern technology. They're being hardened in by modern technology. And we have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's a really important one. Look, I could listen to you three for hours, and I'm sure everybody else could, but we're not allowed to. So what I'm going to do is just a quick fire. This strategy is going to evolve. It's going to be 6 months or so until we actually see the full fruits of it and it rolled out. What's the just one thing that you'd like to see in there? And it could be about our sector, it could be about cities, it could be about something you'd like to see in there that somebody else will fix.
I don't think I can come up with one answer, but I'd like to see connection between the cities to support creativity, certainly from Birmingham, but also I want to see creativity back into all our lives in terms of I want that creativity continue, and that will only happen in Birmingham if we connect with other people.
Yeah. for me, creative industries are a core, absolutely core strength of the UK. And what I want to see is that come through like very strongly and clearly. So from my perspective, it's how do we support our creative industries to export more? Like they're a key export market. We should, and a key soft power for us. How do we think about domestic regulation better so that we're supporting our UK institutions? Because currently I believe that a lot of the other global institutions of the likes of the US and the Chinese are gradually eating our lunch, and we should be doing that better. And then the third piece is how do we basically get the people coming in eating our lunch to contribute more? So, you know, Netflix needs to do as much as the BBC in terms of garnering and supporting talent and skills.
I'd like us to think about children's rights completely differently. I know that's a big thing to ask industrial strategy to do, but at the moment we talk about pipelines as if like we just got these children to get creative so that they can turn into people who have jobs in our industry. And that's great in a way. I want them to as well. But I also very, very much want them to feel that we are interested in them creatively now. I don't just mean that they have good creative education in schools, but I don't think our sector have ever really cared that much about making children's work. Canada actually does, so I'll make that an exception. But, you know, in general, we don't make work very much for children. And yet, at the same time, we're hoping that they'll all kind of move up to be very creative. So I think we should rethink our attitude to children.
Okay, fantastic.
So just a few things.
Yeah, just a few tiny things to add in there.
Can I just come back on Jude's point? I think your point is very well made, but I would just say to everybody out there, you don't need the industrial strategy to get involved in that.
Exactly.
Go to your local school and get in contact with them. And if they don't contact you back, contact them again. Because you know what? You've got so much to give to students out there. Please do. And it's a big plea from me.
Don't chase the sausage of the industrial strategy. Let's just keep making our own work be as brave and as bold and as thoughtful as possible, because that's really what will grow the sector.
Fantastic. Inspirational, positive, wide-ranging. Can I have a big hand for Kate, Tom and Jude?
Brilliant. Brilliant. Thanks, Jude. Thanks. Whoa, that was good, wasn't it? Okay. Right. Now, we have come to, I guess, the pretty formal end of the day. But before that, we're going to have a sum up of everything that we have discovered today. I mean, we started off in Montreal. We've been to Joburg, Bengaluru. We've been to Laia Gasch. We've been to Norway. We've been all over with this incredible day at Beyond. Now, we're going to sum up the day in poetry and prose. The poetry will come from Keisha Thompson. And Keisha has been here all day patiently just making notes to come up with an incredible piece of poetry. But before that, in prose, our second mayor of the day, the mayor of Salford City Council. Please, a round of applause for Paul Dennett.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Paul Dennett. I'm the mayor of this great city of Salford and the deputy mayor of Greater Manchester. Welcome to the city, welcome to Salford Quays, MediaCity, and importantly, the Lowry, which, as far as I'm aware, is the most impactful theatre we have in Greater Manchester in terms of the social value and the social impact that this great institution actually delivers. And importantly, it was this institution that was the catalyst for the regeneration you see around you. And then obviously along came the BBC, following in the great lead of the Lowry in delivering what was probably at the time the most impactful and successful regeneration project in the whole of Europe. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the city. This is a city which, as some will have said historically, has sat in the shadows of the great city of Manchester. And both of us together are sister cities, and the River Irwell unites us. But the city of Salford is a very special place because when it comes to innovation, R&D and creativity, the social good and this notion of public sits at the heart of what captures our city. This is a city that gave the first public park, paid for by subscription, commonly known as council tax, I think, to the nation. It's the city that gave the first lending library to the working classes, you know, at a time when literature was seen as the preserve of the middle classes, or those that were deemed worthy of enough to actually own books and read them and understand them. We're also a city where the Bridgewater Canal was constructed, first started in Worsley in 1761. The reason why that is important is our canals and our waterways were the precursor to the Industrial Revolution, which obviously then totally transformed this part of the United Kingdom. Anyone who knows about Vimto will know that Salford was also the city that had the first Vimto factory, and many of us love to have that in an evening warm. It's almost like the non-alcoholic version of mulled wine, I think, is what we would say. But importantly, we're also a creative city, and obviously today is about the creative industries. So people like John Cooper Clarke come from the city of Salford, musicians such as Graham Nash, Peter Hook, and then actors such as Albert Finney. These are just but a few of the great people that have shaped this city, this place, over many, many years. I just want to say to the Beyond Conference, it's a real honour and a privilege to be able to host you this year, and this is the first time we've done this. And I know that the audience and many of the delegates here are from international countries around the world. I just want to welcome all of you to the city of Salford. Salford is a place, as a city that understands its international impact, both historically and also contemporarily. For us, the city is now becoming a melting pot of energy, of new ideas, innovation and talent. It's a city which is at the crossroads of change and economic development. You could arguably say it's Salford's time in terms of the reindustrialisation we're seeing as we respond to those new industries and sectors of the future. But importantly about the place we're in now, MediaCity, Salford Quays, we've deliberately tried to create an ecosystem here, which is about institutions, education providers, business startups and accelerators. And it's placed the importance of the creative industries at the heart of what we're about. We know the value of the creative industries, contributing 126 billion to our economy in GVA, employing 2.4 million people plus. And then when you start to deconstruct what we mean by creative industries, crafts, design, fashion, video, film, photography, interactive games, music, performing arts, publishing and printing, the list goes on. And it's really interesting just to have heard about industrial strategy, and it was great to hear the reference to William Morris, who was a revolutionary socialist activist who accepted parliamentary socialism, I think, in 1896. I was having a quick look what year that was. And he was sceptical of industrial capitalism, but not without reason. And the city of Salford, I think, and William Morris have a lot in common, because I think we have equally been sceptical of industrial capitalism, neoliberalism, this idea that you just get the investment in and all boats rise. That is not what the city of Salford stands for. We believe in the relationship between the state and the market and how together we can cooperate and collaborate to create those industries, businesses, innovations of the future, whilst also being mindful that what we do is about the public good and public impact. For me, the biggest advantage of having a national conversation about industrial strategy is the collaboration that will come from this. Getting cities to speak to one another, getting places to think economically and industrially, about how they complement each other rather than compete with one another, is absolutely the value of having an industrial strategy, because we've seen years of the growth of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is what is stifling the UK at the moment. And we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see more collaboration across this country. And that does mean industrial planning. The United States of America, Germany, they do this sort of stuff so much better than the UK. We've got a lot to learn from others in this regard. And for me, I've always believed that the world is socially constructed. We can collectively create something that's greater than the sum of the parts, whilst having a mind on the data, the evidence, the subsets of the creative industries sector, but also linking that to education and the pipeline of skills that's required to move this sector and industry forward. For me, Salford is an amazing city because we fundamentally know that everything we do is about the welfare of the people we seek to serve. So can I just say thank you so much for deciding to come to this city, of all cities around the world, to hold your conference. You are very welcome here, and long may this relationship with Beyond continue. But in terms of the creative industries, you absolutely hold a vital and important part here within the city of Salford, but also within Greater Manchester. And we will continue to argue for that through devolution, through conversations about the future of the industrial strategy. And hopefully one day we will get to a proper devolved settlement where we can all determine what our futures are in collaboration with one another. Thank you very much.
I'll do it. Okay, there you go. Prose dealt with, to sum up. Now, let's move to poetry. We love poetry, don't we? Yes, we do. It's a way of explaining our emotions in such a succinct way. And Keisha Thompson, who I know very well, is an incredible multidisciplinary artist. She's been here patiently, as I said, all day, just taking notes in order to create this poem which you're about to hear. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Keisha Thompson.
Hello again, you're right. So yeah, I've been writing this poem all day, so be kind, because it's very fresh. I've said, 5 minutes, but I've not read it out loud before, so I'll try my best. Beyond, beyond, beyond. How many of us feel that pre-conference anxiety? Queuing up for your lanyard, wondering, how much of this is going to be beyond me? Go over my head, in one ear and then out the next. Well, let me tell you, even when you're a speaker, that doesn't leave you. I'm ushered backstage by a friendly woman called Josie, and I can feel the nervous energy all around me. Panellists are clutching their scripts and testing their mics and looking for the clicker and making sure that they've pronounced this person's names right. Nihal leaps onto the stage to kick us off, and typically the first response from the crowd is not good enough. But we're being hosted by a pro, so it's not long before we feel warm. I'm speaking of temperature. Rachel, Laia, Corey and I are comparing dry cold in Montreal to wet cold in the UK. And Rachel tells us that you just got to know how to dress. And then you're all set. You can go to an event that they have in Canada, which is called the Igloo Fest. But then Laia's stolen from us. She's the first speaker. And it really chimes with me. She talks about the work that she does over 45 cities. By 2060, 70% of us will be in urban spaces with jobs that don't even exist yet. And that reminds me of when I was little and people used to ask me, what do you want to be? And I'd say, I don't think I know what it is. Like Nihal said, his favourite album is yet to be heard. Laia's work is all about fostering creative skills that feed the ecology. She describes culture as a golden thread. And what's magical about her talk is this great balance of hope and pragmatism. She warns of the loop of gentrification and how to cope with over-tourism. She wins this mathematician's heart by ending with a quote from Einstein. Logic can get you from A to B, but the imagination can take you everywhere. Next are Rachel and Hilary, and I love that this panel is so female-heavy, as they unpack the innovation of Montreal City and how closely it's linked to its bilinguality. Oh, it's the end of the day, isn't it? And I share the same thought as Nihal by adding it to my travel list. I mean, to be honest, she had me at eGlowFest. And in no time at all, it's time for Corey and I to grace the stage, sharing our stories about how we've been shaped by this space. And sure, Corey, aka Superlative, smashes it out of the park with his calm demeanour. And then I rock up and burn through all my slides, trying to dodge the timer alarm, wedge my story into an egg timer, hoping it makes sense. And I managed to get a nod to Arthur Lewis in there, but I had to sacrifice the Pan-African Congress. Some other references, but whatever, I did my best, and I appreciate that people at the coffee break come and tell me it resonated with them. But let me reverse, I'm getting ahead of myself. I step off stage and I get a handshake from the Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham. I appreciate how much he talks about young people and their need for our attention and investment, a topic that is suitably prevalent. Because on my stroll this morning to Salford, I was listening to a podcast called Making Manchester Fairer, and I was reminded by a statistic that in Greater Manchester, 44% of our children are living in poverty. So you stroll up to this beautiful scene at MediaCity and you think, how could that be? Is that our reality? And that's why we've come today, right? To talk about things that sound beyond belief. To advocate for those that feel like they're beyond reach, to go beyond our doubts, to go beyond reason, to go beyond hope. Like Christine said, the real work isn't pretty. Like getting a cushy job and an apartment that sits over the Thames, it's negotiating with a community of sex workers, rats and bats, and taking over a depot. It's creating a Chinese opera called Monkey as your opening show, being asked who will come and saying, I don't know. But guess who was there? Me. I was in a community choir and we got to be a curtain raiser, and then we got to see the show, and you can see why I've never wanted to leave this city. Naturally, the conversation turns to digital space and the threat of technology, and ironically, I'm surrounded by 5 people on the phones trying to connect. Attention moves towards a deficit and people are getting restless, but Nihal requests that we hang in tight because the final speakers come all the way from Bangalore. Janvi delivers an insightful talk that leads us nicely into our first break. And I take the opportunity to explore the Compass Room, the Beyond Expo. I'm suitably met by a man in a lab coat, branded Immersive Futures Lab, but my inner troglodyte makes me go over to this floridly orange bench that's made of concertinaed card, and I wonder about the tessellation and the weight distribution, and then I'm like, no, give your head a shake, Keisha, you're here to talk about the demos, for goodness sake. And I'm blown away by the VR shoes and the curfew VR and the computer from Bedford called Jess, which stands for Just Examining Systemic Stereotypes. These people are making me feel seen. They're using technology for like heritage decoloniality and political female empathy, and these groups are going above and beyond what people think technology should be. Like Jay Taylor's description of small music venues to underfunded communities. The next panel helps me to get a better sense of what this conference is about, how we can share good practice of what it means to go beyond expectations. And I know that I'm surrounded by innovation, not least by all the new words that are kicking about. This crowd really likes a word blend, co-petition, fragility, artivism, glocal. My head's spinning, it's starting to bubble, and I start to think about what I need to write about beyond my notebook. It's swollen with notes, you could mistake it for a Joconde. That's just a little reference for the bakers out there. My brain is going on tangents. I wonder what a word blend would be for me, would represent my love of maths and art. Martist, creativitician. No, Keisha, you need to focus. Beyond. Okay, how do I respond? I'm feeling really ambivalent. I'm very inspired by all these speakers, but I'm undeniably despondent because I've stepped out of this sector now. Well, actually, you can call it a secondment. But 3 people have approached me today to say how much they love contact theatre, how much it shaped them, and it shaped me. It's a symbol of what it means to be in this city, but as Kieran said, we have to keep feeding the ecology. Andy Burnham said, diversity is in jeopardy. Jay Taylor told us that we're dancing on the edge of sustainability. These things feel like they're beyond me, but Brian bolts onto the stage all the way from Kenya and tells us about his epiphany and tells us that he created Black Rhino and how his mantra is, how do I build something that is beyond me? I cast my mind back to a chat that I had with a man called Pod with one fluorescent pink fingernail near the coffee, and we talked about the thing that I referenced in my talk, anti-fragility. It's this state of mind of being better than what is before you, the negativity, the unknown. The future is inherently scary. Things are out of our control, but we still have our agency, like Nihal joking about the end of Jules Holland and Rachel Davies saying, no, not under my watch. It's like Monkey resetting the dial for African cities in the face of Bob Geldof's misplaced charity. It's the Tower of Giraffes standing up to the light high rises of Nairobi. It's Martin from MediaCity stating that we're operating in a space that was envisioned 15 years ago, which makes me feel like we're stars, with the glittery decay of our ancestors. We are the solidarity found between Liverpool and Ukraine in the shadow of war. We are questioning who and what creative cities are built for. We are coming together once a year to share our hopes and our fears, merge our childlike dreams with functionality like the wings of Buzz Lightyear. So I'll go back to my mission. How do I respond? By asking you to continue in your journey to infinity and beyond.
Keisha, come back out here. Keisha, come back out here. Get your flowers. Get your flowers. Come on. Listen, forget about the industrial strategy sausage. Follow the Michelin 3-starred meal of Keisha Thompson, ladies and gentlemen. So good. Woo, indeed. Woo, indeed. Okay, we are at the end of day 1 of Beyond. Have you had a good day today? Have your minds been expanded by the incredible list of speakers that we have? I'd like to thank them all. Also, lots going on tomorrow. Discover the Arts and Humanities Research Council. That's another thing we've got to get right, isn't it, in the arts? Snappier names for what we're doing out here. But do get involved in the Arts and Humanities Research Council, which doesn't sound at all North Korean. Expansive portfolio of investments across... And look, this is what they're doing. They're doing, obviously, incredible work. Investments across the creative industries. Also, as well, the sessions tomorrow include museums in the metaverse, immersive technology for the future of live performance, creating the conditions for immersive business, planetary futures, AI, arts, and the environment. So loads of things happening. Katie, wave at Katie. Katie, wave at everyone back. She's going to be hosting tomorrow. I've been fired. It's just happened. I just got the text. So Katie's going to be taking over Beyond day 2. And now all that is left for you to do is go to the Compass Room and just exchange details, people that you have seen speak and you'd like to, get some ideas from. Just exchange ideas and creatively collaborate. And thank you for being an amazing audience. Thank you.